Happy Tuesday, everybody. We have so much to roast, so much to react to today. So grab a beverage. Hopefully, you're wearing something very comfy. Smash that like, hit that subscribe, and let's get this party started.
If you like what you see, come and get it with me. I know you deserve all you want, 'cause your heart's made of gold. But don't wait till you're old. If you want it, I get you some.
Hello, you guys. How are you doing on this Tuesday, November 25th? I am stand-up comedian and pop culture vulture Joleen Lunzer here for another No Offense, All Offense, where we take a comedic look, we roast, we react to things that are, we're interested in, reality shows, trending topics, pop culture, whatever is spiking our dopamine. That's what we follow. We follow the dopamine. We have a laugh. Remember, everything I say today is true, except for the parts that are false. Everything is 100% alleged and for entertainment purposes only.
Allegedly.
So don't sue me. Don't do it, okay? Because
we do not care.
We do not care, you guys. Also remember that this is just my opinion. I'm a very opinionated lady, but that doesn't mean you have to have the same opinion. You're welcome to join the live chat or the comment section on the replay crew. Hello, replay crew. And you can just respectfully agree to disagree like the very calm Tamara Judge.
That's my opinion!
You guys, we are well on our way to 50K. We have a little over, I think, 300 subscribers until we are at 50,000 subscribers, which is insane. That was my goal for 2025. So I don't know. Can we hit it this live? Share me out with your friends, family, enemies, coworkers, which are sometimes your enemies, stalkers, people you have civil stalking injunctions against, but try not to get caught. And let's see. It'd be cool if we could hit 50,000 subscribers during this live. But either way, you guys are so appreciated. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for those of you who are new. Thank you for those of you who have been with me for a long time, a mid time, whatever. Thank you for being here. You guys allow me to do what I love to do, which is talk shiznit on the interwebs. Okay, so smash that like. Let's set a like goal for 1,000. I think we hit it yesterday, you guys, in our live, which was super cool. If you want to support the channel further, you can do what these 4 people just did. They became a member of the channel. Darshmar, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate all of you very much. Thank you for Girl Meme for becoming a member. Shout out to Southern-ish. Thank you for becoming a member. And Dawn Salidi. Is it Salidi? Salidi. 7968. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you guys so much. Or you can send a super chat while we're live here on YouTube. I'll highlight your comment. You can send a super thanks after the video post. Thank you to those of you who have been doing that. Or you can hit me up on the Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Venmo code is right in the corner of the video. PayPal and Cash App information is in the description of the video. I got some very generous and kind Venmos recently, and normally Venmo lets you reply to them. I always like to reply to my Venmos because on Cash App, you can just heart it, but I like to send a little message. And for some reason, Venmo is not allowing me to send messages. So I don't know what's going on there. So if you have sent me a Venmo and you're like, this chick didn't even recognize it, just know that I'm trying, but Venmo is being a biznatchy. All right. So hello, you guys. Hopefully you're all having a wonderful day. We have a lot to talk about today, this Tuesday, Thanksgiving week here in the US of A. Hopefully you guys got some time off, or if you're listening at work, hopefully this will make your work day go by quicker. We are going to get into today, you guys, a little bit. We're going to get into a few things, but we are going to get into just a little bit later the LaurenMatthias Mormon stories.
It's inappropriate.
Okay. The Mormon Stories podcast she did, where remember Christina left the eyes like, and she was like, I felt threatened and one crime was going to cover it. However, we're just going to go over, I kind of was taking a look at just the titles, and then I played a little bit of the part 2. And so I think we're going to go through part 2, because part 2 gets us past into her adult life. So meeting John, her job, covering crime. I think that's kind of what it is going to get us into. Sorry, my face is so itchy today. I'm itchy and scratchy. It's probably producer Prince's hair on the microphone. I don't know. Okay. So we will eventually get into that. There's also, I saw on the Everyday with Jay channel that there is some, oh my gosh, let me pull it up here. There's Lauren's dad, allegedly, brother, sister-in-laws, and current attorney and others caught up in a RICO enterprise. What? What is with these people? Why are they all just criminasty? Why are they just criminals all the time? Allegedly, obviously, everyone's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, Judge Judy. But what the heck? Like, why? Okay. So let me drop yesterday, Every Day with Jay, shout out to her. She gave a very sweet, kind, generous shout out to the channel. And a lot of you came over from there. So thank you and welcome. So here is the link to Every Day with Jay's video regarding this. And maybe if we have time, we'll go over that as well. Because I'm interested to be like, well, what do you mean? We got RICO? What are you, Diddy? Like, what is going on? Okay, let me just throw this in the description here. Smash that like if you haven't already. Jay, video reference. No, we're gonna say what it's called. It's the Matthias. Hey, be nice to each other. Matthias dad, or Matthias family RICO. And then they had a I think Excited Utterance did this too. They had responses to the C and D. So gosh, this is like, I had no idea that talking about this crazy trending topic of LaurenMatthias and her alleged stalker, who really isn't a stalker at all, we came to find out was going to just be like a treasure trove of things and stories and alleged crimes and spermination. Like, I had no idea. Also, you guys, yesterday we did our first raid. I love that YouTube allows us to raid other channels. So at the end of this, if someone else is live, we will raid that channel as well. And what we did is I went into the video. We figured it out live together. And then we went into the Excited Utterance channel and we raided them. And that was so fun. So Twitch used to do that, or they still do that. And now YouTube does that. And so we surprised them with our lovely selves. And I don't know, I think that's just so fun, and that we can do that, that, you know, other creators or YouTubers or whatever people want to call us, that we can send like our audience over there. Also good for the audience, so they have something. If you're wondering, what should I watch next? Well, here's an option for you. And also supportive of the other creators, right? It was fun. Right? And I think it's so fun that okay, I do want to get into a little bit of Bravo stuff though before we get started. You guys, Kandi and Todd, Kandi Burruss, obviously iconic Grammy Award winning singer-songwriter Kandi Burruss, in the group Escape, and former Real Housewife of Atlanta, recently inducted into the Real Housewives Hall of Fame. Okay. And is getting a divorce from Todd. I mean, I don't think any of us are surprised, because Mama Joyce, listen, moms know. Moms just know. Not everyone's mom knows, but a lot of moms know. Every asshole I've ever dated, every dickweed I've ever been around, my mom sniffed it out. And I was like, okay, Mom, okay, Nana. And she knew, and she was always right. Nana has a 0% error rate when it comes to sniffing out assholes who don't belong with her daughter. So TMZ is reported less than 24 hours ago. I know the story's been out there for a minute now, but that this was a long time coming. And again, I don't think anyone is surprise, right? Colleen, it lasted longer than I thought too. Okay. They met on the set of The Real Housewives, what I remember of Atlanta. And he was like a producer, maybe like a field producer or something. And Todd, bless his soul, but he never gave me what I think Kandi deserved. Kandi is such a force. She is such a talented, cool chick. Like, I know her, but I like Kandi Burruss. She's one of my favorite housewives of all times. All time, you guys. And he just never gave what I think she should get in a partner. So Kandi's opening up a little bit more because they broke their silence and this news came out timed right after BravoCon, I'm sure, so that she wasn't asked about this 24/7 while at BravoCon. So she's opening up a little bit more on her divorce from Todd Tucker. She says the split has been brewing. Yeah. The ROA alum talked divorce Monday on Amazon Live. You find out the tea from these people on Amazon Live. I right now am boycotting Amazon. It's a personal thing. I just think Jeff Bezos is just the ultimate dickhead. And I used to love myself some Amazon. I'm an Amazon, whatever they call influencer thing where you can like sell shit on there. I love to buy from Amazon. But this past year I was like, no more Bezos. You ain't getting my pesos, Bezos. That's what I said. You guys do what you want, but that's just me. I do not like that man. But a lot of these housewives and other reality TV people, they do these Amazon Lives where they sell shit. Okay. And Kandi obviously does it. And you find out a lot of tea on these. They spill a lot. Like Lauren from Utah, aka Lala Kent from formerly Vanderpump Rules, now on The Valley. She was always spilling stuff on there because you got to get people there. Kyle Richards from Beverly Hills would spill stuff on there. So it can be an interesting place to go and, oh, fudge. You okay, Prince? Sorry, guys. Oh, God. Oh, my. Prince just came in like a wrecking ball. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a spill. And spilled. Oh, my gosh. Hold on, you guys. Smash that like. He spilled my drink all over my desk. We'll be right back. Let's take a quick commercial break. And we'll be right back. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for your patience. Here you go.
Because they're not allowing you to be complex.
No, I need to conform.
Yeah, when she's talking shit about people in the text messages, it's very complex. You don't get it.
You need to conform, right? If you reject them, you're not conforming. You're not loyal. Like one of the themes that you see throughout this entire TikTok is, oh, she's a bad friend.
Do you see how ridiculous this is, John? Even when you describe what's in the TikTok, oh, she's a bad friend. Do you see how that's not a crime? That's not a threat. That's not stalking. That's women who aren't getting along and they're acting petty and they're fighting with each other and they're trying to one up each other.
I'm going to punish her for being a bad friend. She doesn't know.
I'm punishing her for being a bad friend.
What a friendship is. That's
not what a friendship is.
the ideal. That's the
You just summed up what's going on.
reason why there's a real risk of violence here is because number one, this can escalate so easily. And
or it couldn't. Name something that you've covered that started like this. With wine-soaked upper middle class white ladies who get in fights and each other after making tiki-takis. That's not going to happen. And you know it, John. I'm ashamed of you, John.
Oh, half of you got to go. You got to go by noon today.
Yeah,
we heard the dog.
No, John. They will just continue to talk shit on each other. No one will be schmurdered.
number two, you don't fit that ideal. You never did. You're not conforming to this very narrow, rigid perspective that they want you to fit into.
Of what a friend is and their friend. And yeah,
they don't want you to talk shit about them. What a novel idea for a friend. Hey, can you not talk shit about me? Thank you so much.
That makes this, by the way, I mentioned the moral crusade. That makes this an ideological battle in the sense that.
Not ideological. All right. Thank you guys so much. We got it cleaned up. Now Prince is chewing on my mini Christmas tree. He just, he's got that orange cat flavor. So let us continue. So Kandi opened up on her Amazon Live. She filed to divorce Todd last Friday. So just a couple days ago. But says they had been hurtling toward a divorce for a while. As we told you, sources told us Kandi and Todd separated a few months ago after growing apart for some time and after him allegedly probably wanting to hook up with other people. That was always seemed to be the case. Prince, that is going to get knocked over I'm just preparing myself. That's fine. After growing apart for some time, and we're told it's been an amicable split with legitimately no drama. Well, I hope that's the case. Maybe she just got to a point where she was like, you know what? They had done allegedly some, threesomes, invited some people in to the relationship, maybe had a little bit of fun. And maybe she's like, all right, nothing's going to work. Kandi echoed the sentiment on Amazon Live, pointing out that they were both at their daughter Blaze's 6th birthday party the day after she filed divorce docs. Kandi also says she and Todd will spend Thanksgiving together as a family. Well, that's nice. Don't bring any new girlfriends, Todd. Too soon. With her marriage ending, Kandi says that she's up and down, doing well at some points, and then having moments of sadness and being all over the place. Kandi says it means nothing to see her smiling and acting happy online. Yeah, she's a professional. She knows how to fake it till she makes it. In reality, she says, I've been going through it, as you would. She says she doesn't regret anything about her marriage. She met Todd on RHOA in 2011. Oh, damn, that did. Colleen, you were right. That did last longer than any of us that we're in 2025. That's almost a successful marriage in the Hollywood sphere. Got engaged 2 years later and tied the knot in 2014 before having 2 kids. And their kids, their family is so cute. And then she has Riley, her daughter from a previous relationship. And then he has a daughter too from a previous relationship. Bottom line for Kandi, sometimes things don't work out. It just is what it is. What it is, it ain't. And what it ain't, it is. Look at producer Prince back there. Prince, you having fun? Please don't break my Super Bowl 1992 Super Bowl ornament. Please. It's a little bit of a collector's, but NBD. Oh boy. So, and then people are kind of pulling back these clips of now they're going back going, oh yeah, we saw this coming, which I don't even think is necessary because we watched the show, but even things outside of the show, like somebody had tweeted this clip, and this is from @bingeworthy on the Twitter, because it'll never be X to me. And right after the announcement, people, like I said, people started sharing videos of the two of them interacting, like, oh, what do you mean by this? Let's take a look at this video where I got to get you guys' opinion on this, of what you would do if your significant other was talking this mess. Okay, here we go. Make sure. Give me a thumbs up as soon as you can hear the audio on this, you guys. There's Todd, there's Kandi getting her hair done, and that's Kandi's hairstylist there as well.
It's like, I ain't never smashing nobody.
I'm smashing all Kandi's friends if we single. I'm them all down.
Okay, so Todd just says, I'm smashing all Kandi's friends if we single, like if we break up. I don't even know if my husband would be alive now. What? I'm sorry, what? What? Right? Monica says, oh, hell no. What? That's not even funny. There's certain lines, I think, in relationships. Certain couples have their own boundaries or whatever. But there's certain lines you don't cross. You never sexualize my friends, and I will never sexualize yours. Okay? Gross. I do not want my husband's friends. All right? No Sankey.
I would nuts. No. I gotta go.
Would you be mad if I was smashing one of your friends?
Yes. Yeah, if we went together no more.
Why
Yes,
would you be mad?
dude, you're my
Wait, is there any-
husband and my.
I hate when men pull this shit. Oh, you be mad? Yes! You would be dead and I'd be mad. But then I'd be happy because you'd be dead. Okay? Stop it. Hyperbolic, of course. But are you crazy? Are you crazy? I hate when men do that. Oh, that would make you mad? Yes, that wouldn't just make me mad. That would make me schmurderous. What are you talking about? Are you, what? Sir, you better, right, Anna? Who says that? To your wife, the mother of your children, you sicko.
Children's
Is there any friend you wouldn't even be tripping about? If
ass like you think
not
about.
tell me, I'm just talking. I'm just talking.
He said, is there any friend that you wouldn't trip out about if I hooked up with? Oh, no.
No.
Look at her take a sip of that, Stanley. Right then, she was like, I'm filing the paperwork.
It ain't going nowhere.
It's inappropriate.
And he put this on his YouTube channel. Again, people putting this out there. Oh my God. Me and my husband would be immediately in couples therapy. I would be like, okay, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in jail. Okay. Obviously, I don't condone murder except for when I condone murder, or violence at all, except for when I do. Anyways, so we better go to counseling and figure out what's wrong with you. Because I think the aliens have taken over your body and your mind and your spirit.
Then I was like, but babe, I'm happy now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, it's like.
And Ace and Blaze loves them.
Yeah.
And he brought up the children. The children they have together. And Ace and Blaze love them.
Hey, the shit out of you bring so around my kids.
Let me tell you how I am, right? The same way that you just said that, that's exactly what I'd be thinking. Like, let's say my kids were younger and they still, like your kids' ages, right? Your young kids' ages. I would rather.
No, you would. This would be the last time you do my hair. I hate when women do this pick me shit. Well, I can see where he's coming from. No, you can't. His penis is doing the talking, the walking, and the thinking. So she's about to say, well, I would rather have someone. No, ma'am. No. You look at him with the dead schmurder eyes and you say, no, we're not doing that.
You date my baby daddy than some stranger. Because I know you're gonna take care of my kids. Like, I would rather that than some stranger.
Now listen, I wouldn't prefer it, but if it happened, I don't know if I would fall apart like something. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'd be like,
other women in these situations don't have another woman's back in this. Ma'am, stop it. You see Kandi'S uncomfortable. She is your client, your friend. Like, have her back and go, Todd, shut up. Todd, that's silliness. Or just keep, all you have to do is go like this. Keep doing your head like this.
I've had girls that I know and that we have both fucked the same dude before, and then we be over there laughing and joking and talking shit about the guy. Like, like, Matthias is so big, that little baby.
Good point, Brandy says. Are they having like that? I'd be looking at her like, did you have sex with my husband, you sicko?
Like, oh, what?
What is it?
The D word? Yeah, you can.
I'm just making sure.
I'm not overly hurt. I'm sorry. My bad. Maybe I should keep it clean. We should be saying that word.
So she can't say dick, but he can be like, would you be mad if I smashed your friends if we broke up? And the kids loved them and I was with one of your best friends?
So let me I know I'm just messing up y'all.
He's got skinny wrists. I don't know what that means, but it's funny. I too. My wrists are the thinnest part of my body. I'm very proud of them. Very proud. Like, really pathetic. Like, pathetic. Kandi was that chick who was, she herself, I think, identified as bi or pan or whatever. And they did have, allegedly brought others into their relationship. Like, that's cool enough, Todd. You got that. That's cool enough. That's cool enough. Because that would never be me. That would never be me. No sharesies. No sister wivesies over here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Speaking of sister wives, this isn't a good transition here. Morgan from Big Brother 27, you guys, is speaking up. Obviously, she's on her Twitch and she's now friends with Vince. Okay, her and Vince are talking. Yay. And she was going to get Vince a Twitch channel or help him learn how to play these games or I don't know, something. So maybe they've done that. She was hanging out with Tucker from BB24. No, Turner from BB24 and Quinn from BB25 online. And then Vince came in the chat. And she also admitted that her vote, because Turner was like, oh, we both were we both were third on our seasons and we gave the loyalty vote. Because remember, Turner was the only one to vote for Monty that season of BB24. And then Morgan was the only one to vote for what's his face, Vince. I almost forgot his name. And she goes, mine wasn't just loyalty vote. I was voting for who I think really deserved to win the season, who I think like should have won.
It's inappropriate.
Again, whatever's going on with Morgan and Ashley, Morgan stays like delegitimizing her win, trying to be like, no, I still think Vince should have won. It's Morgan, it's so annoying. But yet, so Morgan, she said she's not. Remember, she was like, I'm not a feminist. I don't really want to talk about this on camera, but I mean, even friggin' little Lauren from New Orleans was like, I'm a feminist. And Morgan's like, I don't know. That seems pretty hardcore. Oh, yeah. Equal rights is just real hardcore. Okay. Yeah. And then she went on to just work with men mostly. And then a woman wins, Ashley, who's also her friend, and she's still caping for the dude that she thinks should have won. And then she wants to cry misogyny.
No.
So here she is. Let me know what you guys think. Because this is what she had to say about people possibly being, misogynistic. She wants to use the misogyny, but she's like, but all the women can F the right off.
Since I actually talked about this on several of my interviews right after. I think what people have to understand, because I'm going to talk about this really quick. I think what people have to understand is there is a lot of misogyny rooted in a lot of things in this life, correct? There's been a lot of past Big Brother players that had very close relationships with people that were in relationships and were commended for their gameplay. And some actually won Big Brother. And what's interesting is they were men. So we can have that conversation. So I think a lot of times when people want to really talk about that, and when I bring up that portion of misogyny, they get real quiet. So like I said, I am very open to having that conversation.
I don't even really know who she's talking about. So I got to hear that one more time. Because this is like the 25th time I've heard it. And I don't even know who she's talking about. Anna, do you know?
Big Brother players that had very close relationships.
So there were Big Brother players who had very close relationships.
With people that were in relationships.
With people that were in relationships. Okay.
And were commended for their gameplay.
Are you talking about Cody Cauliflower? Because I never commended him for his gameplay. Your boyfriend Vince did that. I think Cody Cauliflower sucks.
And some actually won Big Brother.
And how he was friends with then Danny Donato, who was married, and then he won. No, we didn't like that either.
And what's interesting is they were men.
I love how she's like, gotcha. And we're like, girl, you just found out about the show. They were men. Now, I'm not a feminist, and I don't believe a woman should have won this season. I think it should have been Vince. But when it comes to me, misogyny.
So we can have that conversation.
Are you sure? Are you sure you want to have the conversation? Because we can have it. I just named someone who I think you might be talking about, because you would only know New School Big Brother. So who else would she be talking about?
So I think a lot of times when people want to really talk about that, and when I bring up that portion of misogyny, they get real quiet. So like I said, I am very open to having that conversation.
She's like, Morgan, stop. Evelyn says, oh yeah, Cody Cauliflower and Danny Donato in All Stars, and then Cody Cauliflower and Christine in BB16. We didn't like any of that. I don't remember anyone being like, that was great. That was so great. I mean, Cody could be seen, I guess, as a homewrecker in BB16. In BB22, him and Danny flirted, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Christine, the married chick. Yeah, half Irish. That could be what, but it's just like, lady, the smuggy smug.
You smug motherfucker.
I don't think, well, him and Danny, I don't think they really crossed the line. It was just, it seemed like Danny Donato was flirting with Cody Cauliflower in BB22 All-Stars. And we were all like, why? Her husband, like, she married who I think, and I've heard many others say this too, of course, not just me, the most attractive guy, if not one of the most attractive guys, to come out of Big Brother. Dominic is his name, I think. Is that his name? Dom? No, that's a handsome dude. Cody Cauliflower, like, don't waste your time. Yeah, and Christine got booed. So yeah, that was messed up. How bad Christine got it. But yeah, I just like, what are you, look at her, she's so proud of herself. I'm like, girl, you just found out about this show.
Anyway.
Okay, so Morgan just stays doing Morgan things. Just do, yeah. Cody, he flirty McFlirt flirts and flirted, but he could have been booed too. I would have booed him. Yup, I would have booed him. But I would boo Cody Cauliflower for everything. That's just me. That's how I roll. But every time, a Big Brother trends recently, at all BB27, since we're now, 2 months out of the season, it seems to always have to do with Vince and Morgan. And then Morgan's always saying stuff where I'm like, why did she do that? And I know we still have to finish roasting her deep dive with Taryn, but let me know in the comments after the video post if you guys are still interested in me doing that or if you're over it. I mean, we can still roast it, but you might be like, I'm over it. So you guys just let me know. I'll let you guys lead the charge on that one. Okay. So let us now smash that like if you haven't already. Let's talk about the LaurenMatthias Mormon Stories Roast. Okay, so there are 2 parts to this. There's a part 1, and this was 4 months ago. LaurenMatthias from Hidden True Crime appeared on the Mormon Stories podcast. Now, this podcast has almost 300,000 subscribers. Okay, and I don't know much about it. Just from its description, it says, I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory, Mormon Stories, but it says Mormon Stories podcast with Dr. John Dehlin is the longest running and most successful podcast in Mormonism. At Mormon Stories, we explore, celebrate, and challenge Mormon culture through in-depth stories told by members and former members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We also occasionally interview scholars, authors, LDS apologists, and other professionals. Our overall mission is to 1, facilitate informed consent among LDS church members, investigators, and non-members regarding Mormon history, doctrine, and theology. 2, support Mormons and members of other high-demand religions who are experiencing a religious faith crisis. And 3, promote healing, growth, and community for those who choose to leave the LDS church or other high-demand religions. Mormon Stories podcast is a product of the Open Stories Foundation, which is a nonprofit dedicated to supporting Mormons in religious transition. So maybe people leaving the old Mormonism. Okay. And I think this is the same Dr. John, not to be confused with Dr. John, her husband. This is the same Dr. John who got an email about LaurenMatthias allegedly when she was on his show, and about her, evil ways. And then he basically negated Lauren's whole defense, her whole case against her alleged stalker, by being like, oh, this is just a message. This person who's making TikToks, they don't name you. They don't show your face. He says this. Lauren showed us this in her proof, her evidence. And they only have like a few followers. So it's not a big deal. And she was like, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. So thank you guys. Hot Ham Radio. Oh, that's cute. Says yes, John DeLynn is cool, and it's a cool podcast. That's awesome. That's awesome. So we're gonna take a listen to the part 1 is Hidden True Crime, LaurenMatthias, early years and journalism career. But I thought we would roast part 2 because part 2 seemed to be a little more interesting. No offense, all offense, because it's called Evil Changed Me, LaurenMatthias on true crime, journalism, and her Mormonism. Wait, Evil Changed Me. Isn't that what she called her thing, you guys? Did she steal the title or did they update the title after her 9 hour? I'm so interested to see. Okay, let me see. What they think of her now that all this has come out about her. You know, if this John has different fifis about it. And maybe you guys know. But didn't she name her live? Oh, be quiet there. No, hers is The Price of Truth. We Speak Out, 9 hour live. Okay, I thought she had the same, and then I Can't Stay Silent anymore. I'm being stalked. Okay. Never mind. So let me drop the link for this podcast in the live chat for you guys. So if you want to hear it without my rude interruptions, without my reactions and my roasting, you can just go right there. And then let me get rid of this. And then I'm going to put it in the description for those of you who are on the replay crew. I'll put it there so you can just click on it there. LaurenMatthias on Mormon Stories Podcast. All right. We're just providing fair use commentary. Never want to steal their stuff. It's from 4 months ago. Go give them a like. Go give them a subscribe if you feel like it. If you like it. Yeah, I'm interested, Half Irish, to see like how they think now. Cindy says, I noticed that Megan Connor and Joe Schmo took their Crime Con lives down later. 3 and 3 zones. All right. Okay. Sheila says, I'm here for your rude pause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jay Brad said she plagiarized the title just like the script. Yes.
It's inappropriate.
All right. So this is 2 hours. We might skip around a little bit. I might speed it up a little bit if it gets boring, but we'll see. It seems kind of interesting. So this is the part 2. Part 2. 1, 2, 3. There's only 1, 2. Oh, hello, producer Prince. Welcome back after our little mishap, my baby. All right. Let's listen, guys.
For his podcast, I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is July 2nd, 2025, and we're here for part 2 of an epic traditional long-form Mormon Stories interview with the LaurenMatthias, co-host of Hidden True Crime Podcast.
Don't look too excited. Look at Lauren already looks like pissed.
Epic.
Like this is a big podcast to be on. Let me see how many views this episode has. Ma'am, why she look so pissed? Maybe because it's part 2 and she already went through it in part 1. But this has, 87,000 views. It's got more views than you and John get if you're not talking about an alleged stalker. 4.7K thousand likes. Lauren, act like you want to be there. The guy's so welcoming. Oops. Prince muted it.
With the LaurenMatthias, co-host of Hidden True Crime.
Hey. Yeah. What's up? You're welcome. Lauren, why do you be like that?
Podcast. How you feeling, Lauren?
Good. Got through part 1. Feeling good. It's like a marathon.
Okay, so maybe it is. Maybe I'm being a little too harsh. Maybe it's just because she went through it in part 1. I didn't listen to part 1, so I don't know. I haven't listened to part 2, so I don't know.
We're also here with my guest co-host for today, a face and a name that will be familiar to those of you who've been following Mormon Stories in the past few years, Mindy Caldwell. Hey, Mindy.
Hi there. Look how happy Mindy looks to be there. Hi there, guys. Hey, Mindy girl.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, John. Happy to be
Nice.
here with you and Lauren.
Such a nice smile.
And for those who didn't catch part 1 of our interview with Lauren, pause this episode, stop it, go
No.
back and watch it. It's about 4 hours. It's worth every minute.
No, I might go back and listen to it and see if it's something that we want to react to. But we're going to just do part 2 right now. Okay, John, is that okay with you? Thank you, Mr. John. Dr. John DeLynn.
But we talked about so many good things. Of course, for those joining us for the first time, Lauren and her husband, Dr. John Matthias, they co-host a super popular true crime YouTube channel and podcast called Hidden True Crime.
Is it super popular? Is it? But is it? The question is it as popular as Law and Crime? Because remember, Palm Puppy Grayson said, Law and Crime's jealous. I think they're jealous of us. Yeah. They don't even know who you are, lady. They just saw that you were going to go to court and it was a YouTube and it was a crazy civil stalking injunction. They're like, we might film that. We might. We'll put in a request.
And also, Lauren and John are consulted nationwide.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Tanya. Where has Mindy spoken out? If you guys don't mind linking me to that, that would be amazing. Or just telling me where it is and I'll find it. Oh, Mindy don't like Lauren no more. Mindy says, no, thank you. I had a feeling. Hi, Excited Utterance. Good to see you. It was fun raiding you yesterday. I just figured out yesterday you could do raids on YouTube, so I was so excited. Reddit. Okay. Which Reddit is it in? Like where on Reddit? Is it in a certain subreddit? Is it the Hidden True Crime subreddit? And you saw it on Jay's? Okay. All right. I'll find it, you guys. I'll find it. Thank you for notifying me, and then we'll pull that up after this interview. Oh, I can't wait to see what Mindy has to say. Cute little Mindy. All right, Mindy. Let me write that down. My Mindy's response to Lauren. Okay, next. All right, I'm doing too many notes. 11:26. I'm putting the date down on my own Post-it note.
Worldwide as experts on not only true crime, but they're definitely subspecialists in true crime connected to Mormonism. And it turns out, it seems like there's a higher percentage of Mormon true crime. Maybe Mormonism punches above its weight in true crime stories. I don't know. Is that possible?
Mormons create content for our podcast.
So Lauren and Dr. John know a lot about the Lori Daybell and Chad Daybell case. They've covered Jody Hildebrandt, Ruby Franke, and just so many Mormon and non-Mormon related true crime stories. But we're thrilled to have you back. In part 1, we talked about Lauren's childhood, her upbringing in various parts of Salt Lake City, her always feeling like she wanted to contribute, possibly as a journalist in her life, but as life progressed, things happened that she didn't plan, like her dad ending up in a very public lawsuit that resulted in him going to prison. And in addition, her trying to figure out how to build a journalism career as a Mormon woman who also wanted to get married and have children and live a traditional Mormon lifestyle. And the way that things progressed in last episode is her reaching her 30s.
Good job, John, with this little overview. I think we got an idea.
Still unmarried.
I'm just going to speed it up just a little bit. No offense to you, Mr. DeLynn.
Which is a shocking thing for a Mormon woman to reach her 30s unmarried. But she ends up in several unhealthy relationships and ends up marrying a spouse that I will say presents, from what I hear, or presented as very abusive. And that marriage lasted a couple years. And the way we left last episode was that marriage was on the rocks, if not.
Excited Utterance said, this dude is an actual doctor of psychology. Shots fired. Boom roasted.
Boom. Roasted.
Boom roasted. Oh, what is that like? Maybe Dr. John Matthias should ask Dr. John, what is it like to actually be a doctor of psychology. Also, if you guys aren't already, please, if one of the mods doesn't mind dropping Excited Utterances channel, go give them a sub. They're killing it. They're just pumping out so much great content regarding all of this. And you guys, not to toot our own horn over here, but we're now 305 subscribers, if my math is correct, from 50K. Wouldn't it be cool if we hit it during this live? It could happen. I'm just pointing out there.
Was going to be ending in divorce, while Lauren was able to get a really cool job on a TV station in Boise, Idaho, after having worked in Idaho Falls. That's a bit of a high level recap. Pocatello? Did I say Idaho Falls? Pocatello?
Same.
No. It's good. Thank you, Minnie.
Mhm.
So go check it out. And what we're going to be talking about today is
Right, Anna?
many of the Mormon related stories that Lauren covered in her time at Boise and after, and ultimately her meeting Dr. John Matthias, really getting into true crime, especially the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell stuff. And then, how Hidden True Crime podcast was founded and where she is now, both with the podcast YouTube channel and with her Mormon faith. How's that?
That was pretty good. It was solid.
Are you sure we're not all, should we all go take a nap, or you think we could do this? Can we do this, Mindy?
We're going to do it. We're pushing through.
We're pushing through. No siestas today.
Okay.
Now that you guys said Mindy has spoken out, I just look at Mindy and I want to know what she thinks. I want to know what you think, Mindy. I want to know so bad. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, but I'm not gonna look yet. I'm gonna drop Excited Utterances channel though. Hella, under my little hella, I really have enjoyed getting to know these couple of channels. I mean, I don't know a ton about them. I'm not gonna, pretend I do, but there's just such good positive energy coming from Every Day with Jay and Excited Utterance and Hella. So I dropped her channel. Hopefully it showed up there. So you guys can open another tab, go hit that subscribe, give them a like and a sub.
All right. So let's see. When we left off, did we end with you saying that there was a divorce, or so did the divorce happen yet? Okay.
The divorce has happened.
And that's what year?
2015.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to back up just a tiny bit if it's okay, because I went through my YouTube Facebook Messenger, and I found that we had several correspondences over the years. And the only reason I'm going to mention these is because there are several Mormon stories that you
He's like, you've been hitting me up, Lauren.
Covered, and you were a journalist, but you also were a believing Mormon, and maybe you still are a believing Mormon. We'll see how this ends, but I just want to flag a couple of the cases
Thank you, Hella.
or stories that you reached out to me about. And if there's any reflections you have on them, I thought that'd be interesting. Is that all right? So last episode, we already talked about Prop 8 and how you find yourself being an LGBT ally or advocate. I found in 2014, you reached out to me about Kid Kelly and ordained women.
Kid Cudi? I wish it was Kid Cudi, but it's Kid Kelly. And apologies on my Mormon ignorance, but I do not know who that person is.
And that's, of course, when Kate Kelly was trying to advocate for women in the Mormon church being able to,
Okay, well, I like. Let me just look up Kit Kelly. Mormon. That's all I'm going to Google. Kit Kelly Mormon. Kate Kelly. Is it Kate Kelly? Kate Kelly, an excommunicated Mormon activist who founded the group Ordained Women. She was excommunicated. They love to excommunicate. Do they have to leave in their special undies? She was excommunicated in 2014. Okay. And for advocating for women's ordination to the priesthood within the church they were like, women can't be priests. They can only create life and do everything cool. But no, it must be the men. The men are the ones. God, the things that men like this tell themselves, how they have to hold us down because they're so weak. It's like, oh my God.
God is a man made up by other men to tell them that they're special.
I mean, for real though.
Obtain priesthood ordination, but also trying to promote feminism. And I'm curious if you have any, since you expressed last episode that you identified as a feminist, as even a...
I'm sorry, who? What? Who? More. Sorry. Lauren? Wowan ain't a feminist. Well, I never heard that kind of feminism before. I don't know what that is. I don't. I'm sorry, what? Wowan? Wowan loves the patriarchy. Wowan benefits from the patriarchy. Wowan ain't doing shit for women that I've seen. Okay? But okay.
Young Mormon child. Do you have any reflections on that whole ordained women thing and how it felt for you to see that movement come and go as someone who identified as a Mormon feminist?
Yeah, that's interesting. At the time, so I can tell you at the time and how I feel now at the time of ordained women, when that was really big, I don't know if I agreed that I wanted women to have the priesthood, but I
See, there you go. There you go. See, it's,
Boom. Roast.
she was like, I don't know if I agreed that we should have power, like the same power as men. I thought I was identifying as feminine. Is that not the same? That's not. I thought feminist was. Oh, I thought it was just like really ultra feminine. Okay. Oh, it's like women have power that men can have. I don't know about that. I mean, we get our periods, and it's like, what if we're having a bad day, and we're just like, we just lose it, and then we blow up the church or something. I don't know. Never mind. So Lauren quickly corrects John then, like, no, she doesn't like women like that. No, Lauren is the type who's in competition with women. Lauren's internalized misogyny is dripping from her areolas. Like, she could feed the patriarchy with her internalized misogyny coming out of her tots. That's just, in my opinion.
supported ordained women. Like, I supported what they were doing, but I didn't know if I felt as strongly or to participate.
Yeah, thanks. It's like the Ani DeFranco song. It's nice that you listen. It'd be nice if you joined in. As long as you play that game, girl, you're never going to win. Okay? So it's nice that you're like, I like what they're trying to do, but I'm not going to help. I'm not going to help women. Gross. Yuck. Ew.
I would say that's changed. So I remember in living in Boston was when I realized, you know what? I do support women having the priesthood. So there you go. Yeah.
So at the time, that didn't affect your faith much to see Kate get excommunicated and the movement kind of be beat down by the church.
I reported on your excommunication and Kate Kelly's excommunication. When I was reporting on your excommunication, I interviewed you over the phone, actually, and to interview Kate Kelly too, I assume so. And I just remember thinking,
Gross. Stop it. Stop. She only supports unannoying women. If you're annoying, or you at all are not benefiting her financially, or you're more successful or more attractive or all the things, then she doesn't like you.
that day, do the story. I just, like, some days, you're so busy, you're not even thinking about your bias. I was like, just do the story. That wasn't the case with another story, though, that I covered in Boise. I don't know if I wrote you about that. Keep going, because there was one story in Boise that did affect me.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get there. So, all right. So, and that makes total sense. You kind of have to compartmentalize. Like, if you're a journalist, it's not about you. It's about the story.
Whoa, and let him host his own podcast. Okay.
It's about the story. I remember being grateful that Boise gave me the story because it was the only LDS reporter.
Yeah.
So I remember being glad that I had the story.
Glad.
But yeah, right. It was just my day's work that day was to report on your excommunication.
What is this a Utahian accent? Glad. I was glad.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta grab this little screenshot. She's smiling. She looks so happy here.
So as you're in those early years, as you're covering Mormon related stories, even some that touch on very personal experiences or feelings or beliefs you had, it sounds like your testimony was kind of Teflon. It was just, you were doing your job, and you probably weren't doing a lot of processing about how these stories personally related to your faith. Is that fair?
They affected me, not in, I wasn't going to church a ton in Boise. I'll say that. Not that I was purposely not going. I actually tried to go. I'd go occasionally, but there wasn't like a great ward that I felt great in. In fact, I do remember going to church once on Mother's Day and leaving, in the middle of sacrament meeting. But she
was like, ew, why are we celebrating mothers? They're women, right? I'll be back on Father's Day, LaurenMatthias said. I don't think church should be wasted on mothers. Yuck. Ew.
I always cared about the people and cared about their stories being told. But I think what my belief is people. It's the humanism. It's the loving one another. So I felt that everybody's story deserved to be told, including yours. Like, I felt for you when you I can't remember our interview, but whatever you felt at that time, I felt like your story deserved to be told. So I think I just always, that's what I.
So did she say she interviewed him? And she's like, I can't remember your interview though. Sorry. Maybe you could brush up on it before you go on his podcast.
Cared about is making sure that everybody felt heard. But there was a story. Well, there was one story I did. It wasn't necessarily LDS, but it did affect me. And actually I had to push Boise to let me do it. And it was about a little girl who was transgender, and she was 12 and she wanted to tell her story in Boise, and they didn't want me to do it. So I actually came to the station and said, I want to tell DW's story. And they said, our audience is too conservative. I was the only LDS reporter in the newsroom, so it wasn't that, but just in general, Boise's maybe too conservative for this. And I said, you've got to trust me on this. Like, DW's story needs to be told, because she also had this father who had to change. And he talked about burning her Barbies on the barbecue pit and lighting them up, and then he learned about the suicide rates. And he's like, I've got to change, and I have to have a funeral for my son and a birth for my daughter. And I pushed and I said, if anybody can tell this story in this town, it's me, because I am of the LDS faith. You got to trust me. And I went all the way to corporate. I was like, you've got to let me tell DW's story.
This seems like the plot of a movie. And she's like, and I went all the way to corporate, all the way to the top. All the way. I went all the way to Joseph Smith's tomb, and I said, listen, Joseph, I got to talk about this.
And that one really affected me, because I so believe still to this day in DW's story and her dad's story too. And I did win first place.
Why do we got to talk about what we won? It's a very important story about a child. But I told you quickly about them, and I won first place. Me. And then there's me.
At the Idaho Press Clubs for that.
For the Idaho Press Clubs, which I imagine there are 4 other people in that. Maybe 2.
Story. And so that was a story that really affected me again. And but that's probably not a story I contacted you about.
No, that's fine.
But that affected me.
And me. Take a drink every time she says me, and you will be intoxicated.
And keep.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know what's keep going. And then there is another one that really affected me in Boise, but keep going.
So another one that happened in mid 2015 that I'd forgotten about.
Did he just put his glasses on? Did I miss that?
Was the Boise Rescues.
Now those are glasses that fit a man face, John. Dr. John Matthias. You might want to trade in your little lady glasses to get some of those that fit your face.
So for those who have no idea what that means, Denver Snuffer is and was.
Did he say a snuffer?
Sort of what I would call a neo-fundamentalist, kind of a precursor to the Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. He's an attorney, lived in Sandy, Utah, and he started writing books about receiving what's called the second comforter, which is basically fasting and praying and being as righteous as you can until you can get a personal visitation from Jesus. And
okay, well, Lauren knows all about the second comforter. She blows her nose on him.
Boom.
In
Roasted.
hotels while crying about her stalkers. Allegedly. Lauren's second comforter is covered in boogies.
he was the first. He was excommunicated actually before me and before Kate. He was excommunicated in 2013. But in my mind,
sounds like excommunicated is what you want to be. Sounds like then life can start.
He was the kickoff of this sort of 10-year span of Mormon church excommunications. But by mid 2015, and by the way, he had tens of thousands of followers who viewed him as a prophet. They viewed the Mormon church as fallen, but they viewed Denver Snuffer as like a one mighty and strong, called to restore the restoration, basically, and help get the Mormon church right, or lead a movement, kind of like the Church of the Firstborn, right? And what's in Visions of Glory, lead sort of a movement of true Mormons that also, a lot of them happen to be preppers. So that all happened.
I thought Catholicism was confusing. Dang, being raised Catholic, I was like, oh, there's just what's. But this is like got the story of the fluffer, the story of the snuffer, first comforter. Oh boy. Oh boy.
And it culminated between his excommunication in 2013 and mid 2015 with a lot of people in Idaho following Denver Snuffer with weird fringe neo-fundamentalist prepper like Mormon beliefs. So you covered the Boise Rescue, which was Mormon church leaders descending on Boise to try and stave off
You're
all the
terrible, Muriel.
excommunications, resignations of people who became snufferites. And I don't even know if you remember how much about that or how it influenced you, but that was something we corresponded about.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I do remember interviewing a gentleman who was a snufferite about that.
Yeah.
And that is interesting because foreshadowing, yeah, Lori Vallow loved Ember Snuffer's book, Second Comforter.
Yeah.
Loved. And
I'm sorry, what is going on here? Lori Vallow loved Denver Snuffer's book, Second Comforter. Is this like green eggs and ham? It's like some Dr. Seuss shit. Lori Vallow loved Second Snuffer, Second Comforter, loved her snuffer under her second comforter.
now declares that she had her own vision of Christ. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much that one affected me, but
No,
yeah,
it's fine. And then
Yeah.
later in 2015, the November 2015 policy comes out. So we've already talked about LGBT stuff. That's when the church, in response to same-sex marriage being legalized
Yes.
nationwide, just lashed out at same-sex married couples and basically said, you're an apostate. If you get same-sex marriage, automatic excommunication for same-sex marriage. And
I'd be like, I'm gay today, I'm gay every day. If they get me out of this snuffer second comforter shit. Thank you, Chickenhead. Exmo here, lads is cult. Chickenhead PK Dorkface Neil, even though it says at 39 Chickenhead.
your children can't even get confirmed or baptized or be members
Oh no.
until they're 18 and they denounce your marriage. So you covered that.
Yeah, that one affected me. Did I reach out to you about that one?
Yes, we did.
It affected me.
Really? Yeah, that one affected me. In fact, that story that I did that day is
Yes, get
to
it,
this day the
Dr.
most-
May. Put your hearts in the chat for Dr. May CH. Woo! Ex-Mormon gay here. Let the gays free. Free. Way to go. Congratulations. Congratulations. Put your hearts in the chat for Dr. May. I love to see it. They tried to recruit me. I'd be like, I'm so gay. I'm the gayest piece of gay that ever gay. Leave me alone.
watched news story I've ever done.
Oh, really?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
On the November 2015 policy?
Yep. And I received love.
Did Mindy seem a little skeptical, or am I reading into this now? She's like, really? Really?
To this date, the most watched news story I've ever done.
Oh, really?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
On the
She doesn't. I don't think she believes her. Really?
the November 2015 policy?
On the November 2015 policy, you knew about that? Really?
Yep. And I received love and hate mail. All I did is
And why is everything by the most that was ever watched? Everything is like numbers and awards and me and money.
tell somebody's story and people calling, saying this is not, someone needs to fix this. And I would get on the phone and say, I'm actually LDS. They'd say, this is not done right. I'm LDS.
They
Let me
need to
explain."
talk
I was
to somebody who's LDS.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm the reporter. I'm LDS. But yeah, that story.
Yeah, sure, Jan.
Yeah, I told the story of a boy and a mother and a son, and the son was prepping to go on a mission, and he was no longer now going because his father was gay. And so that was it for him. The entire trajectory of
Gay daddies, gay daddies. Reminds me of the South Park episode. Two daddies, two daddies. I've often wished my dad was gay, but sadly, he just is in love with my mom. No, but yeah.
his life changed that day. And so I went over there and told their story.
And then interestingly, we don't have another correspondence, at least in Facebook Messenger, until 2021, where we talk about the Daybell case.
Interesting.
So maybe now's a good time to talk about meeting Dr. John and what happened between 2015 and 2021.
I was busy. Yeah, interesting. That's so funny.
Not Dr. John's coming up, you guys. Brace yourself. We also hit 49,703, so we're now under 300 subscribers away from 50K.
Memory lane. Wow. Yeah. So, I got divorced preparing to, I mean this sincerely, preparing to be single for the rest of my life. Like, I was like, I wanted to go to CNN. That was my goal. I was like, you know what? Like, I want to go to CNN. You can do this. You're on your own, Lauren. Pep talk. You might not have kids, but it's okay. Or maybe you can adopt one day, because I did want a child. I did date occasionally.
She's like, I'm gonna go to CNN. I was really lusting for a Wolf Blitzer. You seen him? Whew, he looks like a wolf, a man wolf. And Don Lemon, what a hottie. What, he's gay too? Oh, everybody's gay. Everybody's gay. Do.
I got online. Nothing was going well. I had no direction at that point because I'd never dated someone that worked out, like ever. Like here I am 35 and single. So I just, I occasionally wanted to try to date, but I had no real expectations. And
she does look like a Fox News correspondent though. She's got the hair, the same kind of talks as the Fox Newsies.
No real direction. I went out with some people I probably shouldn't have gone out with because I was like, I don't know. I have, there's no list anymore. I have no idea. And I actually was even thinking about what kind of future, it was for me. And you know what article came out at this time? If you remember it, do you remember Time Magazine's article, Jews and Mormon, what those two cultures can tell us about the dating crisis? Do you remember that?
I do,
I remember that.
That came out in 2015, right after I got divorced.
Wow.
So
I'm pretty sure they wrote it about me. That's what I'm saying, okay? Then I was offered a spot on Mormon Love Island. Yeah. You have to wear your special underpants the whole time, even when you're swimming.
That article was about me.
Bruh.
It was about me.
So
what was the gist?
I sat down and read that article. The gist was that essentially, as you get older, Mormon women and Jewish women are absolutely outnumbered to Mormon men and Jewish men. These two conservative groups, men fall away from the church more than women do. So they're more, as you get older, more active participants in the religions that are female. So a lot of them are not going to meet somebody, essentially, or get married. Or if they do meet someone, they're going to settle. And they're going to greater means like breast augmentations and desperate to try to land a man.
Is that, can you get boobies? Can you get tots if you're LDS?
And essentially settling.
I wonder if that was what Joseph Smith wrote on the 35th day. The titties shall be fat, the titties shall be big, the titties shall be plentiful, even under the knife. Okay? Thanks be to Joseph Smith.
And I read that and I thought, yeah, what is this? And this idea in our church that, well, don't worry, if you don't meet a man in this life, you'll have one in the next.
Oh, God. Stop threatening us. Stop threatening us. You'll have one. You'll have a heaven daddy. You'll have a heaven love. Yes. Heaven is like a big singles party with guys just ready. Hello. Would you like me to lock you down in heaven? Huh?
Like, to put it mildly, like I thought that was bullshit. Like,
well, I mean, that doesn't take too much critical thinking to be like, you sure about that?
I'm not waiting till I'm dead to find love. And like I said, I was determined to be single. I was okay being single, but I'm not going to dedicate my life to finding this LDS return missionary, and if I can't find him, just wait till I'm dead.
Because there's also the Mormon rule, don't marry a non-Mormon.
Yeah. Like it's just, So that article really affected me too. Like, yeah, this is, I sort of, yeah, I don't know who to look for. I don't even know, but I don't think I'm going to marry a Mormon man either. And I opened myself up to other possibilities. And actually, I wrote on Facebook, speaking of Facebook.
Oh, God.
About that article. And that does play a part in my meeting John. So I'll read you what I wrote on Facebook.
What?
After I read that.
AKA Catley says, Jolene, you joke, but Mormons genuinely believe that Heavenly Father and Mother are creating spirit babies. What do you mean spirit babies? Like, so if I die and I go to Joseph Smith, Mormon Daddy Heaven, I'm going to get is it me and my husband? Or what if I die first? Do I make spirit babies? Who's making the spirit babies? Who's taking care of the spirit babies? What's going on? Is there spirit breast milk? Are there spirit diapers? What's happening up there?
Article. So
we mentioned this book last time, but tell us the name of this book again.
This book is called Escaping Emotional Abuse: A Healing Journey by yours truly.
Yours truly. LaurenMatthias. Yeah, spirit form, like formula. Are all the babies cared for? Are all the spirit babies cared for? What's going on? Do you have spirit baby play dates? Is there spirit baby daycare? Are there spirit baby nannies?
I wrote in 2019. So,
okay.
It's so funny too because I would never post Facebook posts like this now, but
I hope not. Because who's posting on Facebook except for my mom? Sorry, Nana.
Boom. Roasted.
I'll be like, oh, Nana, what'd you do today? Well, didn't you look at Facebook? And I'm like, no, I don't really look at Facebook a ton because it's just always like selling me shit. And she's like, well, it's on Facebook. I got like 62 likes on it. I went to Costco with Dad. We got a new tree. Oh, okay, Nene. Maggie May says, you were a spirit baby before you agreed to be born here, according to Joe. Oh, so I was just spirit babying, waiting to be plopped down and head through a human baby door. Is that what they're saying? But if I'm in baby form up there, but down here, I'm like spermies, eggies, zygote, fetus. Okay. Forget it.
did back then. So here were my thoughts on the article. I said, believe it or not, the rise in Mormon breast implants and $1,000 Jewish dowries can explain why you're alone on a Friday night. Time magazine. That's all I needed to hear to admit the author had done his research. To summarize parts of the article, the Mormon dating scene is comparable to The Bachelor. In past decades, women trying to snag the last remaining good guy would work on her cooking skills or smile more. Today, work is often done by a doctor. It hurts that there is a culture within the faith I love where so many feel they are not enough. We've been complaining about the picky men for years. It's not new. There will always be men and women who measure worth by appearance. So let's try something new. Be unapologetically you. Try spending your Friday night happily alone before spending it with anyone who is wishing you were a 9 instead of an 8.5. There are good men out there, wonderful men. I give men more credit. I think we'll learn about those good men and discover who they are once we love our wishing you were a 9 instead of an 8.5. There are good men out there, wonderful men. I give men more credit.
Most pick-me anti-feminists do. I give men more credit. They're great.
I think we'll learn about those good men and discover who they are once we love ourselves completely and fully.
Yes, just blame the women again. Just keep blaming them. Keep blaming them. I think it's not the men. I think it's just us. Once we do better, once we get longer hair, more makeup, love ourselves internally and outwardly, cover up our imperfections, but not too much where you can tell you're covering up our imperfections. Love our tits, but also fix our tits. But also let people touch our tits. But also have pride, speak, but don't speak too much and don't have too much pride. Right away, she's like, but it ain't the dude's fault. It's the bitches.
Once we stop believing we might not be enough, let's allow the good men to give us some more attention.
Oh, God, this is just horrible.
It's inappropriate.
It's us. We didn't find the good men. There's good men out there. They're so good. Especially in this church. They're so good.
And no matter their religion, Jewish men are sexy, Baptists can drink, and Catholics could be right.
What? Baptists? Oh, Baptists can drink Catholic. Because I was like, Catholics, we be drinking, okay? Okay, I didn't become an alcoholic just because I had wine. At the first communion, I was like, what is this magic? And they were like, it's the blood of Christ. I was like, I'll have another one. Okay, I'll have a double. This is very good. This is what his blood tastes like. Are we vampires? I was ready to go full vampire. You know, in the 5th grade, I was like, give it to me.
So,
now the body is not that tasty. I'll be honest. The wafers, the communion wafers, they could work on that. I feel like Jesus would be tastier.
I actually was embarrassed about the post after, and I deleted it.
And you, as you should.
It's inappropriate.
That was an embarrassing post.
A week later, but not before my cousin saw it, and my cousin's boss was John Matthias. And he is a very private.
So your cousin's boss was your now husband. Boss of what?
Guy is a psychologist and
he's a psychologist
and had worked at this nonprofit clinic for family and children for 10 years as their clinical director. And somehow or the other, he had come to work and said, like, this is frustrating. I just can't find anyone to date. And so my cousin had learned that I had just gotten divorced.
Isn't that a weird conversation you would have? I've had men for bosses before, and they'd be like, you know what, boss of mine, I have a cousin who needs to be dicked down. If you know what I mean. You know what I mean? She needs a good man. How about you? I just wouldn't have that conversation. It just seems weirdly inappropriate, but maybe it was a very casual workplace. I don't know.
And she was younger than me. We didn't talk that much, and showed him my photo, and he read that.
Wait. What happened?
Somehow or the other, he had come to work and said, like, this is frustrating. I just can't find anyone to date. And so my cousin had learned that I had just gotten divorced, and she was younger than me. We didn't talk that much, and showed him my photo, and he read that post. So he said, he's not LDS. Would she be okay that I'm not LDS? So she called her aunt. I'm sitting home.
So the cousin who's younger than her, who they didn't talk that much, she decided, you know what, my old ass cousin, who I don't talk to very much, I'm going to hook her up with my boss. Look at this Facebook post she wrote. It's cringy, but gross dudes will like it. Look at this, okay? So look at the Facebook post, and then here's her picture. So her cousin was pimping her out.
On the weekend in Boise, I get a call from my aunt, my very LDS.
So now the aunt gets involved. It's a whole PIMP-ology, but logically be learning these hoes biology.
Yes, aunt. And she says, I'm here to call you to see if you'd be willing to be set up. And I was like, okay. Like, she'd
okay. It's like someone calls you to go, would you like to go skydiving? Okay.
Never try to set me up with anyone. She said, well, they want me to ask 2 questions, but are you okay that he wouldn't be LDS? Again, she's very LDS. And are you okay that he wouldn't be LDS? And he's supposed to be incredibly nice, and he might be a little bit older. And I said, sure.
A little bit. He's damn near dead compared to her. Wasn't he like, what is she, 45? And he's like 70? No, that's not right, Jolene. 45. What is he, 60 something?
That works, Aunt Kathy.
That works, Aunt Kathy.
And then a couple days later, I got a text from John, who introduced himself and set up a time to talk. And
remind us where you were living and where he was living at the time.
I was living in Boise, Idaho still, still working in Boise as a reporter. And
is that how people in Boise say it? Boise? Am I saying it wrong my whole life? I say Boise, Idaho. She said Boise. I was working in Boise. Boise. Where are my Idahoans at? Hey.
And
remind us where you were living and where he was living at the time.
I was living in Boise, Idaho.
Boise.
Still working in Boise as a reporter. And John was in Las Vegas, or partly in Las Vegas. And so I said, sure. And he set up a time to talk, which was also like, wow, he's not asking for my picture. He's not trying to chit chat. Like, okay. He's just like, let's set up a time to talk. I was, just sort of whatever at that moment. So I actually went to my friend's house that night and I was hanging out with my girlfriend. And I just said, hey, at some point this guy might call. And if he does, I'll just go into the room and answer it.
This guy might call, this elderly man that my cousin who I don't talk to and my aunt who's super LDS want to hook me up with, even though he's not LDS and he's very old.
Like quickly and talk to him.
I'll just talk to him real quick,
But I wasn't like setting up side time. And
she wasn't setting up time.
She said, sure, absolutely. So we're hanging out at her house and I get a call and I go to the other room and I am in there for 2 hours.
Rude. If I was your friend, I'd be like, hello.
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
Hello. Remember me, your friend? Jeez, lady.
That
is my child's bedroom. He has to go to bed and you're in there sexting with your almost new boyfriend.
Talk about our past unhealthy relationships.
Oh God, it's like, what a bummer.
You save big money. You save big money when you shop Menards.
Right out the gate? Right out the gate? She's like, let's talk about sad stuff. Let's have sad boners as we talk to each other. Let's talk about our failed relationship. Have you read my book?
We talk about murder.
Oh my God. What the fuck?
I don't have any foods now.
We talk about our failed relationships and trauma. We talk about murder. Oh my God.
I learned that he's a criminal psychologist, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm actually covering this triple homicide right now. It's really disturbing. Let me tell you about it.
Would you like to hear about a triple homicide? Awesome. John says, "Would I?" Yes, I love it.
Which was what?
Adam Dees was his name.
Dees nuts. Stop it, Jolene.
It's inappropriate.
Ugh, stop it.
I'm in Boise, Idaho. It was very, very tragic. The sheriff had actually said, and he was retiring, and he said, in my entire career, I've never seen something so brutal. But a young 22-year-old Christian man committed his first crime by going into a house.
Criminal history. I remember that story.
No criminal
Just had a
history.
break.
Sounds like a really good time there, Lauren. Thanks.
He picked a house on Google Maps. So it's like, this is like your worst nightmare. Picked a house on Google
It's like the Craigslist killer.
Maps. Went, murdered the whole family.
Okay. Thanks, Lauren. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ.
It's inappropriate.
You talk about flowers or something?
And then, yeah.
And then what? And then what? She's leaving us hanging. And then, yeah, she's like, how do I bring this back to me?
And I was there that night.
Okay. But she found a way. She will always find a way. Always find a way.
It happened, we'd heard that there were bodies found and went and stood outside the house. So I was covering this really traumatic murder. So we talked about murder on our first phone call. Yeah. We talked about unhealthy relationships on our first.
Oh my God, bring a book. Boring. No, thank you. But you guys want TPOs on other people, and you two are just meeting each other and talk about murders and unhealthy relationships.
And this was becoming uncomfortable for me. First phone call, he listened. I had never had a phone call like this in my life.
In my life. It's my life. It's now or never. I just want to talk about murder.
And
with an older man who my cousin works for. It's my life.
And I hung up, but that was that. I didn't expect anything because I just thought,
it's just going to be one of them guys. It's going to be one of them stories. Tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme. You just don't meet a guy, but he calls you and you just talk about murder and your trauma, and then you just never talk again. Like, happens all the time.
Good to be true. But it was really nice. I thanked my cousin and said,
thank you, cousin, for introducing me to a man that we could talk about a horrible murder with. It's great.
What happened, but it's great. And he called. Like, it's so funny because I was divorced in February and it was September.
Yeah, that's a short, but you know what? I can't talk because I'm the same way. Okay. I'm what you call a serial monogamist. Okay. When one's over, I'm on to the next. Okay. Goodbye. No. But some people move fast. Okay, Lauren. Okay.
And I was we talked every night since, like, he called the next night and the next night and the next night.
So how long did you guys talk for?
And we were quickly falling in love. I mean,
with murder.
I mean, it was like Love is Blind before Love is Blind. I hadn't even seen a picture.
Oh, they came up with Love is Blind before Love is Blind. She's like, it was like Love is Blind before Love is Blind. Nick Lachey and Vanessa LaShaw stole it from us. Mm-hmm. We also had a group, threesome group called 97 Degrees. And then they came out with 98 Degrees. So I don't know if they copied it, but ours was first.
Next night and the next night. And we were quickly falling in love. I mean, it was like Love is Blind before Love is Blind. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. He had no presence on the web.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. What did she say? This is 2015, 2016? No way. Something. Come on now.
And he wasn't asking for a picture of me, which I loved. So I
wait.
Love. I mean, it was like Love is Blind before Love is Blind. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. He had no presence on the web. And he wasn't asking for a picture of me, which I loved. So I wasn't asking for a picture of him.
But your cousin showed him a picture of you. Remember, you told us that.
Allegedly.
Just like 5 minutes ago. You're like, the cousin showed, didn't she say that? The Facebook story and a picture of you. So he knew what you, listen, there isn't a man alive. Okay? I didn't make them like this, but that's how they are. Who's going to talk to you for that long, not knowing what you look like. Stop it. Stop it. Girl, that's such a dumb thing to lie about. And he didn't ask for a picture of me. He didn't know what I look like. Yeah. So we were just talking. Oh, he knew. And you were all over Facebook and you read your little story and your cousin showed him a picture of you.
And so I was just talking to this guy every night. He was incredible. But at the same time, Milwaukee had called the Milwaukee news station.
Milwaukee? You mean my Midwestern area? Milwaukee called? Why is Milwaukee calling her? What a weird thing to say. Meanwhile, Milwaukee called. Milwaukee? Do you have a friend named Milwaukee? Are you talking about the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
And who was part of our company had called Boise asking to speak to me. And they were wanting to offer me a job interview because they had been watching my stuff and said, we'd like to fly you to Milwaukee.
It's a bigger market than Boise.
Much bigger market than Boise. And
they were watching me. They loved me. They're like, you're so great. Milwaukee. And they're like, come on down to Milwaukee.
And away to Chicago, right? And if I have this dream and I've already like set the stage, I'm like, I will not give up my career ever again for a man. Like I have done this over and over and over again. It will not happen again. So as John and I are talking every night, Milwaukee's calling and
they're like, hey there, it's Milwaukee on the line. Yeah, we got Leinenkugels and the Packers. Okay. And at this time in 2015, we might be pretty good. I don't remember. All right. I think we got Aaron Rodgers. Okay. Before everyone knew he was a dickhead. No offense, all offense. You coming? Yeah, we got some lakes. We got more lakes than Minnesota. Don't tell them. Don't tell them. They say we don't. Well, we count our ponds and puddles as lakes, so that could be why. But come on over to Milwaukee. We got Laverne and Shirley.
And they fly me out. And so I'm telling them, by the way, I'm flying to Milwaukee for a job interview. And I'm texting my cousin. I'm like, look, maybe you should get this guy to come up and meet me. Like he just kept calling me every night.
Why do you have to get your cousin? You're talking to this guy every night, but you need your cousin, who you don't talk to very much, who's younger than you, to get him to come up and meet you. Why don't you just ask him? This is weird, right? You've been talking to him on the phone. You're talking about schmurders, trauma. You just go, hey, buddy, what's going on? Why don't you come to Milwaukee and meet me? They got curds. We got cheese curds. Okay. Have you ever had Ellsworth cheese curds? It'll change your life.
And so anyway, we talked while I was in Milwaukee every night, like every night. He said, how did it go? I was like, it went incredible. They offered me twice as much as I was making in Boise.
Get it? Wisconsin's like, we got that money. We got that shmoney. You want some, baby girl?
They loved me. I come back. And so he's like, he came back the week after I came back from Milwaukee. He finally drove up. And I remember when he drove up, it was actually another murder that I was covering when he arrived. I mean,
oh girl, too many schmurders. Oh my God. I gotta get this screenshot too. She's like, and then I was in another schmurder. NBD.
Boise doesn't have murders every day. So,
but Milwaukee does. Is that what she's saying? Is that what she's trying to say? Is that what you're trying to say? Milwaukee?
he came up. We went to, I was very nervous. I was very anxious when I met him. And
Good point, Anna, they don't have the Brewers either.
it was fun to meet him. He was wonderful. And then
So did he go to Milwaukee? But yeah, the Brewers compared to the Twins, the Brewers are killing it. Okay.
when he arrived, I mean, Boise doesn't have murders every day. So
she wanted to go somewhere where there were more murders.
He came up. We went to, I was very nervous. I was very anxious when I met him. And it was fun to meet him. He was wonderful. And
I was just so blessed with all the murders in the Milwaukee. Oh, the Wisconsin people, they love to kill each other.
And then he left though, like the next day.
Right. So
and Milwaukee then called.
Get to the bone in. Okay. Get to the bone, 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 bone. Tell me what you're gonna do when Dr. John shows up and gives you the sexy eyes. Gives you the sexy eyes. Dr. John's boner. And she saw that tongue. And she was like, let's go.
So Brad Pitt has this allegation.
I think Brad's cute, but
yeah, that's
and
fine.
I think he's a great actor.
That's fine. Yeah,
but I haven't assessed him the way you have.
That's
and
fine.
I think he's a great actor.
That's fine. Yeah,
but I haven't assessed him the way you have. Assessed him the way you have. Assessed him the way you have.
She was like, break me off a piece of that. Dr. John and his lizard tongue.
Called and offered me the joyful. And then he left though, like the next day. And
I bet you they through the sheet. Are they the sheet people or is that the Amish? I can't ever remember who the sheet people are who do it through the sheet. Soaking? Maybe they soaked? Did they soak? Do Mormons do soaking? Or Amish or both? I don't know. I'll have to Google that later. My Google history is already very sus.
Milwaukee then called and offered me the job.
Oh, Milwaukee was like, we'll take ya. Okay, there.
And so I had to call him the next day and say, look, it's nice to meet you, but I just got this job in Milwaukee and I'm going to have to accept it. And I hope that we can continue getting to know each other, but I'm going to be in Milwaukee now. And that conversation led to him being, look.
Dolly Talk says they needed Grayson for jumping on the bed today. No more Graysons jumping on the bed. She's like, is this how you do it, guys? I don't know. I'm just talking like this now, but oh boy.
I'm falling in love with you. I know this is soon, but we need to talk.
John was like, my woman ain't working in Milwaukee. So John said, Oh, that's a good screen to grab too. Let me grab that. Thank you for your patience, you guys. This interview is kind of fun. I'll be honest. It is piquing my dopamine. Are you guys enjoying it? Let me know if you are. If you're not, you can let me know that too. It's okay. I will file civil stalking injunctions on you. But yeah, smash that like if you haven't already. Let's see where we're at for our likies. Oh, you guys are killing it. 330 likes. We got 610 watching. Can we get 600 likes?
Oh. And that conversation led to him being, look, I'm falling in love with you. I know this is soon, but we need to talk because I would rather have you not move away. He was older than me. He had never been married. So.
Sorry, I was looking for my DJ scratch. He was 70 and never married. He was probably like, I'm holding out for Brad Pitt. I'm waiting for Brad Pitt.
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
Because him and Angelina Jolie were on the rocks then. So he was like, oh, Brad, come over, Brad. Come on over, Brad Pitt. Yeah.
So So I guess I'm sharing this because things went very fast. And he sat with me on the phone that night not telling me what to do. No one ever not told me what to do, but sharing.
If you have to say he wasn't telling me what to do, he was telling you what to do.
Bored now.
If you have to preface it like that, he was telling you what to do.
What he believed our future could hold. And
you couldn't even ask him to see you. You had to have your cousin.
Didn't think that my future held everything in Milwaukee. He's like, I know. I was
like, you can't get a lot. Who cares about cheese curds? Who cares about the Brewers and the Bucks and the Packers? Okay, Idaho's got okay, Nevada. That's before I think we had a hockey team, so we didn't have the Golden Knights. We got golden showers. Stop it, John. You stop it, mister. You knock it off. There.
Yeah, I'm a freak.
Yeah, they don't got the champagne of beers. All right, they ain't got Leinenkugels. You ever had honey Weiss? Summer shandy? It'll change your life. It changed mine, but then I had to quit drinking altogether. But it's very tasty beers. Berry Weiss, if you want gut rot.
I explained to him, like, I cannot give up my career for
potatoes.
A man. And he's like, I just think you're not looking at what you're capable of. He was telling me, like, I just think that there are.
He told him, okay, so she told him, I just don't think I can give up my career for a man. He goes, well, I don't think you know what you're capable of. You're capable of being one hell of a wife. One hell of a wife. And she was like, I'm listening. I'm listening.
No.
Oh, Laura, you just said you weren't going to give up your CNN Don Lemon dreams for a man. And here you are, the first penile implant to talk to you, and you're giving up Milwaukee.
Some opportunities, you know, I don't think you should give up your career, but I want you to like just consider. And I think that things could be incredible with us. So it was going very fast.
Wait, what vision did he have for your career that was better than Milwaukee?
John's like, wait a minute. What did he say? Was it cash? Did he offer you cash? Was it money? Because what's better than Milwaukee? All right. Minneapolis. No, Jolene, that is rude. It's just because you're a Minnesotaist.
I'm just dying to know what his pitch was.
She has to think about it. I don't know. I didn't think you would ask me this. Veneers. He offered me a fresh set of veneers through Lori's dentist husband in California. Yeah.
Is he like, you're going to win a daytime Emmy here in St. George? Like what was the pitch?
She doesn't know, but she didn't think this far ahead. She has to come up with a reason now that isn't him just telling her what to do and her following a man.
Which was.
So she's like, let me just laugh. God, I'm gonna pull an idea out of the sky here. Come on, Joseph Smith, are you up there? Hi, it's me, Lowen. I think I still believe I don't want women to be priestesses. What should I say? She's trying to think.
Is he like, you're gonna win a daytime Emmy here in St. George? Like what?
Still looking up. Whoa. She's searching. That's what they say. Look up if you forget or you need ideas. If you look down, some people look down, but that's like something with stand-up comedy. If you like forget your set or you kind of, get jumbled up in your head, don't look down, look up. You have a better chance of those ideas falling into your head than sucking them off the floor. I don't know if that's how the saying goes. Okay. Thank you, JP Cole 888 for the super chat. Lowen is giving DMV sloth from Zootopia. I've never seen Zootopia, but now I want to see the DMV sloth. I do. She's like,
what was the pitch?
He actually said to me then, I think
she's turning red. She's trying to figure it out.
I think we could even start a business.
What was money? He was like, I am very rich and old and unmarried. All right. I know I work as an adjunct professor for free. But at this time, he might have had a career.
He said you could be a reporter, but I think that we could do even something bigger. Yeah.
No. He was like, do you want to be kind of a kept woman? And then the irony is now she's keeping him. He was like, I'm old. And, you know, the older I am, the closer I am to, you know, death. And then it's all yours. Yeah. And then we can meet again in heaven with our spirit babies.
He's just like, I think that there could be a business. I think you should just stay open.
He said, keep your head up, legs closed, eyes open. But he said, keep your head up, legs open, eyes closed.
Sounds like he
gave her the opposite Tupac.
wanted you to stay.
Yeah.
He was a man in love. Didn't want to lose you.
Why is this so funny? The point is, it's not. And she's doing this because she knows what she just said about how I'll never let a man do this again. She's letting the man.
That's so funny. I'm telling the story.
Oh, it's so funny. I'm telling the story, even though I've been telling the story for fucking 30 minutes. Good God. It's so funny. I'm telling the story. Yeah, we could have sped it up.
But the
He's
reason
gonna be
why
so embarrassed. He's like, why are you I don't know why I'm telling this. I was gonna tell this story.
He's gonna be so like, oh, you told them I bought you? You told them I bought you? Are you crazy, lady? Sorry, John. I was hoping I would come up with something better, but usually we have scripts, and we didn't have a script, so I improvised, and it didn't go well.
well, I mean, you just got through saying I'm never going to let a man take me away
Thank you, John Dolan. Thank you, Dr. John, the real doctor.
from my career again.
Yeah.
So I'm just, how did he? That's why I'm asking. He
I
sounds
know.
like you did,
I know.
maybe, or at least temporarily.
Well, the next day I went in.
Well, yes, but I'm just gonna skip over that because it was a business.
Into
Yeah.
Boise, and I gave my 2 weeks notice and took the job in Milwaukee.
Okay.
You did.
And
She was like, I'm gonna have to see that cash money. Okay, you're gonna have to make it rain, make it rain, make it rain on this hoe. Yeah, make it rain, make it rain, make it rain on these hoes. I'm gonna need to see the cash money millionaire. She was like, not yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Are you sure about that though? I feel like she added that now because we know that Dr. John came in with a business offer she couldn't refuse.
I came home and I told him, I said, I took the job. And he was like, wow. But he didn't say you shouldn't have, or he was like, I'm surprised you decided so quick. I'm like,
I had to do a ghost edit. Did Dr. John Dolan, did Grayson get into your podcast episode and do one of her ghost edits? Is this really what happened? Mindy, Dr. John, one of you guys. Because look at that. That was weird. D. Martina says, wait, Jolene, I'm so confused. My Big Brother content creator is doing Mormon stuff? I am. My other obsession is Mormons and sister wives. Well, stay here, baby girl. Because we got a lot.
and I came home and I told him, I said, I took the job. And he was like, wow. But he didn't say you shouldn't have, or he was like, I'm surprised you decided so quick. I'm like, well, they need an answer. Like, I've got to do this.
Does he come from generational wealth, aka the cat lady? Oh, look at your cute little picture with a kitty and a lot of money. John comes from. He does. Well, he went to Princeton. Let's see, John Matthias, generational wealth. I'm just gonna Google that because whatever. Someone on Reddit says, I think Granddaddy's law firm still exists with cousins running it. So maybe Granddaddy? The Matthias Group in Chicago. He is from Chicago. The Matthias Group at Morgan Stanley. Trevor Matthias is CFP, CRPC, PIMP. Are they related? Meet the Matthias Group. Trevor Matthias. Managing Director, Wealth Management, Wealth Advisor, Portfolio Management, Director, Alternative Investments Director, Lending Specialist, Family Wealth Director. There's wealth in every one of his titles. oh boy. He was like, have you heard of Morgan Stanley? And she's like, have I? Well, there's a Matthias group there. And it's wealth, wealth, wealth. Anna says, that tracks. Chicago never has any respect for Milwaukee.
So I gave my 2 weeks and
will
I
tell
hired a
you,
movie.
No matter how you feel about Lauren, this is classic, tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme. You know, Hollywood / Real Housewives. Women who look like Lauren don't marry men who look like John if they don't have money. It's always transactional. I don't care what they say. We see this happen on the Housewives all the time, and then they end up breaking up because either the husband grows broke or the woman grows old, and one of those things inevitably always happens, if not both. And then they try to convince us that they were really in love. And you're like, no, Erica Jane, you would not marry an 80-year-old unless he had all of this money and all of this wealth. Turns out, you know, Tom Girardi was a complete fraud, but that's what it is. That's always what it is. Men will marry them, these rich men, for the youth and the beauty. Now, you know, Lauren wasn't as young as these men tend to marry, like in their 20s, but she was, you know, in her mid 30s, right? And he was like 60 something. But that's how they get them. The men bring the money in these relationships. The women bring the youth and the beauty. And inevitably, one or both of those things will fade away.
And
it's the circle. Yeah, Sherlock Holmes. The circle of life. But they always claim we're so in love.
I was going to Milwaukee, and you know, he visited again, and then I actually, after that visit,
I feel like she's just making it up on the spot now.
Well, they need an answer. Like, I've got to do this. So I gave my 2 weeks and I hired a moving van, and I was going to Milwaukee, and you know, he visited again, and then I actually, after that visit, I was falling in love with him too.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, kind of. I was falling in love with him too. I mean, he's kind of gross, but yeah, he would kind of lay on top of me, and there was a lot of sweating and panting, and he got out of breath real easily. But yeah, I guess it's better than dying alone. Like, you're not selling it, Lauren.
And then I actually, after that visit, I was falling in love with him too. And it was, yeah.
Sure about that? If I tell the story about how me and my husband met, and I'm like, yeah, I guess, yeah, then I fell in love with him.
It was hard. It was hard. So
it was hard to love him. He just would, it's a lot of weight on top of me. It's a lot of pressure. You know, he was old. There was a lot of insure. His breath smelled of insure. I didn't know what that was at the time, but now I do. Now I do.
Ultimately, I changed my mind, and I called Milwaukee.
Ultimately, he wrote a check I couldn't refuse. Am I right? What? I mean, we were in love. I saw a picture. I saw him in person, and it was undoubtedly a connection. And yeah, so.
And I said, I can't do it. And
he showed up with a Birkin. I was like, what? Where do I sign?
It was like out of a movie. They were like,
I've never watched a movie like that. No.
Are you kidding? Like, you could go anywhere from here. Like, it was.
Are you serious? She goes, it was out of a movie. Milwaukee was like, you're turning down Milwaukee? Milwaukee? You can do anything after this. Everyone knows it's Boise, Milwaukee, sky's the limit. Everybody knows that.
Called Milwaukee, and I said, I can't do it. And it was like out of a movie. They were like, are you kidding? Like, you could go anywhere from here. Like, it was like a hard sell. And they're like, what are you doing? And the irony,
you go anywhere from here. You can go to Sheboygan. You can go to Hayward. You ever been to Birch Lake? Actually, Hayward, Wisconsin is one of my favorite cities. It's so beautiful. Okay. Have you seen Door County in the fall? You could go anywhere, bitch. Madison, you like college? Yeah. You ever been to River Falls? We also have a Black River Falls. Okay. You ever been? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You could. You could go to New Richmond.
is I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I was thinking to myself, what am I doing? And so after I gave up Milwaukee,
she's trying to make herself into like a Reese Witherspoon, like Sweet Home Alabama. No, what did Reese give? Did Reese give up in Sweet Home? I don't remember. But she's really trying to create like a movie for herself. I gave up Milwaukee for you. You know how many times they probably have this conversation at home? I gave up Milwaukee for you. And now you want to work for free as an adjunct professor? It's adjunct. Whatever, John. Do another Psychologist Reacts video because we got to pay for this house we're allegedly building. And I have to text mean shit about people. Anyways, did you see the victim of this crime? Oh my God. Does she even brush her hair? Seriously, she needs to put a heat protector on that before she starts curling it. Send. Okay, I feel better.
I then grew really resentful, I think, towards John. And I actually even broke up with him for a second because I was
you stole Milwaukee from me.
Like so angry that like I did that. You know, it's easier to blame John.
Another ghost at it.
On for what I just did.
Yeah, this is so romantic. Greatest love story ever told.
But we got, you know, I'll just say it all worked out. But at that moment, I had no job because I'd given my 2 weeks. So John came up. John had been moving to,
you know, every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. Every time LaurenMatthias laughs, a lie has been told or about to be told.
St. George from Vegas. He's from Chicago in my 2 weeks. So John came up. John had been moving to St. George from Vegas. He's from Chicago, but he thought the Red Rock was beautiful. He was single, and so he wanted to be near the Red Rock. So he'd moved. He's like, "Yeah, I live in this town called St. George." I'm like, "I know it well."
You're like, "I've heard of it."
I've heard of it, and I'm like, "There goes my, you know, job in Las Vegas too." You know, so
right, because you might have been thinking.
I was thinking,
well, Vegas probably has some opportunities.
Yeah,
for journalism.
Yeah. So
she's like, yeah, and gambling and fun stuff and brothels and yeah, Vegas fun. But here we are in St. George.
Needless to say, he came up to Boise and helped me move to St. George. And I moved to St. George, and then, you know, at that moment, I felt sort of frustrated again with myself and with the situation. And he had never been married. And I remember thinking, like, he's not going to marry me. Like, what have I done? So I expressed this to him. And so he said, well, let's just go elope. And
oh, God. So I was like, you took Milwaukee from me. And now I'm like, oh my God, we're just going to live in sin. We're just going to cohabitate. Okay, marriage can wait. Cohabitate? No, we have to get married now. And he was like, "Okay, fine. Let's just go. Let's do it."
We did within 2 days, like a real elopement. Like it was his birthday coming up.
Oh, you took his birthday? Oh my God!
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
I think I remember this now. The birthday. Why would you get married on the birthday? Thank you, Chicken Head. Chicken Head for the super chat says, I know a lie. Your lips are moving. I know you're lying because the lippies is the moving. Oh boy.
in 2 days. He said, well, if you can find someone to officiate, I don't want to get married in a, he proposed to me on Valentine's Day, I should mention. So I was divorced Valentine's Day 2015, engaged Valentine's Day 2000.
Okay, but is that a proposal though if you elope? Like, is that a true, because she goes, it's a true elopement. Does a true elope, I guess, I guess you can be proposed to and elope, right? When my husband and I eloped, we didn't really have like a formal proposal or anything. We're just like, let's do this.
16. But then I wanted to just get married. And so he said, let's elope. And
hopefully you went to Vegas. That's where I got married. Same place as Kelly Ripa and her husband. I always forget his name. Consuelos or something.
If you can find an officiator, I don't want to get married in the courthouse. We'll do this. And so I pulled that off. I found an officiator and we got
an officiator, like a football officiator. Come on in. 15-yard penalty.
Married at Zion National Park.
Oh, I love Zion. I do love Zion National Park. It is so gorgeous. So good choice there.
On his birthday, 2016.
Nice.
And yeah, there we were. And
I got married in 2015. Did you copy me, Lauren?
It's hard to explain to people how it went so fast after everything I'd went through, but I was so in love, and I had never felt anything like this before, and everything felt possible.
With money. Yes, capitalism, baby.
So, in fact, I did want to share, after I got engaged with them, that was something I wanted to share too. So this was when we got
They got engaged on Valentine's Day, and then they got married in July.
engaged. Yeah, it was fast. In fact, it was I couldn't believe it. You know, you hear those stories too, like people get divorced and they get married so quickly. And I felt I had met my soulmate. And you know what? I know that is cliche and people say you shouldn't say they're soulmates.
You should say they're, what are they called? True flames. What are the flames called, you guys? You should say that. I bet you they thought that. He was my twin flame. That's what it is. That's another crazy cult.
But John is my soulmate. But when he proposed.
Why do you look so sad when you say that? John is my soulmate. Pray for the dead and the dead will pray for you. John is my soulmate. I love him. He's fucking great. Yeah. I love him.
This is what I wrote on Facebook.
You write a lot on Facebook?
As a kid, I would hear about Gloria Steinem's
Steinman? Gloria Steinem? Did she just call her Gloria Steinman? Did the feminist? Not Gloria Steinman. Is she talking about Gloria Steinem? I would read about Gloria Steinman. You had to add man to Gloria Steinem's name. She's like, you know what Gloria's name needs? More man, more male influence.
But when he proposed, this is what I wrote on Facebook. As a kid, I would hear about Gloria Steinem's.
No.
And you're reading that. That means you wrote it down as Gloria Steinman. The performative feminist. That, you know who I love? That Gloria Steinman. Yeah. She is great. She is great. Yeah. It's like Cher from Clueless when her date's like, do you like Billie Holiday? And she goes, I love him. That's Lauren.
Radical
family, not funny.
Feminist theories. They were
radical feminist. She can't even say it, girl. I can't.
When he proposed, this is what I wrote on Facebook. As a kid, I would hear about Gloria Steinemann's radical feminist theories.
Yeah, as a kid, like we all do as kids. Just I know when I was a kid, it was like Gloria Steinemann left and right. It's like all people would talk about. Have you heard about Gloria Steinemann's radical feminist?
All right, I get it. You're evil. Do we have to chat about it all day?
Apologies to Gloria Steinem. Apologies. Okay.
They were usually being debated or mocked, but I liked her.
I like to even watch a television show and learn a little more about this. Mrs. America. It was a great show that came out during the Panakuchen. Kate Blanchett. There's a whole bunch of great actresses in that show. Chickenhead, thank you so much for the super chat. I mean, it's just, Lauren, why is a treasure trove of comedy exists in you merely doing an interview? Chickenhead said she really did call her that. Not one, but more. Oh, Gloria, get a C&D now. Oh. And she had that Mrs. magazine, Mrs., because Gloria Steinemann, she loved celebrating wives. Women marrying men and men leading the home. Oh, Gloria Steinemann loved that. Gloria Steinem? She, not necessarily.
Her strength. I liked her voice. I liked the conversation. I like to either agree or disagree with her.
It's like she just Googled it and was like, who is a feminist? Let me see the biggest name that'll just come up in modern. Okay, Gloria. Got it. Gloria, all right. No, Gloria Steinemann.
Whatever it was. She has some famous or infamous quotes on marriage. The surest way to be alone is to get married, or the two happiest groups are married men and unmarried women.
That's actually that's still a thing. People still say that is the truth. Like many studies allegedly done by my friends, have shown that men benefit far more from marriage, which was created by the patriarchy. And I say that as a married woman, who loves her husband, but the institution of it itself it benefits men. Women live longer when they're not married, they say. Men, they're dead. That's what I tell my husband. If you wouldn't found me, you'd be dead in a ditch. Okay? I saved you. You know what I mean? Like, we are saving men every day. We're creating life, saving life. Women, we do it all. But yet the patriarchy thinks they're special.
I had disagreed with her take on marriage because one day I wanted to get married and to love. But the past few years in pain, I started to believe she was right and I was naive. But a quote of Gloria's I've always loved.
Yeah, I would argue that Gloria Steinem is always right over you. Like, I would always side with her than you.
One that I now remember with more potency and hope is when at 66 years old, she chooses marriage for the first time. And Gloria says something very un-Gloria.
Do you see how she waited till she was nearing that other part of your life? You know what I mean? I think 66 is a great time to get married. My mom always told me, as a wonderful boomer woman, she said, do everything you want to do in life. And when there's nothing left to do, get married. And that's why I got married at 35. And even that, I still had stuff to do. But that's what she would say. All right. Jackie, thank you so much for the super chat. Jackie said, I think she had to get married. Her baby boy just turned 8. Do the math. Oh my God. I'm not good at math, but I believe you, Jackie. Oh, Dr. John shot up the club. And babies were made. The spirit baby was like, I'm coming down. And she was like, what? Oh, God. Oh, God.
Your ex-friends are releasing everything. And it is horrible.
And I cannot believe what you said about me.
Did you call her a swinger?
I knew what I had said about her. I told all of you at the beginning of this, I called her annoying. And I knew exactly what it was and what she was saying.
What? Annoying? Obviously, allegedly. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
For entertainment purposes and comedy and parody. Like, what? And satire.
Being married is like having somebody permanently in your corner. It feels limitless, not limited. I really think I'm beginning to understand in a new way, and I'm grateful for that understanding. It's been hard to get here, and there's been pain, but it finally feels limitless. I am so excited to marry this man. So,
but remember,
I called him
that was said by Gloria Steinman, not Gloria Steinem. Okay. And Gloria Steinman was a staunch pro-male red pill chick, allegedly.
Football playing feminist and yeah.
What? Now Dr. John is a feminist? Knock it off.
You suck. Deal with it. I don't personally like to kick someone when they're down. That he's not down. No one's kicking him. The man is a loser. The man is a loser.
She really was like, and Dr. John is a feminist. Where?
I am so excited to marry this man. So, I called him my football playing.
He's 70 or 65 or 62, whatever you guys said he is. I apologize. He's not playing football. He wasn't playing football when you met him. He hadn't played football since college. Yeah, my husband played football in high school, he said. Okay. But I don't say my football playing husband because he did that when he was a child. And he also doesn't say sometimes I'll say my softball wife because I played drunken co-ed softball for years as an adult. But serial. Girl, she is in love with the idea of this Princeton football player, rich guy, not her current husband. That's what it looks like. Thank you, Mesta 1992. Love your content. Please deep dive Laura Owens next. Okay, that's the lady that said she got pregnant from the Bachelor guy, right? Feel free, you guys. Send me where I need to look. JoleneReacts@gmail.com. You don't even have to send links or anything. Just say, hey, check out Laura Owens and, whatever. She is facing criminal charges for multiple pregnancy frauds. Oh, Lord. I did see a little bit of her arrest video around Christmas time, maybe last year, the year before. I think Amy, if Amy's in the chat. Yes, Amy told me about it. There's Amy. And she's been telling me about her for a while, maybe for like a year. And I did see a little bit of her arrest video and I was like, whoa. She was like, my dad can't walk. He's in bed. Get out of here, cops. And then the dad comes out like, hello. And they're like, I thought you said your dad couldn't walk. Like crazy business. And I do know that Dave Neal, who is another content creator and a stand-up comedian, and we lived in LA around the same time and had like mutual friends. We don't really like know each other, but I know of Dave Neal. I've met him a few times. And I know he was very involved in that case. And he had to deal with a lot of bullshit regarding that. So, that's a scary lady, but I might have to look into it. But that's crazy.
Feminist and yeah. So we got married.
Can I ask a quick question about that?
Mm-hmm.
So you already mentioned that you kind of let go of the idea that you'd ever find.
Man, I think I'm beginning to understand. So, I called him my football playing feminist and yeah. So we got married.
I called him my football playing feminist. Girl, stop it.
Can I ask a quick question about that?
You look so sad. When I talk about me and my husband getting married, I know. So we got married.
Mm-hmm.
So you already mentioned that you kind of let go of the idea that you'd ever find a righteous Mormon man to marry. But there is the Mormon theology that families that get married in a Mormon temple, they get sealed in a Mormon temple, are eternal. And the children that are born into families sealed in a Mormon temple will be with their parents forever.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh gosh. Okay.
The flip side of that, or the manufactured scarcity, as I like to call it, is that if you don't get married in a Mormon temple, your marriage ends when you die and you won't be with your partner in the celestial kingdom. And any kids you have,
You can't find them? Oh, the kids in the celestial kingdom? You're like, hello. I'll be like, Chow. Where's Chow? They'll be like, sorry. You didn't go into the temple of doom.
to families sealed in a Mormon temple, will be with their parents.
Okay, so you have to be sealed in a Mormon temple to go to heaven, to go to Joseph Smith heaven with your family, with your kids and spouse.
Forever. And the flip side of that, or the manufactured scarcity, as I like to call it, is that if you don't get married in a Mormon temple, your marriage ends when you die and you won't be with your partner in the celestial kingdom. And any kids you have, you won't get to be with them in heaven, because in the Mormon world, God separates spouses and children if they aren't all faithful Mormons, basically.
Oh God, they make that. Why do most of these religions make God such a meanie? I just don't believe that there would be a God that would be like, yup, you can't be with your kids because you didn't do the thing. Yeah, sorry. It's right here on the list. You were supposed to get sealed. Just get a seal of approval. You got to get sealed. Yeah, with saran wrap. You got to get sealed. You didn't do that. So, looks like you're going to be lonely for eternity. Should have did that. Should have done that. Should have got like a babysitter or something.
God is a man made up by other men to tell them that they're special.
That's crazy.
What did you do with that theology as a believing Mormon?
Two things. I really wanted to get sealed and sealed to him. I didn't believe that.
How do you get sealed? Do you have to get dunked in water like baptisms? Do you get wrapped in saran wrap? Does anyone know the sealing process? Because we know the soaking process, but I really want to know the sealing process.
God would keep us apart. So I did believe that I would be with John forever. But it was a metaphor for me and something that I valued, and it meant a lot to me. And the idea of being sealed together.
Oh, or you could be branded like that Nexium, whatever that cult was with the Smallville lady. That was creepy.
Forever with him was something I really wanted and craved. And I would even talk to him about it. And he actually loved the idea that there was a heavenly mother in Mormonism. Like, he loved that. He was like, I love that there's this heavenly mother, and that.
He's like, because I need a mommy. I need a mommy. Most men do. Mm-hmm.
If you think about this metaphor of a male and a female not being able to make it without one another, to heaven. Like, he thought that was so cool. And I thought it was too. If you just look at it as sort of this idea, and
yeah, what if you want to get rid of your families? Like, you're like, ugh, God. I mean, all you're in, like everybody, like uncles. Ugh. Do you see all of them? I don't even see all my family now. I'm like block on some, not my immediate, but like your extended family's there. If you get sealed, oh my God, I'd be like, oh, I blocked you on Facebook in 2010, and you're here in my eternal life. Oh no, you're not supposed to be here. This is my place of eternal rest. Get out of here.
That I could be sealed, and maybe I should throw this out too. I'm still sealed to my ex-husband.
I was going to ask.
Oh boy.
Oh.
You mean to this day?
No.
Oh.
What's she just like hopping around? She's like,
hope that I could be sealed, and maybe I should throw this out too. I'm still sealed to my ex-husband.
I was going to ask that.
Oh.
You mean to this day?
No.
Oh, okay.
At that time, you were still sealed.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted that.
my heaven.
As a symbolic.
It's my heaven.
I craved it. And it was also surprisingly.
Oh my God, she was like, I craved it.
Kind of overwhelming to marry someone that wasn't LDS. I felt a loss. I knew I was going to be with John forever.
John forever. Because he was so close to, the older they are, the easier it is to be together forever. Ask Anna Nicole. Anna, RIP Anna Nicole.
I just didn't imagine a God that would separate two people in love. But I did mourn the idea that he wasn't LDS and that it wasn't going to be what I envisioned. And all of a sudden you're there and you realize he's not going to be coming to church with me, or it's just not going to be what I knew growing up. Like, this is not, he's not going to understand this community and this heritage. Like, I understand, right? It's sociology.
They not like us. They not like us.
It's not going to be what I knew growing up. Like, this is not
for you.
He's not going to understand this community and this heritage. Like, I understand, right? It's sociology. Like, that was like sort of playing a part. Like, wow, this is different. Like, he does come from a different world and I come from this different world.
You unseal. Well, you
And
have
so
to
I did
break
more.
the hymen of sealing, obviously. You have to have another person come in and break your sealant hymen, allegedly. If they said they'd be, okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Sort of this idea that we wouldn't have this in common. But he was willing to take the missionary discussions, and we did that. He came to church.
Oh, they were talking about missionary positions. Okay. All right. No, I know they're talking about missionary, but oh boy. Well, Lisa Barlow's son went on a missionary trip, but he was just eating like really good fancy food and stuff and having a good time. So maybe John could go on one of those missionary trips.
He was not very religious, but he did go through the missionary discussions very quickly. He wanted to get baptized outside. The mission president said no. He was like, what the hell? Like, why not?
Like in a river or something.
Yeah. The baptism interview didn't go well for either of us. Like, that was weird. And so finally he said, Lauren, I will get baptized, but if I do it, I realize it is for you and it's not for me. And if I'm going to be true to myself, I want you to know that I probably would not get baptized. And so I looked at him and said, you need to be true to yourself. I don't want you to get baptized for me. And in that moment, we both came to the conclusion that that's what it would be. And to this day, he's been very respectful of when I choose to go to church, when I don't, whatever I do, whatever I teach our son. And
that was a question that I had. Did you have a conversation before you were married, or kind of at this time in your marriage, about what religious practices you would have if you had?
No, you guys are saying, I forgot they were there, but really, we forgot that Dr. John, the real doctor, and Mindy were here. Because Lauren's been taken forever to get to her point.
If you two had children together.
He didn't adhere to any religion.
Okay, if they got married in 2016 and the kid's 8.
I did share that I would like to raise a child, LDS, and he said he was open to that, but that we both wanted to raise a child that would understand, again, all religions and all faiths and all the possibilities out there. And so it felt easy. I think it has been easy for us. You know, we found out we were pregnant, and like we both wanted a child so much. And in fact, when he was born, I'll share that, and I'll share what we did for his blessing. But when he was born, we had a baby blessing for him, and because I wanted him to be a child on record. And my dad had actually just gotten out of prison after my child was born. And so he came down, and we decided to have a baby blessing in the home, and we invited the bishop and the sister missionaries. And
so you guys were saying that she got married in 2016 in July. And then she, according to ABC4, a story, ABC4, Utah, Southern Utah Bureau. Well, no, maybe this isn't the right one. No, I think it is. Yeah. So they got married in July 2016. And the baby was born July 21st, 2017. Okay. Okay. Just numbers. Thank you, Mac, for the super sticker. I know I don't want a math either, but Thank you, Chicken Head. This is getting unsealed as a thing at the temple. You guys are saying it's like a ceremony. I'm very confused too. I don't know. So within a year, they had the baby the first year. They soaked too much. I don't know.
And John participated. His parents came that weren't religious. So it was a symbolic, beautiful sort of moment of coming together of cultures. And my dad blessed our son while I held him. Also, that's something, I don't know what that is, but I just simply.
You're like, Dad, fresh out the pen. Get over here and bless this kid. Are there any felons in the house to bless my baby? Like, no offense, all offense to felons reemerge. I didn't hear yet the story of her dad. I think he alleged fraudster or something. But I love, he just got out the pen, straight out the gate. We were like, Dad, okay, take your prison garb off and let's bless this baby. What? You might not be able to vote, but hey, you can bless this baby. Like, what? The first person you could think of is your dad who just got out of prison. And I've seen this on the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives where the women just create this baby, this life. And then they just have the men. The women just like sit there and the men are the only ones that are stand around it and go, hey, a baby or a baby and Joseph Smith and do all this stuff. And the women aren't allowed to do the stuff. And I'm like, but them dudes didn't do nothing.
And John participated. His parents came that weren't religious. So it was a symbolic, beautiful sort of moment of coming together of cultures. And my dad blessed our son while I held him. Also, that's something, I don't know what that is, but
like, I wasn't gonna let him. He still stunk of prison. So I was like, you can't hold the baby, but you can bless him.
I just simply looked at the bishop and said, can I hold him? And he said, sure. I've heard people say they can't do that.
Yeah, that's what I've seen on the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. That crazy blonde husband who's a weirdo, who's like, you can't see a male stripper. But he has a gambling problem and is losing all her money a couple seasons ago. But yeah, the women couldn't hold the baby during the blessing. That was weird.
I just did. But of course, if the bishop said no, I'd have said, well, I'm holding him anyway. So maybe it was just me. But my dad gave my son a blessing. And then afterwards, John then said, I want to give him.
Afterwards, the baby was hauled off by the feds. No.
Boom. Roasted.
No. Afterwards, no. The baby was just blessed, you guys. That's terrible. Why would you make me say that?
A blessing. And so then John took our son and encouraged the sister missionaries that were there and all of the guests that were there to come into the circle with him and his parents and everybody. And
So John, who's not even Mormon, gets to be in the circle. But technically the women are like, nah.
All wrapped arms around one another while John blessed our baby.
Your un-Mormon husband? Oh, boy.
And so this is a really beautiful moment. And to me, I think that demonstrates what.
This reminds me of when Tamara Judge got baptized on the Real Housewives of Orange County. You're like, she ain't changing. This is all performative. And sure enough, she got worse. She got worse, you guys. They baptized her in a chlorine swimming pool. That's my opinion! She was like, okay, I'm good. Now all those awful, evil, hateful things I said and did are done. Because chlorine sky daddy forgives me.
Our interfaith marriage has been like.
It's beautiful.
I love that.
Yeah, thanks.
Real quick,
don't lie to her. That's beautiful. No, it's not. Chicken Head, thank you so much for the super chat. Chicken Head says, myself, I wouldn't let my dad, if he just got out near my kids, nor would I let him bless him. That would jinx it. Like you gotta walk the prison off. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of time. Like you gotta walk the prison off a little bit. Wait till he's off of probation, whatever he's on. And then we walked him out into the front yard and held the baby up toward the sun. And Dad went a little too far from the house, so his ankle monitor was going off. And we were like, get back in. But we just thought of it as a blessing from our Heavenly Father, reminding us how fragile life is when you get involved in fraud and RICO cases. So yes. We're like, Dad, closer to the house, closer to the house.
That was communicated.
He never was.
Interesting. Okay.
God, man, they really liked. So what did John DeLynn do, or whatever his name is, the host here, to get excommunicated? But her felon dad, they were like, you're good, you can stay.
Yeah, they did look over things and did not feel he needed to be. So that was no discipline or anything.
Was her dad like higher up in LDS or something? Because he went to prison and they were like, you can stay.
That's why he was able to be a part of that, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And while we were pregnant, I got a job with my old station in Salt Lake City as a St. George correspondent. And a part of that, the irony.
Why did you have to get a job? Did John really not have the financials he said he did?
Was a Hilldale in Colorado City. We're a part of that so now we're full circle with polygamy. I've served in Kirtland, Ohio, and where it all began. And now I'm in the land of Warren Jeffs. So
was Warren Jeffs already in prison?
Warren Jeffs was already in prison. He'd been there for a while. It was 2016, 2017.
Okay.
So now I was in the land of, Warren Jeffs and polygamy. And it was really changing during this time, though, because Warren Jeff was in prison. A lot of ex-FLDS were moving back to the community. Danya Jessup was being elected mayor. I reported on that. FLDS communities were trying to stay there, but some feeling like they were being pushed out. I met many wonderful FLDS women. I reported on FLDS women becoming victims advocates to identify and recognize abuse, opening new businesses, and really learned to love, those women that are FLDS. And that was something else I remember thinking a lot about. Like, the only reason I'm not FLDS is because my ancestors didn't
stayed with the mainstream church.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only reason.
Huh?
Like, they are Mormon just as much as I'm Mormon.
Right. And not all splinter groups became FLDS, but still, it's where they were born, which families they were born into generally is where they stay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
That was the only thing separating us. And they were wonderful. And I do believe there needs to be more humanizing of the FLDS community. So often we just equate it to Warren Jeffs and, just they're called a cult, and you see these women in the prairie dresses. And the one thing I learned is that is exactly what causes the abuse and the isolation, that they feel so pushed to the side. Like, you can't just leave a community and a culture and a religion. Like, we think that the answer to Warren Jeffs and those are FLDS is just get out. How do you leave your family? How do you leave your children? How do you leave your marriage? How do you leave the community you grew up in?
Your faith.
Your faith.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a lifestyle
of indoctrination
of generations.
Right. Mm-hmm.
This is a lifestyle. This is the place they live. This is everything. And I think so often we simplify that to, well, they just need to leave. And that's one thing I think that I learned through reporting.
Anymore. These are pointed choices. This is a pattern. This is a personality. This is who the person is.
It says who this person is. That's what that reminded me of. I got to get this screenshot too. Smash that like, you guys. And to update, we are now at 49,720 subscribers, making our way to 50.
In Hilldale and Colorado City that's not so simple. And actually, as a society, we need to humanize them and accept them and not create more of an isolation where abuse can happen.
And I think it's important to note that there are people outside of any type of Mormonism who are looking at mainstream Mormonism and maybe thinking the same thing, like, who believes that? Why don't, just leave? It's just interesting how we can do the same thing to other groups, even within our own bubble, or within our own, frame of reference. But that there's people that don't have any experience with Mormonism who look at just mainstream active Mormons and are like, what are they doing? Anyway.
Exactly.
Those Scientologists and Jehovah's Witnesses,
I know,
they're
it's just
crazy.
so easy. It's so easy to
Says the
demonize. Right. Exactly.
Right. So easy. And again, that just sort of goes to, there's so much.
Says every religion. Every religion is like, that religion's crazy. Then you look at your own religion, you're like, it's a little cuckoo. They're all little cuckoo. That's why I like my mom. I think my mom's got it right. She's not a part of organized religion. She was raised Catholic at one time when she was little. She wanted to be a nun, but obviously she met my dad and the nunnery went out the window. But she just has faith. She just believes in a higher power. And she believes in God. And she doesn't try to push any book or anything on people. She just believes that she'll see her loved ones in the afterlife. I'm always like, my mom has it, she has it right. She doesn't use any certain rules to hold other people down. She just believes that there's a God, that there's a higher power, and that one day she'll see her loved ones again. And I'm like, that's nice. That seems nice. You know,
foreshadowing here with what John and I are going to do with our podcast. But yeah, the humanizing and the dehumanizing. Crime is dehumanizing. All crime is dehumanizing.
Right.
The opposite of crime is humanizing. And that's what Christ did. And so, and again, that's how I identify,
like Christ. That's how I identify. Very Christ-like.
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
Oh, good. Right? She's a good person. And she was raised, went to Catholic school, parochial school back in the day. Her and my dad, when nuns could, so she was indoctrinated in that. Then she made sure we got all the sacraments, me and my brother. She's like, you guys got to be able to get married in a Catholic church. And my brother and his wife eloped, and me and my husband eloped. So all those CCD classes for nothing.
As a Christian. But so I'm pregnant at this time. I'm going to be a reporter and a mother. My dream is coming true. I'm in a happy marriage.
A reporter where?
In St. George, in Hilldale, Colorado City. So I'm reporting from my old station in Salt Lake City as their correspondent in St. George. And the irony about reporting to St. George too, Lori and Chad Daybell are getting married during that or meeting during that time in St. George. Jody Hildebrandt
is
doing therapy. Yeah.
You were there?
I didn't know. I didn't see it. But I was
you, Ruby and Jody. Oh, thank you, Mabel. Mabel Dragon Burns says, can you say hi to my kids, Aria? Hi, Aria and Vincent. Hello, guys. Hopefully I'm saying your names right. I love the name Vincent and I love the name Aria. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. Aria. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, I know.
George. Jody Hildebrandt.
Wait, while you're there?
Doing therapy. Yeah.
You were there?
I didn't know.
Oh, that's a crazy. That Ruby Frankie story. I followed that a little bit. Oh, those two are nasty pieces of work.
But I was there. I wish I had known. It'd been the biggest story I ever covered.
Oh, that's serendipitous.
Yeah.
That you were literally physically in St. George.
When they were meeting, and Jody Hildebrandt's doing therapy. John shows up at, a training with her. He can't get work in St. George because it's going to Jody.
Oh damn, Jody's stealing John's work. Oh my God. They're like, that's very so close. John, Jody, and them. This is explaining a lot.
I'm teaching or not teaching, excuse me, but reporting on Hilldale and Colorado City and what's going on there.
That was a Freudian slip. She thinks she's teaching. She thinks she's teaching, solving, Christ-like. I'm teaching. I'm sorry?
The Jody.
Oh my.
I wish I had known. It'd been the biggest. Jody Hildebrandt and
a reporter where?
In St. George, in Hilldale, Colorado City. So I'm reporting from my old station in Salt Lake City as a correspondent in St. George. And the irony about reporting to St. George too, Lori and Chad Daybell are getting married during that or meeting during that time in St. George. Jody Hildebrandt.
Wait, while you're there?
Oh, St. George. Oh my God. Get out of there, you guys. It looks gorgeous. I mean, Utah itself is just stunning. But there is some creepy stuff going on in there. Oh boy.
Doing therapy. Yeah.
You were there?
I didn't know. I didn't see it, but I was there.
You were there? Thank you, Jackie Adkins 7736 for the super sticker. I appreciate that.
I wish I had known. It'd been the biggest story I ever covered.
Oh, that's serendipitous.
Yeah.
That you were literally physically in St. George.
When they were meeting, and Jody Hildebrandt's doing therapy. John shows up at, a training with her. He can't get work in St. George because it's.
You trained with her? John trained with Jody? Oh my God.
Going to Jody.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I'm teaching,
It's serendipitous.
Yeah.
That you were literally physically in St. George.
When they were meeting, and Jody Hildebrandt's doing therapy. John shows up at, a training with her. He can't get work in St. George because it's going to Jody.
Also, there are coincidences. You realize that, right? Not everything is. It was meant to. It was me. All this is around me.
Oh my goodness.
You know, I'm teaching or not teaching, excuse
Why would you say I'm teaching?
me, but reporting.
You're reporting. Never have I been like, I'm teaching. I mean, doing comedy, telling jokes. I'm teaching.
On Hilldale and Colorado City and what's going on there. And I'm also learning just the secrets that are in St. George and this sort of vault that it is. Like I've never.
So then why don't you write a book about St. George and get off these victims' nuts?
Like I have now reported throughout Idaho and Utah. And I will tell you, there are more secrets in St. George, Utah than any other place. Like when you talk about the Old Boys Club and you talk about, and I think that goes too, I just want to say with the origin story of Hilldale in Colorado, like you can't get rid of an origin story. We know that. Look at our origin story. You just can't get rid of that.
It's also right down the road from the Mountain Meadows Massacre.
Mountain Meadows Massacre. Yeah, exactly. And everything that happened in St. George.
What the hell is going on in this area? There's a Mountain Meadow Massacre? Oh my God.
What the hell? Oh my God. No way. Yeah.
She's like, yeah. And Jody, Hildebrandt, and Ruby, whatever her name is. Yeah. And the Daybells. Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Salt Lake looked away. That's the entire history of St. George, Utah. Go down to St. George. Look, they're
There's
practicing
enough
polygamy.
distance. Yeah.
Just let them do what they do. St. George.
Is that where Warren Jeffs? Did he live in St. George? It says St. George is a city in southwestern Utah. Nearby Show Canyon State Park offers trails. Oh, they talk about the trails. They don't talk about the massacres and the Ruby Frankies. Dunes and red sandstone cliffs. Sand Hollow State Park features a large reservoir. Stately 19th century buildings, such as the Pioneer Courthouse and the Brigham Young, oh goodness, Winter Home, downtown. The St. George Art Museum houses historical photos and work by regional artists. Zion National Park. Oh, I have been to St. George because I've been to Zion. Is Zion just in? Okay. With canyons and streams. Lie northeast. Oh, it's northeast. Got it. Okay. Reasons to live there. The internet says people choose to live in St. George for the polygamy. No, they said for its access to polygamy. No, to outdoor recreation and polygamy. No, stop it, Jolene. Including hiking, biking, water sports, as well as mild polygamy. No, mild winters and abundant sunshine. Other reasons include a strong and growing job market, low crime rates, doesn't sound like it, and a family-friendly environment with a sense of community. Oh, Lordy.
Is its own entity. Like, don't worry about St. George. They'll govern themselves. It's, isolated. And yeah, it was interesting to be a reporter there.
It's crazy. I always tell my husband, Chell, I'm like, I would totally live in Utah because I just think it's so gorgeous and we love Zion and all the things. And I love Red Rock but I could not due to, all of this stuff and no. But for just like the environment alone, like literal, for the look of it, like, oh, beautiful. Oh, in a mild winter, but still you get the snow and the mountains. And what I see on the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, like the backdrop is gorgeous, but then it's like, oh, the politics and the Mormons. I don't know. I can't do it. Thank you, Chicken Head. Yeah, they have a celebration each year over what they did to the native tribe. No way. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. And I have performed in Utah, but I performed in, what's the city that used to have Sundance? That was a beautiful city, that downtown area. I think they had like an Egyptian theater or something I performed at. That was years ago. Was it the Egyptian theater or something? But whatever that's Park City. Oh, now that's like Richie Rich, I think. Park City was beautiful, but we flew into Salt Lake and it was gorgeous. Gorgeous, I said. God, I need to quit listening to her. It was gorgeous. And gorgeous. Park City was. And the crowds were actually great. And I did some Mormon jokes and they were fine with it. But maybe Park City was a little less Mormons. I don't know. But I questioned, should I do it? And I did it. And it ended up working out. Okay. The Egypt Theater. Is that what it is? It's like in Park City. It was a beautiful theater. I loved it. So I just thought that was one of the most stunning places I've been to.
And I was the only reporter there. You know, I did everything. I was my own cameraman, did everything. When it comes to St. George and the origin story, you know, as John and I always say, you're as sane or as sick as the secrets you keep.
John doesn't say that. Everybody says that is like common. You're as sick as the secrets you keep. Like secrets keep you sick is, I think, the quote. And that's like part of like AA and recovery and shit. I hear people say, but John made it up. Okay, Lauren. Oh my God.
And I think sometimes
stop threatening
the most crime sometimes happens in the places where they are the most secrets. You know, like I live in Las Vegas now. Like in Las Vegas, like, you know, your next door neighbor might be a stripper and they're a wonderful person and everybody knows and there's no secrets. In St. George,
that's a weird way to put it. Why can't strippers be wonderful people? Your neighbor might be a stripper, but she's a wonderful person. Yeah. Like she's telling us something like, yeah, and they're wonderful. Mm-hmm.
You know, like I live in Las Vegas now. Like in Las
Vegas now.
Vegas, like, you know, your next door neighbor might be a stripper.
Yeah.
And they're a wonderful person and everybody knows and there's no secrets. In St. George, it's beautiful.
But if they're a stripper, they're not a wonderful person in St. George.
But then when you peel back the layers and the secrets, and I think the origin story of St. George, starting with polygamy and Hilda and looking the other way, don't ask, don't tell, creates a lot of secrets in this isolated town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's what I learned.
Shout out to the strippers who Lauren just learned are actually wonderful people. As opposed to what she thought before, which was she hated them and threw rocks at them. She was like, it's biblical. Okay.
I also learned too, I think this was a big part of, John had a really hard time getting work there. He's brilliant.
Is he though? Because we've seen him, lady. We've seen him. We've heard him. I wouldn't say he's brilliant. That's okay. You could think that.
You know, a Princeton educated.
How many times are you going to say that? My husband, ASU educated. Then got his nursing degree at JPC. Soon to be continuing education at San Diego State University.
Psychologist and people.
Forensic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Forensic.
Clinical and forensic.
Clinical and forensic. Did we ever find out if that was true?
Yeah.
And he could not get work in St. George. And
so he had to turn to stripping. And he made even less money than being unemployed. John's stripping days, he made negative money, if that's possible.
I was cocky too. I was like,
but he was working his way through college.
Oh, I got this. I'm a reporter. I'm LDS. Because he was like, I think it's because I'm Mormon, Lauren. I'm like, no.
Because I'm not Mormon.
Because I'm not Mormon.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's because I'm not Mormon. I was like, no. My mind has been changed now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Robin says, I'm realizing Lauren just talks and talks and talks until something sticks to the wall. And she's like, that looks good. Oh shit, that was such a good screen grab. Okay, let me try to go back.
In St. George. And I was cocky too. I was like, oh, I got this. I'm a reporter. I'm LDS.
I'm cocky.
Not
you, Lauren.
He was like, I think it's because I'm Mormon, Lauren. I'm like, no.
Okay, there we go. We got it. We got it. Houston, we got it.
Because I'm not Mormon.
Because I'm not Mormon.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's because I'm not Mormon. I was like, no. My mind has been changed now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. And you don't even know it. But you know, and what he does is sex offender evaluations too. You know, Jody Hildebrandt could do the sex offender evaluation.
If John came in and was like, I'm here for the sex offender evaluation, I'd be like, which one are you? Are you getting evaluated or are you evaluating? Because I don't
Boom. Roasted.
I'm confused.
But Dr. John Matthias could.
Well, the church needs insiders to cover that stuff up.
He has never once gotten an LDS sex offender evaluation. And let me just say, that's a community danger. The most respected, educated man doing sex offender evaluations in your community is someone you probably want to do. Like he will, whether they stay in the community or locked up, matters. And when you have people that are not certified to do them or should be doing them, it's a community safety, but like people would just look the other way. Anyway, I didn't know I'd get into that, but
you started to say that your son was born premature.
My son was born premature. It was an emergency C-section and we almost lost him. He was in the ICU, as was I, or he was in the NICU. And this is a story I want to tell too. My dad was still in prison at this moment when my son was born. And because I was on the news in Salt Lake, he would be able to watch me. And the inmates watched me and they knew that I was my father's daughter. And they knew that I was pregnant. And they knew that my dad was going to have a grandson soon. And when I had the baby and they learned that he was in the NICU and he wasn't okay, all of the inmates gathered in their prayers and would pray for me and my son. And even when my dad wasn't there, his friends would tell me they would all gather and pray for us. And that's a gesture too that I never will forget and I'm really grateful for. In fact, one inmate also sent me a knitted beanie for my son that he made while in prison. So just again, crime is complex.
All that to say, crime is complex, which happens to be the title of my new book coming out this spring. Crime is Complex with Dr. LaurenMatthias. I mean, journalist Dr. Dr. John Matthias's journalist wife, LaurenMatthias. Thank you.
Yeah,
it's very profound. Very profound. Makes us long for the days of Brad Pitt.
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
But yeah, I reported for another year with my son. Things got...
Your son reported too? You can't have baby reporters. That's crazy.
Really hard. And then finally, it was the Las Vegas shooting. I had to work there. That was really hard.
Very hard for her.
I had a 3-month-old. I thought, what am I...
You shouldn't have a 3-month-old reporting. I mean, that's just irresponsible.
Doing? This is getting difficult. John said, just quit.
Let the baby quit at least. Like the baby shouldn't be working. There are child labor laws, right? There's got to be. I know Nevada, they don't have state income tax, but they should have child labor laws, right?
Full-time mom, and I'll take it over for a while and then we'll figure this out. So right after we decided that, it was 2019 and things were good for a while. And then the pandemic hit and all of a sudden all the prisons closed and John was already getting...
They did? What did they do with the inmates? Where'd the inmates go? All of them? They all closed? I thought they still had people in prison, right? Am I dumb? Every prison closed? Where'd they put them? Okay, inmates were released early, but not every prison, right? I mean, what? Like closed, like people couldn't visit, go in, like that kind of closed? Not like they closed up shop. Go ahead, get out of here, guys. What? Come on, mass murder, get out of here. Put on a mask, though. Be safe. Be safe. Don't forget to get vaccinated. Okay. Yeah, get out of here. Charles Manson, go. Stop it. Is he dead? I don't even know. No visitors. Okay. But the way she says it, it's like, what?
Very little work in St. George. And I didn't have work. And we thought, oh my gosh, what do we do? And
why didn't she have work? People were still reporting. Did she quit? Did she say?
While I had
thank you.
Quit, it was the end of 2019. And I'm having a hard time with motherhood. That's something people didn't tell me either, like how hard that was. Like all of a sudden I have no time. It was so much harder than I thought. And I had my first at 37. And so I'm sitting and taking care of a colic baby all the time, and just it's hard. And the AP wire comes across, and I notice a story that caught my eye. It was the day it came down of a beautiful missing couple, or half of a beautiful missing couple. Lori Vallow was beautiful, and Chad Daybell, sorry,
Was
Chad,
next to her.
was next to her. And
now that I know like a little bit about this case, and after seeing Crush's interview and the video, the fact that this chick could laugh regarding it, it's just
they said that the couple was missing, and she was from Arizona, and she was like, looked like every one of my friends' mothers growing up. And this guy, Chad.
Your friends' mothers had fake tits? Holy shit. I grew up in the wrong area. My friends' mothers and my mother, they're all rocking their El Naturals. Crazy.
It's from East Idaho and is an author, a Deseret book author. And they're missing, and 2 children are missing, and they need help finding both the children and the couple. And I'm like, and I knew news enough. I'm like, this is not good. What is this? What is this? And I stared at it, and John and I would talk a lot about crime. And again, like, you know, I can quit the journalism job, but I can't quit journalism. So at that moment, I went digging. I joined my first true crime Facebook group. I jumped on YouTube to find everything I could about Chad and Lori, and I downloaded videos like before they disappeared. I was just like, there's something about this. I wasn't working. I was just like.
So you just downloaded other people's content? Okay, cool. Bada Bing says she's enamored with Lori. Sounds like it. She's like, she's beautiful. I'm like, she's disgusting.
This is big, and I got to figure this out.
And knowing everything you know about her, and you could still say she's beautiful? I couldn't. I don't care. Even if, like, aesthetically, even though I saw her, yuck, no thanks. I just could never do that.
Downloaded videos of,
like, Chad Daybell's family videos.
Okay.
Who's the stalker? Who's the stalker? His family videos?
Things that are Chad Daybell speaking, or
so things
Lori
not
Vallow.
related to the missing case, but just stuff that had been posted about them that you could find previously.
Mm-hmm. About their lives.
Okay.
Yeah. Just, I guess it was like
Was it copywritten? So don't copy me. Did you still copywritten material like you're accusing Crusha and Kay of doing?
Journalist in me, I knew that those things go away. And so I was just like frantically looking and like saving things.
Wow.
It was just like in me. I was like, just get it before it disappears. Like, I know how things disappear. But
She's just like Brokeback Mountain. She's gay for journalism. She's like, I wish I knew how to quit you. I wish I knew how to quit you.
Save big money. You save big money when you shop Menards.
people once they're in the news. And so I was just downloading videos and all of these things and saving them. It was like, I don't know. I just knew. And I started asking John about it. And he's like, yeah, that doesn't look good. Like, we just knew it didn't look good from the beginning. And I was going on Kaywood.
I think everybody knew it didn't look good, right? I like how they're like, we knew it. We were the first. We heard that band first. You guys don't know about that band. That band's our favorite band. We knew about that band before they went mainstream. Before this murder, disappearance, all the things went mainstream. We knew about it first. Yeah, we're cool like that. We're cool like that. Girl, it's like she gets street cred off it or something.
Fox Facebook page and seeing that she was like, help, my grandson JJ's missing, Tylee, Ryan is missing, and the kids were beautiful. I was like, what is going on? And
what?
So, I mean, it's just funny that I'm saying 6 years later, here I am, just finished. I didn't know that it would go. I did not know that this moment, no one could have told me that this moment would go on for 6 years. I just concluded Lori's third trial in Arizona and the fourth trial of this case just weeks ago, 6 years later. But that was, I've never been the same since. It was right after that. I remember it was Christmas 2019. So I just learned, it was just like a week after, I was already in the rabbit hole, which I didn't know was about until that it was about to become a crater. And my dad comes for Christmas.
God.
And I discover a video of Julie Rowe on YouTube. I had never heard of Julie Rowe. I didn't know who Julie Rowe was. I didn't know about the prepper community in Idaho. I didn't know about prepper conferences. I didn't know that there were books that people were reading that weren't sold at Deseret Book. I didn't know about all this energy healing that was, taking on these Mormon roots. I didn't know
and near-death experiences
and near-death experience books. I didn't know any of this. I didn't know about a vow, but Julie Rowe.
Side gig. You killing me. That's some real reporting. Downloading YouTube videos.
You're terrible, Muriel.
That's how I report on my things. That's exactly. Oh, you guys. All right. I gotta let the dogs out. And who let the dogs out? For a TT, grab another beverage. So let's take a quick commercial break. You guys smash that like, hit that subscribe. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep powering through. Let's see where we're at for our subscriber count. You guys are killing it. 49,729. We are so close to 50,000 subs. You guys, and the likes on this video, you guys are just killing it. 554. So smash that like if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe. Grab a little beverage yourself. And let's just play this little video again, and I will be right back.
Because they're not allowing you to be complex.
No, I need to conform.
Yeah, when she's talking shit about people in the text messages, it's very complex. You don't get it.
You need to conform, right? If you reject them, you're not conforming. You're not loyal. Like one of the themes that you see throughout this entire TikTok is, oh, she's a bad friend.
Do you see how ridiculous this is, John? Even when you describe what's in the TikTok, oh, she's a bad friend. Do you see how that's not a crime? That's not a threat. That's not stalking. That's women who aren't getting along and they're acting petty and they're fighting with each other and they're trying to one up each other.
I'm going to punish her for being a bad friend. She doesn't know
I'm punishing her for being a bad friend.
what a friendship is. That's
not what a friendship is.
The ideal. That's the
You just summed up what's going on.
reason why there's a real risk of violence here is because number one, this can escalate so easily. And
or it couldn't. Name something that you've covered that started like this. With wine-soaked, upper middle class white ladies who get in fights and each other after making tiki-takis. That's not going to happen. And you know it, John. I'm ashamed of you, John.
Oh, half of you got to go. You got to go by noon today. Yeah, we heard the dog.
No, John. They will just continue to talk shit on each other. No one will be schmurdered.
Number two, you don't fit that ideal. You never did. You're not conforming to this very narrow, rigid perspective that they want you to fit into.
Of what a friend is and their friend. And yeah,
they don't want you to talk shit about them. What a novel idea for a friend. Hey, can you not talk shit about me? Thank you so much.
That makes this, by the way, I mentioned the moral crusade. That makes this an ideological battle in the sense that
not ideological.
Because they're not allowing you to be complex.
No, I need to conform.
Yeah, when she's talking shit about people in the text messages, it's very complex. You don't get it.
You need to conform, right? If you reject them, you're not conforming. You're not loyal. Like one of the themes that you see throughout this entire TikTok is, oh, she's a bad friend.
Do you see how ridiculous this is, John? Even when you describe what's in the TikTok, oh, she's a bad friend. Do you see how that's not a crime? That's not a threat. That's not stalking. That's women who aren't getting along and they're acting petty and they're fighting with each other and they're trying to one up each other.
I'm going to punish her for being a bad friend. She doesn't know
I'm punishing her for being a bad friend.
What a friendship is. That's
not what a friendship is.
The ideal. That's the
You just summed up what's going on.
reason why there's a real risk of violence here is because number one, this can escalate so easily. And
or it couldn't. Name something that you've covered that started like this. With wine-soaked, upper middle class white ladies who get in fights and each other after making tiki-takis. That's not going to happen. And you know it, John. I'm ashamed of you, John.
Oh, half of you got to go. You got to go by noon today. Yeah, we heard the dog.
No, John. They will just continue to talk shit on each other. No one will be schmurdered.
Number two, You don't fit that ideal. You never did. You're not conforming to this very narrow, rigid perspective that they want you to fit into.
Of what a friend is and their friend. And yeah.
They don't want you to talk about them. What a novel idea for a friend. Hey, can you not talk about me? Thank you so much.
That makes this, by the way, I mentioned the moral crusade. That makes this an ideological battle in the sense that.
Not ideological.
Because they're not allowing you to be complex.
No, I need to conform.
Yeah, when she's talking shit about people in the text messages, it's very complex. You don't get it.
You need to conform, right? If you reject them, you're not conforming. You're not loyal. Like one of the themes that you see throughout this entire TikTok is, oh, she's a bad friend.
Do you see how ridiculous this is, John? Even when you describe what's in the TikTok, oh, she's a bad friend. Do you see how that's not a crime? That's not a threat. That's not stalking. That's women who aren't getting along and they're acting petty and they're fighting with each other and they're trying to one up each other.
I'm going to punish her for being a bad friend. She doesn't know
I'm punishing her for being a bad friend.
what a friendship is. That's
not what a friendship is.
The ideal. That's the
You just summed up what's going on.
reason why there's a real risk of violence here is because number one, this can escalate so easily. And
or it couldn't. Name something that you've covered that started like this. With wine-soaked, upper middle class white ladies who get in fights and each other after making tiki-takis. That's not going to happen. And you know it, John. I'm ashamed of you, John.
Oh, half of you got to go. You got to go by noon today.
Yeah, we heard the dog.
No, John. They will just continue to talk shit on each other. No one will be schmurdered.
Number two, you don't fit that ideal. You never did. You're not conforming to this very narrow, rigid perspective that they want you to fit into.
Of what a friend is and their friend. And yeah.
They don't want you to talk shit about them. What a novel idea for a friend. Hey, can you not talk shit about me? Thank you so much.
That makes this, by the way, I mentioned the moral crusade. That makes this an ideological battle in the sense that.
Not ideological.
Because they're not allowing you to be complex.
No, I need to conform.
Yeah, when she's talking shit about people in the text messages, it's very complex. You don't get it.
You need to conform, right? If you reject them, you're not conforming. You're not loyal. Like one of the themes that you see throughout this entire TikTok is, oh, she's a bad friend.
Do you see how ridiculous this is, John? Even when you describe what's in the TikTok, oh, she's a bad friend. Do you see how that's not a crime? That's not a threat. That's not stalking. That's women who aren't getting along and they're acting petty and they're fighting with each other and they're trying to one up each other.
I'm going to punish her for being a bad friend. She doesn't know
I'm punishing her for being a bad friend.
what a friendship is. That's
not what a friendship is.
The ideal. That's the
You just summed up what's going on.
reason why there's a real risk of violence here is because number one, this can escalate so easily. And
or it couldn't. Name something that you've covered that started like this. With wine-soaked, upper middle class white ladies who get in fights and each other after making tiki-takis. That's not going to happen. And you know it, John. I'm ashamed of you, John.
Oh, half of you got to go. You got to go by noon today.
Yeah, we heard the dog.
No, John. They will just continue to talk shit on each other. No one will be schmurdered.
Don't be a dick, you're being a real dick. Stop being a dick, you're being a dick.
Don't be a dick, that's what you're being right now. You need to stop, check yourself, and calm the fuck down.
Don't be a dick, you're being a real dick. Stop being a dick, you're being a dick.
With the things that you do, you're obviously very hurt, and that's why I think that you're a big fucking jerk.
Don't be a dick, you're being a real dick. Stop being a dick, you're being a dick.
All right. Thank you guys for your patience. We're back.
Oh, like a week after I learned about the kids, speaking on YouTube saying, I talked to angels and Tammy Dable has visited me and I knew she was going to die because there was 2 dead spouses as well.
What?
I couldn't believe it. I played it for my dad. I was like, listen to this. And he's like, what in the world is this? And then some people are like, you don't know about Julie Rowe? I was like, no, I don't know about Julie Rowe. No, I didn't know about any of this. Like, I feel embarrassed to say that you knew about it.
I mean, I did because of my own personal family experience, but yeah, like Julie Rowe had caused a lot of turmoil in my family at that point. You know, we had some real issues in like the 2014-15 era with her prophecies that didn't come true. And yeah, so I was aware of her. Yep.
I was going to joke, if you hadn't been so busy working in Boise, you would have been watching Mormon Stories, where we covered Julie Rowe in 2015 and Deborah Snuffer in 2013.
I know, right? In all of my reporting, I never learned about Julie Rowe. I never knew any of this. And I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I don't even know how to like process it with us all right now. Like, oh my gosh. Like, yeah, I had no idea. And John and I had actually already thought about starting a true crime podcast at that point, because we were still talking about crime every day.
Were y'all into podcasts?
We were into crime. No, we weren't into podcasts. We were into crime.
But well, yeah, I was just wondering what.
That sounds weird. We were into crime. We love crime. Can't get enough crime. We're crime heads. All right. Love it. Oh, Everyday with Jay interviewed Julie Rowe. I'll be honest. I don't know who Julie Rowe is. Apologies. Let me look it up real quick. You okay, Buff? All right. Let me see. Julie Rowe. You good? You got the coffees? Okay. This is an American author and self-proclaimed clairvoyant. She claims to have had near-death experience in 2004. Is this the one? During which she also claims to have had visions pertaining to end-of-times events. Is this her? I'm going to put Julie Rowe, Mormon Ho. Just for fun, you guys, for fun. A longtime member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, LDS, until 2019. Rowe notably appealed to a Mormon audience. And she claimed to be clairvoyant, near-death experience in 2004, during which she also claims to have had visions pertaining to the end of times events. Rowe published her account in a series of books. She was a longtime member until 2019, where she notably appealed to a Mormon audience. In 2015, some Mormon circles responded to her words with fear because they interpreted her prediction that the world would end to mean around the September lunar eclipse. Although she did not specifically state this date, the LDS Church responded by issuing a call for calm and stressing that it did not endorse the membership's understanding of this view. Oh, and then in 2019, April, she was excommunicated from the church. And then in 2020, Rowe received further attention when Chad Daybell, her former publisher, was arrested in connection with the murders of his wife and his lover's 2 children. Rowe initially defended Daybell's character, oh God, and said, if you're so clairvoyant, you should have saw this coming there, Julie Rowe. And said she was convinced of his innocence. She later claimed Daybell had, essayed her in 2018. Oh, good God, these people are just trash.
Maybe the idea for a podcast.
Because all we would do is talk about crime. And, well, like, what do you do with that? You make it a podcast. Like, he was about to go on TV or like YouTube. Like, we didn't know about YouTube, like YouTube videos. But what do you do if all you do?
You just said you knew about YouTube and you were downloading videos. What do you mean you didn't know about YouTube? Oh my goodness.
Is talk about crime. You record it. Where do you put that? What does that become? A podcast. So, and you know what? I had podcasting experience. I guess you could say that, you know that.
Julie Rowe's videos, KZ, are you saying? You have to see her videos, Julie Rowe's. Is that a rabbit hole I want to go down? Oh God. Oh, yes. Oh. Okay, maybe I'll check it out. Let me we got Mindy's response, and then we also have Julie Rowe's like YouTube videos. Oh boy. Nancy Grace interviewed her. Oh boy. Oh boy. Crazy.
So
Eddie.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we would just we conversed about crime all the time when it came to just like understanding human beings and the world. And I would always ask him my questions, just like I did that first night I met him. Like, what about this? What about that? We actually thought we would start with Adam D's, the story that I asked him about the first night we met. But after the Lori and Chad Daybell case happened and I started getting so invested, I had so many questions for him that it was June 2020, the week the children's bodies were found, that I sat down. I was like, we've got to do this, John. Like, he bought a couple of microphones off Amazon. The prisons were closed. Like, I wasn't working.
That's kind of what everyone was doing in 2020, though. I had already had a YouTube channel, and people that used to laugh about me having a YouTube channel, like other comedians. Then in 2020, like everyone was just watching YouTube because, with the Panakuchen, new shows and things, people couldn't leave the house. There was such this parasocial relationships were forming unlike ever before. And all of a sudden comedians were like, well, how do you do that? I'm like, oh, you guys were teasing me for having a YouTube channel before. Now you want to know how to do it? So I told them how to do it because I am a fantastic person like LaurenMatthias.
So let's just record. Let's just record. And I sat there and I asked him questions and I said, I want to understand Lori Vallow. What is this? And he said, it's not time to talk about Lori Vallow. Before you need to understand Lori Vallow, you need to understand Chad Daybell. And for the next 5 episodes.
Of course, John was like, wait. Before we understand the woman, we got to understand the man. Hashtag men first. And then I was really vulnerable. And he had a really vulnerable moment. He threw his glasses. He was like, Lauren, I was going to cry and or fart. Sometimes I don't know the difference between gas and tears. And sometimes I have tear gas. Wait a minute.
It was all about Chad Daybell. And after that, we recorded that first episode. The children's bodies were found. So we re-recorded a little bit and we put it out into the universe. We had no idea what we were doing. Like, there was no plan. There was no business plan. There was no concept except that, well, we did think of hidden true crime, like the hidden motives, what lies hidden. But
honestly, I think that's a dumb name. And I know I'm a little biased now because I think you guys are gross, but thinking about it, hidden true crime, hidden crimes. That sounds better, but hidden true crime. I was like, I didn't really get it. And now I still don't get it. And I guess I get that you want to do like hidden crimes, but I feel like for a journalist and artist, as you guys say you are, who are crime fans, you're crimeologists, crimists, you could have come up with something better, but that's just me.
People don't talk about, there's the dateline motives, which is like sex, money, drugs. And then there are the hidden motives. Like, what creates the criminal? What are they thinking? How does this happen? How do you get to the...
Dateline covers that too. You guys act like you're reinventing the wheel. Yeah, there's like the Dateline and the 2020 and the all of that and the Snapped and the But there's more that me and John, my super smart Princeton football feminist husband, who gets mad when women interrupt him, he's such a feminist, that we know about. And you guys don't.
Point where you dehumanize children to call them dark. How can you go from a family man to having 2 dead children in your yard? How do they believe this? Do they not? How are they interpreting, this belief? There's so many questions. And when it comes to the Daybell case, like that, those are the ultimate hidden motives. And I think for me, it was so personal too, because here's this faith I love that I have remained loyal to and faithful to throughout years and years. Like, it's just my people. Like, at this point, that's how I see it. Like, this is my people. This is my community.
What? Oh my God. Kristen, thank you so much for the Venmo. I just got it. Thank you, sweetie. I want to reply back, but it's not letting me. Let me see if it'll let me even heart it. Did that work? Did they fix it? I think they fixed it. Okay, everyone's getting a message from me now if you Venmo'd me. I got to rewind this. These are her people?
Questions. And when it comes to the Daybell case, like that, those are the ultimate hidden motives. And I think for me, it was so personal too, because here's this faith I love that I have remained loyal to and faithful to throughout years and years. Like, it's just my people. Like, at this point, that's how I see it. Like, this is my people. This is my community. This is my blood. Like, this is my family. How does this happen in my faith? What do you
mean, how does it happen? Girl, look at it. Look at what they're teaching you guys. Good Lord.
How does Julie Rowe happen? What is going on in East Idaho? And I felt some separation. Like, it's just East Idaho. It's just, but the more I dug, the more I realized, sorry. I mean,
we get it.
I don't get what's funny. I feel like I'm not in on the joke. What?
How is this happening? How does Julie Rowe happen? What is going on in East Idaho? And I felt some separation. Like, oh, it's just East Idaho. You know, it's just, but the more I dug, the more I realized, sorry. I mean,
oh, she's saying it's the Mormons. Is that what she's saying? Okay, cool.
I mean, we get it. You know,
I mean, it's East Idaho. What do you expect? Right? I mean,
there's lovely people in East Idaho,
I
but
love
it does
East Idaho.
seem like it's a little bit more of a hotbed for some extreme beliefs and prepping. Yeah.
Shut up. There are car videos of Julie Rowe cussing people out. Twins mommy says Julie Rowe car videos. You guys should have led with that. You know, it's like in journalism, if it bleeds, it leads. Okay. If there's car cussing outs, I watch it. I'm putting that on my notes. Cussing out car video. Oh, we'll definitely take a look at that tomorrow. Is she just randomly cussing people out? Because I fell into something. I don't know what my algorithm is so jacked right now. It's so effed. There's like a lady who's claiming she's being, I think because I followed this LaurenMatthias thing, there's this other lady that feels like she's being stalked, but it's like a silent stalk, or I forgot how it's like the feds, but like everyone she encounters is stalking her and following her, but they're not saying anything. It's this lady on Instagram. I don't even know her name, but it keeps popping up in my algorithm. And I'm like, go away, lady.
The more.
Sorry, East Idaho.
The more I dug.
No way.
Into the case.
To her phone to get. You sent it 8 hours ago. I just saw it, Kristen. Sorry. I'm telling you, Venmo, they don't even care. They're like, you just got this. And I was like, oh, that's so nice. That's so nice of you. That's so nice of you. Gang stalking. That's what it's called, Pippa. How did I get in the algorithm for gang stalking? I didn't ask for this. Is this what this lady got me into? No, there's some blonde chick who's always wearing a North Face jacket who's like, I'm being gang stalked. I'm like, what does that mean? What are you talking about? What is going on? And then she like, gets in what looked to be just like these Karen fights with people as they're parking. And she's like, those are part of the gang stalkers. And I'm like, why is this happening to me? What did I do?
And as we did these podcasts, people reached out to us. That's what happened.
So how did you first, you said you put it out there like on.
So you just get an RSS feed and you put it out on Apple and Spotify.
Okay.
And this is what John DeLynn did too. Do you remember putting your?
Yeah, I've had like podcasts. I've had audio podcasts, and I know I should make No Offense, All Offense an audio podcast again. I just haven't, or make it one, period. But I've had lots of audio podcasts. It's just now you're making me feel like I need to do that again. Would you guys want an audio version of this? Let me know. Thank you.
First one into the universe?
Absolutely. 2005, baby.
Yeah.
People don't even know what RSS is these days.
So you just post it to the internet. Forgive my ignorance on this, but do you just like share it like on your social media profiles? Like, hey, I just wonder how that gets traction. How do you put it on you said you joined a Facebook group.
Yeah, I shared it on the Facebook group.
Okay.
Hey guys, we just, me again.
You promoted on I think a lot of those Facebook groups have rules against that. I tried that in my early days too. And they were like, you're blocked, bitch. And I was like, dang it. I'm just telling you guys, I'm talking about Big Brother over here. And they're like, we don't care, dumb bitch. And I was like, ugh.
And, my husband's a criminal psychologist. And we actually just.
Oh my God, we get it. You okay, Ted? You okay? Jeez. She's like, my husband's a criminal psychologist. My husband says us. God, we get it.
All right, I get it. You're evil. Do we have to chat about it all day?
Posted an episode. And so I would share it. And I was in, at this point, probably like 7 different Facebook groups about the case because I really was just trying to collect evidence anywhere I could.
Mm-hmm.
And because there would be people that knew the couples and they would knew Chad and Lori. And there was a neighbor saying Chad didn't do anything wrong. And there was a neighbor of Lori Vallow, and you've got Arizona and Idaho, and you've got Utah going on. You got Brandon Boudreaux. That was a twist. And,
right.
So yeah, I would put it on all of the Facebook groups. I'd be like, for anyone that's interested. And then I think people were just sharing it.
Right.
And then people were just like, you guys got to hear this. And then people were calling us saying like, look, this is incredible. You're helping us. Like, Like, let me give you a little bit more info.
Start getting tips.
You start getting
She said, "Oh, you're helping us." What do you mean you're helping us? She goes, she had to make sure she said that people told her that they were helping them.
You know, so yeah, I would put it on all of the Facebook groups. I'd be like, for anyone that's interested. And then I think people were just sharing it.
Right.
And then people were just like, you guys got to hear this. And then people were calling us saying like, look, this is incredible. You're helping us. Like, let me give you a little bit more info.
Start getting tips.
You start getting insiders
tips.
and yeah.
Because they're appreciative of what you're doing. And so, yeah, you start getting the tips and the info. And then later on, victims start reaching out or you know, people close to the victims, the surviving victims. And they're saying, look, this is helping or look, keep me anonymous, but I want to help you out with your analysis because you're helping me. And with it too, we'd always leave something a little bit inspirational too in each episode, like about how to be better humans ourselves. So,
oh God, we don't need you and John telling us how to be better. Why is it always the worst people that want to tell other people how to be better humans? You first. How about you first? Oh my God.
So that's
no thanks.
Started going, and we weren't even making money. And this was because we didn't even know how to make money.
Oh no.
Oh no, you weren't making money. Why did you do it, Lauren? Why don't you stop making money and just help people? Just help the victims, the families. Start little organizations that help victims and families and victim families. Davey, no, come on.
We don't know how to make money. Yeah. We're just putting it out there. People are listening, and
so righteous.
It's like we're doing a service, and we're talking every week, and we're putting it together. And I'm pulling all nighters at it. It's just the two of us. I'm editing it all, so I'm staying up all night now, and each episode's getting a little bit more complex because my husband's like, well, we need to add this sound and explain this research study. It's getting more and more complex. We're getting into death anxiety. I'm learning about myself too, which is what it was about too. Like learn more about crime, and like when you learn about crime, you learn about yourself. That's what my husband always says. A better understanding of crime is a better understanding of yourself. Because
shut up.
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
Redbird 5053. Thank you so much. A super chat is a better understanding of yourself. A better understanding of crime is a better understanding of yourself. What? That doesn't even mean anything. Yeah. Help people. Help the victims. Quit helping yourself.
Again, crime is a part of what humanity is. Like it's as long as humans have existed, so is crime.
Like your dads. What?
Boom. Roasted.
She's like, do RICO like nobody's watching. Okay, that's one of the things we would say. RICO like nobody's watching. What? Okay.
So has the worst, cases against humanity.
The Bible starts, the Old Testament starts with the crime.
Exactly.
Cain kills Abel.
Exactly. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I think in order to...
And then God kills everyone. Sorry.
God kills it. To really understand human beings, you have to understand crime. Like, why do humans do it?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Thank you. Only good thing this lady has done is I found your channel. I'm so glad you found me. Thank you. Thank you. Mabel Dragon Burn. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, let's watch the video where they want to adopt Colby. There's a video where who? Lauren and John? And that's Lori Daybell's oldest child who's still alive? Is that who Colby is? I'm still trying to learn all the players. Oh my God. Where does that exist?
They do. And do we all have a dark side? I think we might.
Wait a minute. What didn't she say in her civil stalking injunction? She's not dark. I'm not dark. Then she's like, I think we do. I think we have a dark side.
Abraham had to kill Isaac for a second.
Well, that's, yeah. I mean, right. I mean, there's so many crimes in the Bible.
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
So many crimes in religion, so many crimes.
John, Jesus, like a freaking Pokemon. You got to catch them all. He's catching all the Bible. All the Bible stories. He's like, and then this one. Remember this one? You're like, oh, Johnny, that's an awful story. You're like, yeah, right? Then you just got to kill everybody? Like, what?
And so...
That's fun to hear the birth of your podcast.
John. Nice transition. Then everybody dies. That's fun. That's fun to hear the birth of your podcast. Oh, John. Poor guy.
Yeah. And so it just kept going and going. And then, the prisons, we moved to Las Vegas. John had to go back to work because we weren't making money.
Question. I know this is off topic, but since we're talking about the kids, I was trying to explain it to my husband last night about the things that we had watched or that we all watched yesterday in the Turtle Boy Crusher interview and how they played the videos with JJ, and those just like sat with me. Like I'm sure they sit with everybody. I mean, that's sweet boy. But I know initially Kay and her husband adopted little JJ, but how did it come about that Lori and Chad, right, got custody of those kids? That's what I'm confused about. And I could Google it, but I figure someone in the chat. Because my husband was asking me, well, why didn't the grandparents just keep custody? I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it was just temporary because the birth mom of JJ, they said, had maybe some substance abuse issues, and then their son maybe did too or something. Oh, Lori and Charles. So how did they get custody of the kids? That's what confuses me. All right, Lori and Chad never had custody. Why didn't the little boy just stay with the grandparents? And I apologize for my ignorance on this. Okay, they killed Charles, Lori's husband. And then Lori and Charles had custody. Because Lori and Charles were younger and had other. That's what I figured. I was telling, because my husband goes, well, was there something with the grandparents? I go, no, the grandparents seem on the up and up. They seem to really love that boy. And I think it was just kind of a temporary thing. And they probably thought Lori and Charles or whoever, they are younger and could just, take custody of the kids. Okay, so Lori and Charles did have custody. Oh boy. And then how does Tylee come into play? The little girl. It's just, I need to like Google it. You guys are doing a lot of work and I appreciate you guys. Janice, what's up? LA Flat says, I think so. JJ could be in a family with siblings. Charles is actually older than Kay. Okay. Charles Vallow is Kay's brother. So that would be Crusher under Crusher's uncle. And Charles loved him. Okay. Lori was Tylee's birth mother. Oh my God. So Tylee is Lori's daughter from a previous marriage. All right. So Tylee and Colby came with Lori. And then Charles was murdered by Chad or Lori's brother Alex. And where's Joe Ryan? Where's he? I'm going to have to watch. I only watched like one Dateline of this a while back, like a long time ago. So, oh boy. Okay. So you guys gave me at least a little bit more so I could understand. But I was trying to explain it to Hype Man Husband Chell RN last night. And I was like, I don't know. But Kay and her husband, I apologize, I forgot his name. They seemed like really good grandparents. I was like, I don't think it was an issue with them. I think they took on the little boy and loved him and then probably just found, another family member that could care for the children, maybe showed interest. Larry, yes, sweet Larry. Okay. Oh, that is just Joe's dead too? Oh my gosh. Lori's been married 5 times. Oh my God. Just monstrous. All right. Lori's ex. Husband passed away. So Joe Ryan, Tylee's father, and Lori's ex-husband passed away. Charles Vallow, right? Oh man. This I'm gonna have to watch the Dateline again. Sorry, LaurenMatthias, I'm not gonna watch your shit. I'm gonna actually watch Dateline or 2020 on this. Because I know I watched it a while back, and then I saw that Lori lady did an interview with maybe Keith Morrison in jail, and I saw that she like represented herself in court. Like, what a fucking nightmare. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys for explaining it to me.
And I kept going. I couldn't stop. And so then I started interviewing people. All these people were coming to me saying, I'm ready to tell my side of the story. I knew Chad and Lori. I was here when this happened. I was part of, preparing the people. Let me tell you what I know. And I've probably, because some of the interviews are...
I just tend to stay away from any of these true crime things with kids because it's just... for obvious reasons. Osane says, but there's a docuseries. I might have to watch it.
Private. I've probably interviewed, I have interviewed hundreds of people on this case. And I've attended conferences. I went and attended a 3-day Firm Expo conference to understand what's being taught. I've read books. I've read Dumper Snuffer. I've read Visions of Glory.
What the fuck is a dumper snuffer? What?
What the hell?
Dumper snuffer? That sounds like a job in the PRORN, in the corn industry.
I've read Chad Daybell's many books.
Ew.
It has been not just, like a 6-year research project on a crime I can't get over, but a thesis on faith, on darkness. Like, how do you, on darkness, on honestly,
religious extremism
and terrorism. I mean, really, this is terrorism, right? When you mix politics with religion, and belief, and also understanding that these people hold my same faith. The only difference is that they interpret it differently than I do. And their interpretation is that children need to be killed. I mean,
not just children.
Yeah. And their spouses. And
okay, Joe, holy shit with the laughing. It could be nervous laughing, but good God.
Yeah.
You talk in your outline about kind of the juxtaposition of the Elizabeth Smart case and how that was handled. And then when Tylee Ryan went missing, do you want to talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah, that upset me. So as I'm delving into this case and
Elizabeth Smart upset you. Oh, not the rest of us. We just thought it was so great. That upset me. Yeah. As missing children cases do. Yeah. Oh my God. It upset me. And then there's me. And then back to me.
The more I learn about it, the more religious it is becoming. This is a Mormon crime through and through. Every part of this.
She needs to just change her podcast to Mormon crimes. Honestly, it sounds like she would have a career for the rest of her life. Her crime cup runneth over with these Mormon crimes.
Permeate every part of the church. This is a belief system. This is religion. This is a cause. This is a
movement.
Mm-hmm. And it was such a confusing thing when it first began. You have JJ and Tylee that are still missing. JJ is 7. It's not yet baptized. He has 2 grandparents looking for him that aren't LDS.
Because just think of the help you could actually do as a member of LDS and calling that stuff out like other Mormons have done. I mean, hell, even Heather Gay from the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City writes books and calls the shit out. But it seems like Lauren still kind of wants to be involved in it while knowing and reporting on all of the heinous crimes in the name of it. It's interesting. It's weird. But here we are, Lauren. But it seems like, you have this background in LDS. You can speak from experience there. Why don't you just cover that, lady?
And this was becoming uncomfortable for me.
And then start an organization where you help people, families, victims, people trying to leave the church, people excommunicated who can no longer, is it like Scientology where, I think it is, I think Heather Gay said it was, where if you're excommunicated, the rest of your family is not supposed to talk to you anymore.
Tylee Ryan is in Young Women's. She's very LDS. She is, her family is LDS. They're siblings. But I didn't understand why the church wasn't speaking out. But Tylee Ryan is in Young Women's. She's very LDS.
They have a group called Young Women's. Wasn't she like 15 or 16? 17? That's not a young woman. That's a little girl. It's a little girl. It's a teenager.
She is, her family is LDS. They're siblings. But I didn't understand why the church wasn't speaking out. Like, if this is my church.
Heather Gay is on the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. She's one of the housewives. She left the Mormon faith, as did Whitney, a few people on that cast. And she wrote a few books now. She wrote the book Bad Mormon, and I don't know what her other book's called. And I think Bad Mormon and Good Time Girl. Bad Mormon in 2023, Good Time Girl in 2024. And she has a show maybe on Netflix that she hosts about Mormons. Let me see, Heather Gay Mormon show. But she was talking about being alienated from some of her family when she left. Or she has a new Bravo docuseries, so I think it would be on Peacock, titled Surviving Mormonism with Heather Gay. I don't know if it's good, but it premiered this year, just premiered on November 11th, 2025, and it focuses on her departure from the Mormon church and features interviews with abuse survivors, ex-Mormons, and former leaders in the church. The limited series delves into the controversial church practices and aims to raise awareness about the experiences of those who have left the faith. So, Amy, that is who Heather Gay is. She is a Real Housewife.
Church, and we are a flock, and she is our sheep. Why aren't we finding her together? Like, these are our children. Are they not? Like, what are we doing? And
a gay Mormon show.
And I remember the church was clearly, their PR move was to just not speak and say, we are separate from these people, to distance themselves. And that's maybe easy to do. Yeah. You don't want to be,
hi, Otter,
part of what maybe, might be happening here. But Chad Daybell was an LDS author that used to have his book sold in Deseret Book. And Tylee Ryan is a little girl that is missing. And to think about the difference of when Elizabeth Smart went missing, and we came together in a prayer meeting that night, and we were, again, like her flock, looking for her. She was ours. She was everybody's. And the church, our ward, became the headquarters for nightly press conferences. Every night she was missing. I got called by my parents when she was found. And here's Tylee Ryan, and it's crickets.
Mm-hmm.
And the church is being called by the news, and they're like, this has nothing to do with us. Does Tylee Ryan have nothing to do with you? Okay, like let's get rid of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell for a second, even though they're attending one of your churches in Hawaii. Does Tylee Ryan, this missing girl, have nothing to do with you? Is she not one of ours? Like, what's going on? Like, why are we not finding her? JJ too. But JJ also had his grandparents like looking desperately for him.
So is Lauren saying that she led the charge to question why they're not looking for her, why the community or other Mormons aren't seeing this as like a Mormon issue? Is that what she's saying? I don't know what to believe with this lady. And usually I believe Zehra now. Thank you, Sally Dahl, for the super chat. Sally says Colby was with her second husband. Okay, so Lori's second husband, she had her son Colby. Then Tylee from her third husband, who is now dead, adopted JJ with Charles, who's her fourth husband. Good Lord. Who is now dead. Then Chad is her fifth husband. Oh my God. Thank you, Sally Dahl. That is, holy shit. That's a lot. Oh my God.
Like Tylee could have used, some more, and just comparing it with Elizabeth Smart.
And I've heard this name, this Nate Eaton, I think. Nate led the charge. If anybody reporting on this story did, he chased her down in Hawaii and asked her where the kids were. Oh yes, because that's why Turtle Boy says that he likes Nate Eaton, because he reminds Turtle Boy of himself when he was chasing down the McAlberts. So okay. I gotta check out this Nate Eaton too. I'll just keep writing down names. So he is a journalist. So she never did anything like this. She just stayed behind her little comfy podcast mic with her husband. Got it. You got to say Nate's a great reporter, but he's in the cult too. He's just a nice one. Got it. Okay.
That was hard for me to see. And then of course to find out, we found out that she was, cut up and burned in Chad Daybell's yard. It was even harder to find.
Oh my God, I can't. Jackie, thank you so much. Jackie says, has anyone found Lauren's Oprah audition? What do you mean her Oprah audition? Jackie Adkins says there's a LaurenMatthias Oprah audition? Oh, not a family YouTube channel. I am not a fan of that, but okay. He's like a family vlogger. Oy, oy, oy. Oh boy. Okay, if someone has access to this Oprah thing, I'll try to look for it. But if you have it, feel free to send it to me. JoleenReacts@gmail.com. It's like this is never ending. LaurenMatthias Oprah audition video. Find it. Holy shit. Good Lord.
Find out. But that's upset me. Their silence has upset me. It's been 6 years and they've stayed silent. And the more that I've uncovered and the more that we've learned.
The more that you've uncovered? Does she ever give Nate or any of the other reporters credit for things? Does she ever give anyone else credit for anything?
It becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. Like I said, it's not a rabbit hole, it's a crater.
Right, Cindy?
And this has to do, it is permeating throughout the church. I got an email from a grandmother in Rexburg who said, Lauren, help me. She said, we don't know what to believe and none of the leaders are helping us. Like, please do the work for us. You know, she said, Chad Dable has bastardized our beliefs up here. Help me. Well, we don't know what to believe. That was her word. We don't know what to believe. And then,
so one lady emailed you and said, help me, Lauren, help me, Lauren. He's bastardized it. Kelly Cal, thank you. Kelly Cal says, I've been doing research because I caught Jolene's hyperfocus. Lauren's dad was disbarred in 2001 for stealing $28,000 from a client. But yet her brother's still a lawyer, right? Did they lawyer under a family firm? Kelly Kell, our own attorney. Tell me more. Oh my goodness, Lauren.
You have Heather Daybell, you know, in an interview with me saying Dieter Uchtdorf came up to East Idaho and she thought they're absolutely coming up because they clearly are like, let's go find out what's going on up there. And he doesn't mention anything at all. And she even said, she's like, he knew my name. Like her last name's Daybell. You know, nobody says anything. It's just this silence. And then, yeah, I made a joke like, okay, maybe this is East Idaho Mormon.
Yeah. PL808GP says, little fraud here and there. Never hurt anybody. Come on now.
Maybe this is their thing, the prepping industry. But as I kept digging and I read a book called Visions of Glory, it takes me to Salt Lake City and into the neighborhood I grew up in. This neighborhood, we just said, is wonderful and worldly and educated. And at the University of Utah and connected to the leadership of the church.
Yes, allegedly, Lauren sent a C&D to Oprah. She's like, dear Oprah, don't talk about me. And Oprah's like, I'm sorry, who are you? You know. Ellen, too. She might be off in Europe, but I know she's talking about me. C&D time.
This is everywhere. And again, nobody has said anything. And I remember even being here and saying, like, I remember our first 2 episodes, like, this is bad. Somebody say something. Somebody say something. It's going to happen again. Somebody say something. And then what happens? Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrandt. And 2 other children in Ivins, Utah. And it is a literal copycat crime with the same group and the same belief system and the same books and the same base religion, which is Mormonism, and the LDS faith, and the exact same thing.
And prepperism and end times.
And prepperism and end times.
Yeah.
And the belief that children can be possessed.
Oh my God. This is insane. I did have a grandfather once who would give money to televangelists because he thought the end of times was coming, and we would know because dinosaur dung would fall from the sky. I don't know what religion or cult that is, but I stayed away from that. I just thought he was Catholic, but I never heard of the dinosaur dung. Yeah. Not Grandpa Wally, who I quote here. A different one.
With evil spirits.
Yeah. Yeah. And that second coming and those latter days are.
It's always the same people who also like, oh, Halloween's evil. We don't celebrate Halloween. But yet they're always talking about like this like evil shit and putting it on kids. But they're like, oh, but Hobby Lobby, we can't sell Halloween decorations. That's gross.
On their way. And if you look at Chad Daybell's
demonic possession.
and demonic possessions, and if you go back to that 2018 speech Chad Daybell gives the day he meets Lori Vallow in St. George, Utah, he states they're going to come through to Ivins, and Ivins is going to be a place. And here's Jody Hildebrandt building her mansion in Ivins, her bunker here. Like
Jody Hildebrandt is a beast of a woman. She's disgusting. I mean, I hate her and Ruby, like gross. But I just think of her and she's just. I think I saw someone on Reddit say that this might have looked like Jody. Hey, Jody. Hey, Jody.
This is a thing and nobody's saying anything. And this is not the faith that I recognize at all. And yet it's growing and it's bigger and it's bigger. And this whole like,
are you sure? Because some of the stuff you described, I'm like, are you sure? You sure about that?
Idea that normal is what one is accustomed to, right? And I thought that my little insular world and my little Schindler List watching young women's class was what was.
I'm sorry, what? A Schindler List? Lauren. Did you learn that from Gloria Steinman?
Mormonism is no longer Mormonism to me. I don't know what to think anymore. And I'm lost and I'm confused. And I think I've been processing it ever since. And I think another big thing that I've been processing too is magical thinking. And again, like people that just interpret this differently.
What is with the Mormons and the magical? Don't they got magical underwears? Isn't that what it is? They're like magicians. Thank you so much, Jackie. Jackie says, I sent an email with a screenshot. Okay, I'll check that out as we keep playing this interview.
Than I do. These same beliefs, like maybe even having a belief in Christ isn't good. Maybe evidence and science and just skipping all magical thinking is the only way to go. Like maybe this hope that I put on this afterlife is one of the most unhealthy things there could be. Maybe, as my husband said in the first episode of our podcast, maybe what everybody's missing is the fact that what matters is right here and now in our mortality. And like looking at taking your son to Snow Canyon and looking out at the canyon and embracing this moment and saying, this is enough. Like I have my family. Like this is the moment. Yeah. This is what matters. Not because as you know, that wasn't enough.
Like Jennifer McCabe, from my family. There's a man in the snow. Melanie Little always talks about it. There's a man in the snow.
Chad Daybell had to envision a new Jerusalem. Lori Vallow has to envision the second coming and how she's going to be a goddess. And nobody's focusing on what's right in front of them and this life. And I think that's been my biggest lesson and my biggest transition in covering this case is should we even be focusing on anything magical if this is what it turned into?
Yeah.
No, save it for the Magic Castle. What is going on? Save it for Disneyland. Should we even be focusing on anything magical? Why don't we try logical for a second? See how that works for us.
The simplest and most apparently benign Mormon and or religious beliefs are that like your feelings can be inspired by a divine source or by a evil spirit. Like just that the Holy Ghost or God can give you good feelings or give you ideas in your brain, or that evil bad spirits can give you bad feelings and bad ideas, and that Jesus is coming soon, and the stakes are high.
He always keeps saying, Jesus is coming, Jesus is coming. I think he's like, you don't tell me when I get here. So he's just waiting. He's like, no more. I'm not coming. They're always like, oh, he's coming. He's coming. They never have the date right. He never shows up. He's like, I ain't coming. Look at these people. They're cuckoo. Jennifer, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate that. Hopefully you didn't send it 8 hours ago too, but Venmo's just telling me now. So thank you. Thank you. And for the kind words too. Oh boy, these people.
That Just that,
Alone.
as benign as those beliefs are, we're not attacking them, but that can be a recipe for catastrophe, right?
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
And I think just the lines get a little blurry, right? Like I'm sorry to go back to Elizabeth Smart, but I'm thinking like Brian David Mitchell, his whole thing was about kind of like wacky Mormon-based beliefs, but it's just so easy to label him as this, crazy guy that wandered around Salt Lake. And I just think it's so easy, and then we've got the Daybells and we've got, Frankie and Hildebrandt and these other
Tim Ballard, right?
and Tim Ballard. And the Tim Ballard case is a struggle for me because the church moved swiftly on that one and very publicly,
But only because one of their apostles was
right.
implicated in
Exactly.
in really
I just
bad
think
behavior.
it's sad that seems to be just a complete PR response, in my opinion, where these other cases deserve to get attention or mention or denunciation from the church with no response,
Right.
and so.
Well, that's the number one thing I value in our faith in my faith is that it's about our brothers and sisters. That's actually another thing I love about the LDS faith is that I was taught that everyone is my brother and sister. Like we are each other's brothers and sisters. We are to watch.
And then you're supposed to marry one of them? Like you're supposed to marry the LDS and they're your brother? Why do they have all these unhealthy relationships with their siblings?
Out for each other and take care of one another. I love that. And so to see us not do that because it doesn't look good, because like we don't want to get involved. Like really? So we're picking a PR stance over one another, over like solving this and talking about it.
Yeah, not to mention visions of glory and all that we've discussed with that.
Yeah. Like I said, no visions of glory.
I had a
Yeah.
vision
I
of
said-
glory. What is visions of glory? What is all this stuff? What is all this stuff? Good Lord. And then visions of glory.
Name them. Name them.
Well, what
Name
you
'em.
did was ridiculous.
Name 'em.
Not having.
Name 'em.
Well, be quiet. So
Name
let me
'em.
talk, Jesus.
Name them.
Name the visions of glory. So much.
Y'all and Megan, the band, I sent y'all a Reddit post from yesterday. So we're talking July 1st, 2025. And it's entitled, BYU is Raising the Next Generation of Criminals. And this is a BYU student in Provo yesterday, right? And they say, physically and mentally, a BYU student here. Just wanted to let everyone know that Visions of Glory is still actively recommended by BYU professors and fellow students. My professor spent a good 10 minutes talking about Visions of Glory and how interesting the book is. And he, afterwards, I had to read someone else's discussion post about how much they love Visions of Glory and how wonderful of a book it is. That's in like the...
So Visions of Glory is based on the crazy lady who cusses on her TikToks in her car, Julie Rowe, her alleged prophecy. Man, anybody can just go, I have a prophecy. Okay. And it's always the worst people again. Always the worst people. Like I said, I knew a guy who moved to Colorado, got with like a big church and was like, oh, God speaks to me. I was like, what? Yeah, people say God speaks. No, he really speaks to me. I'm one of those chosen ones. And I think we talked about this before and I couldn't remember the exact name. He thought he was like a prophet or something. And I'm like, no, God isn't speaking to you. I think that is like the mushrooms, the meth, whatever the drugs that you were doing when you left Minnesota and then went to Colorado and found some more in like Colorado Springs. He's like, that God speaks to me. I'm like, sure about that? He's saying, go to AA, get sober, get sober. Oh boy.
The Canvas student assignments where they're all conversing about the lecture, right? And so the students are also chiming in about how much they love Visions of Glory, like their BYU professor. This just goes back to the idea of silence. If the church is silent on Tom Harrison, on Visions of Glory, on prepperism, it's
on Dasher, on Dancer, on Prancer. Yeah, we've heard this story before. Pink Pajama Penguin says Visions of Glory is basically a book that talks about Mormon magic. What the fuck is with the magic? And how to prepare for the end of time. Like Harry Potter? Harry Potter? Was what's her nuts a Mormon? J.K. Rowling? Was she a Mormon too? Harry Potter? Oy, oy, oy.
kind of complicit in
Yes.
these crimes.
It is.
These lives being destroyed over and over, year after year after year. There's going to be new crimes. Maybe, hopefully not. Hopefully I'm wrong. But some people think that there's
Steph, you're hilarious. Steph says stuff by the seashore says Jesus is sending a cease and desist. Okay. And that is one that you don't wipe your butt with. Jesus' cease and desist. You got to abide by that.
there's more crimes to come because the church won't denounce
there will be
or address.
There will be.
You think there will be?
Oh, I'm in Facebook groups. I see the conversations.
Facebook groups are notoriously the worst groups for things. They have the worst takes, especially when it comes to reality TV. I'm assuming religion too. Like all the shows I cover, if you want the shittiest takes, the lukewarm, chilliest takes, you go to Facebook. Tanya says Visions of Glory was the book Lori was reading when they served her the notice to produce the kids within 48 hours. Oh my gosh. They should have just listened to Mariah Carey's Visions of Love. Everyone would be better off.
I see the YouTube videos of people talking about their children being possessed, little 3-year-olds, because they're sick.
Oh, so Meow Hoss 23 says, no, the Mormons don't like Harry Potter. It's not available in Utah schools. Oh, they're like, our magic only. Not Harry Potter.
Yeah, there will be. There will be. And the church, seems more concerned about, progressive Mormons right now than the conservative, extreme. Sorry, I don't mean like the extreme, very extreme, far right Mormons that are, sharing these really bizarre, unbelievable beliefs to me. But maybe that's something I've had a question too. Well, what makes a belief unbelievable? At what point is my belief unbelievable too to somebody else? Are all beliefs unbelievable if we're not just sticking to what's real? Why
don't you just not believe in anything? I don't know, lady. This is getting weird. And by getting, I mean, it's been weird.
There are more crimes to come. There are. And it's scary. Yeah. And, I think learning about the victims, I want to say this about the Lori and Chad Daybell case, has also taught me a lot. I really connected two of the victims, Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell's wife, who was murdered. Both Lori and Chad have been convicted of murdering her. I think about my life in my marriage, my first marriage, when I was 33, and how lucky I was that I had life experience.
So she's comparing herself, who's thriving and making money off the exploitation of horrific crimes of people being murdered, to victims of murder. We're doing this again. Oh, God.
Ahead of me to sort of process what was going on. And with Tammy Daybell, she got married so young. And Chad was so young. And they were from the same town. They both came from good families. They hit the resume boxes for like a good, solid couple in marriage. And I do believe that Tammy Daybell was an emotionally abused woman from the very beginning. And I think that she was so young and she didn't maybe have the tools in the tool belt that I had. But I think that could have been me or anyone. And also thinking about how our culture sort of allows this emotional, spiritual abuse to happen too, and that nobody fully saw it or understood it, breaks my heart, because everything I've learned about Tammy Daybell, she was an incredible woman. And then Tylee, everybody, including her family, talks about, and her own mother, talks about how she was difficult. I've been labeled difficult. She was considered so difficult.
All women are labeled difficult. You should know this in your feminist studies. It's how they keep us down. To say we're hysterical, we're difficult. When a man does something, he's assertive. When a woman does something, she's being bitchy. She's being bossy. Didn't Gloria Steinman teach you that?
She was finally labeled dark and a zombie. What Tylee did was speak her mind. I have been labeled difficult. I
would argue you are difficult. I'm just going to throw it out there, lady. But even outside of the patriarchy, you're difficult.
It's inappropriate. My mind. I actually am the believer, like, if you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. I learned that in Young Women's. Like, thank you, seminary and Young Women's. I believe in that. If you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. I'll teach my son that. But like,
yay.
That makes
while being a Mormon or an LDSer
me labeled difficult too by speaking my mind, and have even been labeled dark at times, you could say, in this case.
But you said you're not dark and you're offended.
And, just being, people that disagree or stand up or are strong. So those kind of things too that I see in the culture and in our faith have also really affected me to the point where we dehumanized them completely to the point where they're murdered.
Is Young Women's the one? I think Heather Gay talks about this on, her and Whitney talked about this on the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, where they would go on these like young women's trips. It sounded like Girl Scouts, but way scarier, where you would like go in the woods. Is that part of the Young Women's group when you're just a teenager, but they want to call you a young woman, which is like also gross and patriarchal nastiness and just makes it easier for predators going, she's a young woman. No, she's a child. She's a teenager. These are kids. These aren't underage girls. These are little girls. Okay, it's not the same thing. Some people say yes, some people say no. Okay. Because that was weird.
So dark. They're better off. We murder them. This labeling of dark has been to dehumanize someone so
again,
much.
she's comparing herself to Tylee, being like, oh, this young little girl who was, this child who was labeled difficult, her life was taken because of that. They killed her. And that could have been me because they called me. But it's not, Lauren. You're 45 years old. And you got all the freedom in the world out here. Sending C&Ds and silencing victims' families. Like, gross. Knock it off.
Has affected me. So as I continue to cover this case, my little brother, Jamie, and he was my youngest brother. He's the one, we played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with. He ended up in New York when I didn't, in Brooklyn. So I always joke that, look, you did what the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles did. You made it to New York. I became April O'Neil. We were very close, and he was a big supporter in Hidden True Crime. He was really proud of me. And he was an entrepreneur himself. He started Pleaser DAO. It was an NFT collective where they collected digital art. He even bought Wu-Tang Clan's one and only copy of Once Upon a Time in Shalon.
Okay, don't ever say that again. Okay, don't ever talk about Wu-Tang again. Wu-Tang is here forever. Motherfucker. Okay, don't do that. Also, do you notice how when she talks about people and like loved ones and even her brother, I believe this is the brother who passed, she's like, and he was really proud of me. He was really proud of me. That's weird. That's weird.
And he was just a very creative, special.
Wu-Tang also said protect your neck.
Fun, kind, warm individual. And so he was about to invest in Hidden True Crime. And I was preparing for Lori Vallow's first trial. I was going to go. It was in Boise, Idaho. And it was March 2023. And I knew he was in the Dominican Republic. He'd been in the New York Times. He'd been in Rolling Stone. And he had just been a part of some other article. And I wrote him and I said, I'm so proud of you. And he just wrote, I love you. And the next day I had learned that he was in a...
Damn it. That was such a good screen grab that froze on. Maybe it'll freeze again.
And it was March 2023. And I knew he was in the Dominican Republic.
Okay, that's okay. That one's okay. I knew he was in the Dominican Republic, just doing Dominican Republic stuff. Okay.
He was in the DR. He'd been in the New York Times. He'd been in Rolling Stone. And he had just been a part of some other article. And I wrote him and I said, I'm so proud of you. And he just wrote, I love you.
I love you. Well, as brothers should. Okay. Jesus.
And the next day I had learned that he was in a accident in the Dominican Republic and that it was really bad. And it was a concern, and he had a severe traumatic brain injury, and that my brothers were flying to be with him. And we were all working together to try to get, surgery on his brain and life flights and jets and, a surgeon to him. And it was a really upsetting time. We didn't know if he was going to make it. And just as I was just getting ready to go to this trial, I thought, should I go? Should I not? And I knew that he would want me to go. I knew he'd say, go, Lauren, and my family was taking.
Oh, this is the story how she wasn't there for her brother because she had to be at the trial.
Taking care of him. So I went to Lori Vallow's trial just a week or two after his accident happened, getting updates. It was very difficult. While also looking at the worst autopsy photos in trial that I had ever seen of two little children, JJ.
Okay. Just the exploitation of these little babies' deaths. This lady fucking sucks. You suck.
It was all about belief. It was all about these Mormon doctrines. It was to the point.
I'm speeding her ass up.
Where the FBI was tracking when they went to the LDS temple.
What does it have to do with your brother that you weren't there for, that by your own words and your own admission?
Because they would go to the LDS temple right before the next murder. Like this was so, it was.
Okay, but what was going to happen if you weren't there? Just like Turtle Boy asked Kresha. Nothing. Your impact being there was nothing. You weren't the lawyer. You weren't the family. You weren't the jury.
They billed it as the prosecution, started out by saying it was about sex, power, and money, which it was. But so I was surprised by having known the story.
Right? Like that you chose to look at all that. You didn't even have to. This is a family that has to live with that every day of their life. And what did you do after the fact? Now knowing what you did after the fact is even more enraging. Knowing that you then attack that same family as you describe how horrific this case was and all the credit, and you just throw everything out there. And then you attack Kay and Kresha, and you're taking them to court for some bullshit copyright thing. That is so gross. Like, that's beyond gross. For you to profit off it and go on your Mormon stories and talk about it, only to then shit on them when they have concerns about you or when they're not, Team Woolwin anymore.
Backstory, knowing that it was very LDS influenced.
I was explaining this to my husband last night. I was getting very upset. And he's like, wow, you're really, going through it with this. I'm like, it's a monster. After seeing Crush's interview with Turtle Boy and the videos and the family and what her and John did to now know they're suing them, I don't know how anyone could stand by these people. It's disgusting. And I can't make that funny because that shit's gross.
I wondered what the trial would look like, and it just ended up being so heavily LDS influenced as it needed to be in order to prove the case. So it was about sex, power, and money, but I was shocked by how much the LDS angle, was presented in trial.
Yeah,
including the location of the temple
it's all about
visits.
money.
And
if there was no money, she wouldn't have been there. She wouldn't do it. She wouldn't still talk about it. There wasn't some money there. She didn't profit off of this.
And many other.
So miss me with this. Oh, we were doing. No, you weren't. You weren't doing anything. You were getting paid.
Messages with references to like their LDS beliefs.
Well, I understand. It's fine. You can get paid and, but like to shit on the family after. Okay. I'm saying the same thing. I'm sorry.
And where the prosecution set the stage with sex, power, and money to sway a jury.
Right.
I disagree with them.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I don't think it was about sex, power, money. I think those are the Dateline motives. But the hidden motives, what was really behind it all, was this driving belief in this New Jerusalem, in this afterlife, in being gods and goddesses, in immortality and eternal love, and in power.
Yeah.
That's what this is about.
In some form of weird polygamy.
Now she was trying to make herself cry.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I finished up that trial, and the moment the trial finished, I flew with my son to Miami, where my brother now was.
I'm going to Miami. Okay, stop it.
In the ICU still to the moment it finished. A dear friend came with me too. And there was like a moment I sat with my brother. I saw him in the hospital room for the first time. And I just started crying so hard. And initially, my first response would be to pray. I'm like, I need to pray. And I couldn't. So that was a moment where I realized something had changed in me. I didn't want to pray. Praying reminded me of Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow and Julie Rowe, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't. So that was a moment, but I cried and cried, and I spoke to him. And I think, yeah, that's what mattered to me again, was like connecting to him in that moment. This was about the moment here now. And he was still there, and to just speak to him and look at him and be with him, you know? So that was something.
Okay.
The next year,
what did we get here?
Boise again. I went back for Chad Daybell's trial. And for Chad Daybell's trial, my brother was now back in Salt Lake recovering, or we were hoping he was recovering. He wasn't recovering much, but we were seeing glimpses of hope, you know.
It's another ghost edit.
In Salt Lake recovering, or we were hoping he was recovering. He wasn't recovering much, but
the ghost edit.
We were seeing glimpses of hope, you know.
How long had it been at this point from his accident time?
Mindy, don't do it. Don't do it, Mindy.
A year.
Okay.
Because Chad and Lori's trials were a year apart.
That's right. Almost exactly.
I hope she doesn't talk about the sperm.
Exactly a year apart, weren't they?
And a year is when it matters with a traumatic brain injury. A year is when they say, wait a year. Like, see what happens. You never know. Is he going to wake up more? Just wait for a year. He wasn't brain dead at all, but like, just wait. He was making eye contact and he was moving his hands. And so just wait a year. And so that year was when Chad Daybell's trial started. And a lot of Chad Daybell's trial, some of the evidence we'd seen, we had to go through the autopsy photos again and what happened and all of the text messages between.
We had to. You had to. You didn't have to. You were a voluntary person, attendee at the trial. You didn't have to. You weren't part of the family looking for justice. You weren't part of the legal teams. You weren't on the jury. Again, you weren't the judge.
The biggest piece of new evidence.
You were a willful spectator.
In Chad Daybell's trial, showing his manipulation, was this patriarchal blessing that he gave to Lori's brother, Alex Cox. Telling Alex Cox.
What is the Cox? Alex Cox. Change your name.
His future, that he would save Minnie, that he was his sister's protector. What else? You were there this day, Mindy, sitting next to me.
Yeah.
What was said in that patriarchal blessing? It was, and of course, Chad isn't a real patriarch, so she's giving this quote unquote patriarchal blessing.
I don't remember so much what was said, but what was more impactful, I think, to both of us was just how familiar it felt, just the cadence of his speaking and kind of that soft spoken. There were promises given, there were hints as to Alex being a protector, had taken on that protector role.
He would know when to go to the other side.
Yes.
He would save children. He would rescue children and carry them, and protect
that
people.
He was a valiant spirit in this probation.
Yeah. I remember sitting next to you while it was being played. It was one of the most poignant moments for me.
God, I can't wait to read what Mindy wrote about her now. Hurry up.
In the trial, because when I heard it, I almost went in a trance, because like you just said, it was so familiar. He sounded like a patriarch.
He did.
Giving a patriarchal blessing. And I had heard this meek, soft voice before, this religious voice. It sounded not just like the patriarch that gave me my patriarchal blessing, but the men who have given me blessings, the elders who have been giving me blessings.
Sounds so creepy.
Grandfather who gave me a blessing, the neighbor who gave me a blessing.
The felon from prison who gave me a blessing, aka Lauren's dad.
Boom. Roasted.
Oh, goodness. Lauren, spit it out, lady.
There was no difference. And this meek, soft voice, I just listened, sort of like, I don't know. I felt, I don't know if a trance is the best word, but I almost felt like I was so involved in listening to this. And so it was so frightening to me to hear this familiar.
Good. Maybe you need to go see a hypnotherapist and get them to unhypnotize you, lady.
I just have this meek, there's just something about this meekness, this false
voice
meekness.
breaking, emotion. Yep.
When he's one of those prideful men there is, and he's got children buried in his backyard, to have this meek voice. And we listened to it. It was long. It was like 15 minutes. And when Chad Daybell said amen.
Girl, do you not like you're on crime, but you don't like this? The serial killers always have voices like that. And they're like, what? Not Ted. You talking about Ted Bundy? Ted Bundy in the Volkswagen? Not Ted. Really? Jeffrey? You mean little Jeffrey with the glasses? Whose apartment stinks? But he's so quiet. What?
I said an audible amen in court. Do you remember that?
Dean? Eddie? Little Eddie? Really?
Was that just habit?
I think I was so enveloped in the moment and so like, I can't believe this. I was feeling it with every piece of my body. Like, I can't believe this. It was habit, but I was like just so enveloped in the moment of like thinking about it.
John Wayne well, that kind of makes sense. He's kind of creepy.
But I think that also shows
sweats a lot.
Like just how a habit familiar it was. I couldn't believe I'd said it out loud.
It seemed like it just came out. I remember looking at you like, you said the inside part out loud, Lauren. Yeah. And a few people I think kind of glanced over it. And the moment passed, but I was like, wow, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that was a moment for me when I realized I will never have a man bless me again. Ever. I will bless.
Girl, that's been the story of my motherfucking life. Get away from me with that. You ain't blessing me.
Back to Brad Pitt.
I was like, priesties, move. No, Father John, no, too close. Father Aloys, no. Brother Paulie, I don't know why you're called a brother, okay? But you're not my brother.
Bless myself. I can bless myself if I ever want a blessing. But after that moment, to see or feel the power that this man had over Alex Cox in that moment and in the courtroom and me in that moment too, seeing amen, like, I will never let a man lay his hands on me again and give me a.
Okay, but God, why is this just about you? What are we talking about here? I know this is your interview, but like then you're talking about the case and now it's back to you. Anyways, back to me.
Blessing and have that sort of power over me ever again.
But John, he kind of does. You better not interrupt him.
So, well, yeah.
She's going to bless herself.
Yeah. And then, this year, maybe fast forwarding a bit, Lori has another trial and your brother's story.
Yeah.
Reaches a conclusion of sorts.
Yeah. So Lori has another trial. This is the crime. This is the case that never ends.
It's worth noting. I'll just say this. It's worth noting that this isn't the only story you cover. Like you've covered, I don't know, dozens and dozens of stories, and each one has so much detail. I'm just always stunned by how quickly you're able to grasp the details, you and John, the details of a story and how many facts.
Real Dr. John, stop glazing, homie. Come on, save it for the donuts, sir.
You guys are able to keep in your brains.
And all the FOIA docs and, motions and interviews. And I agree. This isn't the only case that you guys have really, really dug deep into. It's impressive.
Yeah.
Because in between these trials, you're building Hidden True Crime YouTube channel and podcast. And
we're covering other
experiencing
cases.
phenomenal. I remember when you were at 10,000 subscribers and then 50 and then 100. I'm like, whoa, they're really taking off. I was definitely cheering you guys on.
Well, you helped us a lot.
She doesn't cheer other people on. She thinks of you as competition. She even thinks of Wong Quime, who has 7.4 million subscribers to her 300,000. Is trying to take her down. So be careful, John, because she ain't cheering for you.
Lori's helped us a lot. So thank you. I appreciate that. Earlier but
I'm not going to help you
this year. I actually came here because we were all talking about, was it the documentary?
It was the documentary on the Frankie Hildebrandt case.
With the Kevin
Frankie, the Hulu documentary.
Yes. Devil in the Family.
Yes.
Is that the name of it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're talking about that documentary.
Mm-hmm.
And I was coming out here. My mom is on hospice, and my brother,
she needs to know that Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Okay, maybe we need that soundbite. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with.
Honestly, I would never wish this decision on a family ever, but we were making that sort of that Terry Schiavo.
Terry Schiavo. She always brings her up. Oh no, she's gonna talk about the jizz. Oh God, I hope not. Oh Jesus. Oh God. Oh Lord.
Mom is on hospice and my brother was on hospice, and honestly, I would never wish this decision on a family ever, but we were making that sort of.
Why did she talk like Jen McCabe? On the family. I told him to go to Dunkin' Donuts for the family. Go to Dunkin' Donuts. Why does she always sound like Jen McCabe? I can't deal with it. I cannot, you guys.
Jen! Jen!
Because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
Oh my God, what the hell?
A Dunkin' Donuts. Bread and peanut butter in the car.
That Terry Shiver, you remember her?
Do you call her Terry Shiver? Oh my God. She must be related to Gloria Steinman. Maria Schreiber? Are you talking about Maria Schreiber?
Decision. So many decisions to make, to have 7 people on board.
Peanut butter.
To, one moment someone's like, we've got to
like
end this. While someone else is saying, let's try stem cells. He's a donor. So they're going through all the, what do we donate? His heart, his lungs, his kidney, like, can we not? Are we able to? And so I don't wish that upon anyone. I admire my siblings and my family that went through this, but he was on hospice at this moment, and I was here, I think this chair. So just it was March. This is March. And we were talking, and my phone actually started blowing up mid episode.
So while her brother's on hospice, she's going to trials and doing podcasts, like this podcast. Is that what you just said? Okay. I don't know anymore.
Saying that he wasn't doing well. He had pneumonia. And then I saw that they were having a donor team come in to see if he qualified, because that matters too. And he did. And so we finished the episode, and I was supposed to go home that night, but instead I went to St. Joseph, where he was, and the donor team was taking him, and they were going to find organs, and it was his time. So I never went home that night. And 2 days later, we surrounded him in the hospital after they had found donors for his, after they found, recipients. Thank you. After they found recipients for his organs, and they removed his breathing.
Well, thank you to your brother for donating and giving people a chance via his organs. That's a beautiful thing, a beautiful gift he gave to people. So shout out to your brother, RIP, for being an organ donor. That's amazing. We don't make it about yourself.
And we held him, and it took him like 45 minutes, and we encouraged him, and we cheered him on and told him he could do it.
Okay. She just acts like she's the only person who's ever went through having a family member in hospice or losing someone.
And, yeah. And then it was beautiful. They do a donor walk, and they
Yep.
walked him out, and
they do,
honored him, but we were with him when he died. And then we
Not that it matters, but I think that was after the second trial.
It was after
she doesn't even remember. Oh my God.
The Lori's second trial and before the third.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
How does John know more of the timeline than you?
That doesn't super matter, but
yeah, no, it does matter. And his funeral was March 22nd. We had a funeral for him March 22nd. And so it was right before Lori's third trial. And so I spoke, and I read this quote.
Of course, you were like, I'll speak.
And I want to read it.
Oh, Lordy.
Because this is a big takeaway. Yeah, from it. So it's, Carl Sagan, famous.
Don't drag Carl Sagan into this. She's like, I think Carl Sagan, the pale or the bright blue dot, the pale pink pomodoro. Is that Carl Sagan?
Philosopher, famous atheist, his wife, Andrewen, was also a philosopher.
Carl Sagan would say, I am just a speck of dust inside a giant's eye. And he'd say, you take yourself too seriously. And everyone you ever know is on this little planet, in this little circle. And that's how insignificant really we all are when we take our big heads and egos out of it. Everyone you've ever known, you've ever loved, everyone that's ever existed have existed on this little tiny thing. Do you actually take his words into account? To take some of this ego off you? I don't think so. I don't think she gets it.
writer and producer. And after Carl died,
did she say? Is she acting like she knows Carl Sagan?
His wife. So it's, you know,
I really don't think she's listening to what Carl Sagan has to say, because he would not like whatever this is.
Carl Sagan, famous philosopher, famous atheist, you know, his wife, Andrewen,
famous
was also a philosopher, writer, and producer. And after Carl died, she said this, and my brother loved the cosmos. So he even had a dog named Cosmo. And he always talked about the cosmos. And I don't know what he believed in the end. He was not LDS, and that he did not identify as LDS.
Sounds like your brother was pretty cool. And it looks like you're not.
But, you know, I'll just read it. So, and Anne asking about how her husband, Carl, an atheist. Carl faced his death.
An atheist.
With unflagging courage and never sought refuge in illusions.
Lauren, are you listening? Never sought refuge in illusions or delusions.
Boom. Roasted.
Write that one down, girl. Get it tattooed on you.
The tragedy was that we knew we would never see each other again. I don't ever expect to be reunited with Carl. But the great thing is that
Carl. Why is he talking like from The Walking Dead? You know, what's his face from Walking Dead? He always talk. They did this like montage of him saying his son's name. He's like, Carl. I forget that actor's name. Who's the main dude on Walking Dead? Carl. Me and my sister-in-law used to crack up at that montage of him just saying Carl season after season until Carl died.
When we were together for nearly 20 years, we lived with a vivid appreciation of how brief and precious life is. We never trivialized the meaning of death by pretending it was anything other than a final parting. The way he treated me and the way I treated him, the way we took care of each other and our family while he lived, that is so much more important than the idea that I will see him someday. I don't think that I will ever see Carl again, but I saw him. We saw each other. We found each other in the cosmos, and that was wonderful. Anne. And
so why'd you read that?
I think that represents, so much of where I am right now after covering Lord.
So you're an atheist. Awesome. Let's move on.
And Chad Daybell and Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke, they sought refuge in illusions. They put more emphasis on the hereafter and the...
That's how they control you, Lauren. That's how they control you.
It's inappropriate.
The forever than they did in the mortal right now.
We know.
And that...
You're figuring this out. The rest of us are like, duh.
Me was their biggest downfall. Like, rather than thinking of this moment, rather than they thought of the New Jerusalem and being a god and goddess and the hereafter, to the point where this moment, their children's lives didn't even matter because they would just go on to the next. Sort of like, oh, don't worry if you don't meet love in this life, Lauren, you can just meet your love in the next. And I'm not okay with that. What matters to me is not this imaginary man I might meet in the next life. It's loving John right here and now. It's loving my son right here and now. It's being in this moment, is loving my brother and being with one another. And I think,
but first go to the trials and then be with your loved ones who are dying.
That this fear of death I had when I was a child, like this need for a heaven and this fear, I think I've replaced it now with the idea of how precious it all is right now, that it is fleeting. I think that the other thing I've learned is how fearful human beings are. I've learned of this from crime, like how fearful human beings are of change.
Or of having their text messages leaked.
Boom. Roasted.
Some humans, not going to say any names, rhymes with Wowen, are willing to blow up their lives and other people's lives in order to keep those secrets, allegedly.
We don't like change. We want things to be permanent. Our families need to be together forever. The church can't change or progress.
I like change.
Everything has to be permanent, but the truth is everything changes. Everything changes and everything is fleeting.
Yeah, again, I think it's just could have wrote this in your journal. I think you're the only one that needs to know this.
And what matters,
I love how she thinks she's teaching us. Like, what?
Is this moment. And I'm sort of finding that in my newfound faith in this time. So now you're asking, like, what do I believe? I don't know what I believe. Like, I think I still want to say that I'm a Christian, that I identify as a Christian because I believe in loving one another and in those Christian teachings, but I don't know who Christ is. I mean, He could be a savior. He could also be a covert narcissist. Like, I don't know. You know, I mean,
Is this more projection?
The way, the truth, and the life, it's pretty bold. Like, you know, but I believe in the metaphor and what he stands for and what he means, which is loving one another and not judging and being there and being with the sick and the homely and the low.
The sick and the homely? Even the uggos. Even the fucking gross ones. The ugly ones. Yep. The sick, not the homeless, the homely. Even the ones who are not pretty and cannot afford Botox or lip filler. Not even, I'll even be around them. I'll be like, just don't touch me. Okay, thank you. Homely. This chick, like, stop it, lady. How is this not satire? Someone left a comment. One of the beautiful Australian viewers, apologies, I can't remember your screen name offhand, but talking about how Chris Lilly would have a field day with these people. And those of you who know about Jamae or Summer Heights High, the hilarious comedian Chris Lilly, who created all of these kind of mockumentary shows, these satirical mockumentaries that were so funny. And I feel like we're in a Chris Lilly mockumentary at this point. Like, these aren't real people, but they are. The sick, the homely, the uggos.
For and what he stands for.
The fatties, the fatty boombas, the skinny minis, the big noses, the small noses, the pig noses, the buck tooths, the gap tooths, the big foots.
And what he means, which is loving one another and not judging and being there and being with the sick and the homely.
No.
Oh, God. Lauren, stop it.
And the lily in heart, but I don't know. I don't know. So I don't know if I can be LDS.
And no one corrected her. John, Mindy, you weren't like the homely? The homely?
Christian and an agnostic at the same time, if that's okay. Because I also...
Only the homely, funny grandma. My favorite song. Only the homely, da, 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 da.
I don't think I can ever have the pride to say I know that there is a God.
Girl, you got too much pride.
I don't know. I don't know if there's a hereafter. I hope there is. I maybe think there isn't.
Okay, cool. Can we move on? I mean, God, you're talking in circles about it. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Go pay attention to your family.
I want there to be.
Stop sending out cease and desist. Okay? Here's my deal for you. Since you believe in magic, if you stop harassing the victims' families and you stop calling people stalkers who aren't stalkers, okay? And you start giving back some of this money you're making off these tragedies, you get to heaven. All right? Hey, if your buddy Joseph Smith and his friends can do it, why can't I? All right? Abracadabra, hocus de pocus, Christmas trees without batteries unite. Heaven there will be for LaurenMatthias McGee if you do better. Which I know negates all the things we were saying before, that you shouldn't just focus on what you're doing so that you can get into like some afterlife, but it does lead you to focus a little more on whatever. Who cares? But there you go.
So I think I'm humble enough to say I'm agnostic.
Oh God, not humble, girl. No, you are not humble, baby girl. You're about as humble as David Duchovny, and he is not. He likes the PORN,
but
allegedly.
I would never have the pride that Lori and Chad had to say that they know. I mean, even in Lori's most recent interview with Nate Eaton, she's saying that she knows. She knows the Savior. She knows she'll be exonerated.
She homely, not toothless. Toothless, not homely, Kimberly. The homely and the toothless. To be like Grayson.
Knows her kids are fine.
She knows her kids are fine and happy.
And the Jesus is super happy with her. And
Jesus is super happy with her. But how different is this than saying that you know that God lives, and you know.
How different is this than you on your 9-hour live saying what a good person you are and how you help all these people and you had to be there at the trials?
That you'll be with your family forever. We don't know. We hope.
Family.
But I think,
family.
this is actually a quote that I wrote in my book, page 218 of my book.
Crazy that she wrote a book and she's a journalist, but words aren't her thing. Normally you're drawn toward that profession because words are your thing. I mean, that's kind of why I majored in journalism and minored in creative writing and psychology, Dr. John, because I enjoy words. The words. Chicken Head, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I can't. I'm laughing so hard. I'm homely. We're all homely, according to Lauren, and she will. She will feed us. She will clothe us. She will pay attention to us. She will pray for us, even the homely.
About change. And I say, the more we cling to our idealistic stories, the more likely we are to refuse to give them up because we might have to admit that we were wrong. We might have to admit that maybe our lives did not go according to plan. We might have to admit that maybe the complexity of our lives outstripped the simplicity of our illusions. I began to understand the more deeply I clung to my story, the more I refused to let it go in spite of the reality. So I think that that's where I am.
That's what you're doing right now. You're clinging to your story about this stalker situation so that you can absolve yourself of the crime of being a disingenuous shit talker and not caring about people as much as you claim to for money. Lady.
Sometimes we just have to admit that the complexity of our lives outstrip the simplicity.
Do you even read your words? Look at, she's like, she put it down like, the complexity of our lives outstrip the strippers who are actually good people. I used to think they were whores, but they're actually good people.
To let it go in spite of the reality. So I think that that's where I am, is sometimes we just have to admit that the complexity of our lives outstrip the simplicity of our illusions.
She's so proud of herself. The complexity of our life outstrip the delusion of our illusions, or whatever she said. See? Please clap. Please clap. Thank you. Thank you. I am great. Mindy KSC, thank you so much for coming in with a super chat saying, oh boy, I'm uncomfortable, just like she said. Let's pull up that clip because it is just such a good clip. Uncomfortable.
And this was becoming uncomfortable for me.
Uncomfortable. Watching this back, I didn't realize how often she draws comparisons to crime cases, victims, and her own story. Feel free to roast me. Jolene, why would I roast you, Mindy? You're wonderful. Stop it. Thank you so much. Stop it. It's easy for me because I'm looking at this not as someone who was already invested in what she did previously. So I'm looking at it a little bit more objectively because I didn't like her or dislike her before or after this. Now, had I been invested in her art, as she calls it, or been like, oh, she does good stuff, it might have been harder for me to look at this objectively. But now I'm like, dude, this chick sucks. I can't help it.
And that is what Lauren, that's where I am, is sometimes we just have to admit that the complexity of our lives outstrip the simplicity of our.
Was that Mindy? Is that Mindy? I am so dumb. You guys were like, hey, man. And I'm like, that's Mindy. Hi, Mindy. Welcome. You little sweetie. Mindy from the video, you guys. Mindy from the Mormon stories. Mindy, you don't have to. You do not have to. We just joke. You were glazing her a little bit. That's all we said, I think. You can play it. You'll see. We like you, Mindy. We like your smile. We like your style. And I can't wait to see what you said about this chick. Apparently, it's on the Reddit. But I haven't read it yet because I'm saving the best for last. Sometimes the snow comes down in June. Just when I thought the chance had passed, you go and save the best Mindy for last. Yes, don't worry, Mindy. It's the Mindy. I think it's the Mindy, right? Mindy. Thank you, Mindy. And look at Mindy. She's like, roast me. Go ahead. Lauren would never say that. She would never say roast me. She would, how dare you? Christ will get you.
Illusions. And that is what Lori and Chad didn't do. That is what Jody and Ruby didn't do. And that is what many, refuse to do. And I think that that's a good place to be. So I think, I am So where am I? What is my Mormon story? I am Mormon, and I'm actually a proud Mormon. I'm proud to be LDS.
Mindy, question for you. Do episodes usually take this long to get through, or was she just like a yapper? Because she's like, what's my Mormon story? And we're like 2 episodes in, multiple hours. I love how she was, when she did her 9-hour live, LaurenMatthias is like, I can't believe I did this. When really this one is 2 hours and the one before it, I think, is at least 2-3 hours. So, yep.
This is my heritage. I just can't wake up tomorrow and not be Mormon. It's an identity. It's a culture. It's something that has been really good in my life. So, I mean, I don't know what the future looks like. Everything changes. I don't know where my life will lead or what will happen, but yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm LDS. I'm agnostic. I want to be able to realize that the complexity of life.
Lauren's like, I'm everything, just in case I get it wrong. I'm everything. Oh, but you said, no, I'm agnostic. I'm atheist. I'm Christian. I'm Mormon. I'm Baptist. I'm Catholic. I'm Lutheran. I'm Presbyterian. I am the one that don't celebrate their birthdays like the legendary Prince was. I forgot their names. I forgot the name of that religion. I am all those. I am Scientologist. Okay. I am, give me something else. I am, yep, that's what I am. I'm Buddhist. A Taoist. I'm all the things. So I can't be wrong because I'm all the things and I'm everything except homely.
And this was becoming uncomfortable for me.
Now, Mindy, when you heard her say that even the homely, were you like, I don't know if she meant that.
Outstrips any illusions I may have had and be open to change. So that's where I am.
Beautiful. You just gave me a thought about Mormonism in the church I've never had before, and that's hard after 20, 30 years of doing this. What if the church were called the Church of Jesus Christ of present-day saints?
I could get behind that.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ of present-day saints. Okay. Latter-day, present-day. Huh. All right. Mindy says she had a lot she wanted to cover. Mormon Stories is usually more of a discussion. Oh, okay. So beforehand, she's like, hey, I want to hit this. Here's my points. And were you surprised when she talked about Gloria Steinman? Were you like, I don't know what if she's related to Gloria Steinem, but I'm interested. Poor Mindy. You guys were so sweet and supportive to her.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's start a petition.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah. What would happen? Imagine
if a $300 billion organization with allegedly 17 million members were spending every day on the present moment, making the present moment as good as possible for as many people as possible.
Right. That would be beautiful.
I like that.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, she had to one up Mindy. Mindy goes,
mention-
I like that. I like Mindy's voice. You have a very calming, nice voice. You go, I like that. Yeah. And then Lauren goes, I love that. Yo, you like it? I love it.
It's possible.
Right. That would be beautiful.
I like that.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah, but I love that. You might like it, but I love it. I want some more of it. I'm trying so hard. I can't rise above it. Don't know what it is about that little Mormon's loving, but I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Okay, stop it, Joleen.
Yeah. You do mention at the end, and it's worth mentioning that we did our episode about
Take us home, John. Take us home, the real Dr. John.
the Mormon influence on Chad and Lori Daybell. I think it was in 2021.
Mindy, I don't know if you can answer for John, but is he still believing her bullshit? Just a question. Just a question. And it's okay if you can't answer that. I get it. You don't have to answer for a man over here. But if you want to, you can, okay? Because hopefully he's seen the light.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt stuff came out after that. And we covered the Visions of Glory stuff and other things.
And if he's going to come out, I can't wait and say something. I love it. You guys should do a whole podcast about it.
Our band, you know, our group with us three and Megan have been some of my favorite episodes of all time. So you do mention child abuse in the church in your closing thoughts. Do you want to
I forgot about that? Yeah, no, I do. I think moving forward with Hidden True Crime, I think the other thing that I've uncovered through studying these LDS crimes is the rampant child abuse in the church. And that's been really hurtful to my heart. That's been really hard to process. And I'll say this too, like, because I acknowledge that I'm LDS on my channel when talking about this stuff, or that I have an LDS background, there are a lot of opinions on my bias. And some people call me an apologist. Some people think that,
well, they would only call you an apologist if you were being an apologist, right?
I'm not hard enough on the church. Other people think that I'm too hard on the church. But I think that what I will always do, again, it's a lesson I brought up already that I learned in Young Women. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Like, I will always stand for evidence, and I will never back away from what I am seeing. And what I am seeing a lot of is abuse in this faith I love and in this church I love. And it is something that I want to keep uncovering. And I'll never, if I see it, I will never just look the other way. Like, I will, move forward covering that.
That's like me going, God, I love the Catholics. Oh, the abuse on the kids. It's all, I don't love that, but I just love them so much. Like, say it. It's wrong. Say it. Don't spray it. They've created a culture of this. It's systemic at this point. She just wants to play all the sides again. She wants to be all the things, so she can't be technically wrong.
And I see that in the future with hidden true crime.
You see that in the future of true crime ended up being a civil stalking injunction. That was false.
Yeah. And I love it that you're modeling the ambiguity and even the ambivalence of not having certainty, but still recognizing the value of your community and your heritage. Because Mormonism, as I listen to your story now, I fully understand where you are. Like, there's so many points in your life where you were terrified, afraid, your family was in turmoil, financial difficulties, needing hope and guidance or structure or community. And it just seems like the church, the Mormon church, came through for you and in many instances for your family time and time and time again.
You know where it just came through recently? So with all of the upsetting things that was happening during studying the Lori and Chad Daybell case for 6 years. And again, my little brother, who told me before his death he did not identify as LDS or Mormon, that all of these people from my childhood, this community came back, which so many of them are still LDS. And I didn't know how much it would mean to me to have that community come back. Sort of like with George's funeral, like, it made me so grateful at that moment on March 22nd to be surrounded by these people I love in this village, and so grateful for this, the heritage in this village that I loved. I'm so grateful for that on my brother's funeral day. I just didn't know how much it would mean to me and how much I needed that. So, and for my little boy, people wondering, I was his Sunbeams teacher. I loved being a Sunbeams teacher because I could teach him about all those good parts. I still try.
What the fuck is a Sunbeams teacher? What the fuck? Why are they taking perfectly nice terms like comforter, or blanket or whatever they had? Sunbeam, making it weird. Crush is here. Under Crusher says, Mindy, thank you for standing up. One thing you're not doing is falling for anything. Thank you for following the evidence. You rock. You do rock. You do rock, Mindy. You do.
To take him sometimes and encourage him, but I'll let him lead the way there. He doesn't always want to go. So we'll see.
Okay, well, maybe, okay, she just got done saying, this child abuse is rampant in this religion, but I'm including my son in it. Make it make sense. What?
And how's the channel? And what's the future of the channel?
Oh, it didn't age well. Well, she's currently sending out C&Ds to everybody, John. And she is suing in copyright court some bullshit, the victims' families that she exploited. Yeah. And she's claiming she has a stalker because a pretty lady named Christina makes tiki-takis where she never names her or shows her picture. You know this, John. Come on, John.
Channel, if you've got any thoughts about the future.
The future of hidden true crime looks good.
Ooh. Oobly.
We are covering numerous crimes. We don't just cover LDS crimes. In fact, it's nice to have a bit of a break, honestly, from it's heavy. So
how nice. What a privilege that you get a break. But guess who doesn't? The victims' families that you exploit and that you're now suing. Yes, lady.
That's my opinion!
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
So why don't you stop suing Under Crusher and her family?
But crimes are always hard and they're always sad. And we try to cover crimes where we feel we can bring value to the case, where we can benefit it in some way in discussing or analyzing or processing those hidden motives. And we will continue to do that on our podcast and YouTube channel.
I also have to say that when I think about the arc of your story where you're about to peak in Milwaukee, right? And you're thinking that's my big break. And that could.
I've never heard anyone say that. You're about to peak in Milwaukee. What? It's so weird. Such a weird thing to say.
Really make or break you, right? I can guarantee you there's been dozens and dozens of correspondence in mid-market stuff.
Oh, McButter73, good catch. I think your name used to pop up as Molly, and now it just pops up as you're at. Where we can benefit in any way, where we, meaning her and Jean, her and pretend Dr. Jean.
Like Milwaukee, that we have never heard from and we will never heard from. But your decision, courageous decision with Dr. John to pursue hidden true crime has led you to.
Krisha, if you're going live tonight, we will redirect this stream because we're wrapping up here over to your live stream. So just let me know. And I'll grab the link for it and put it in so everyone heads on over. Not that they weren't going to anyway, but just we like to do these raids.
To be on how many nationwide documentaries, Hulu specials, HBO specials, Netflix specials, like the visibility, well, the reach y'all have had, the impact y'all have had, and the visibility that you've had, it all paid off. Like it's a real, I don't want to say rags to riches, but riches to rags to riches, real success story. And I'm just so delighted. It couldn't happen to a better person. Am I wrong, Mindy?
I totally agree. And I just think the combination of you and Dr. John and what you each bring to your channel is just so special. It's like lightning in a bottle, right? And I think that's why you've been so successful.
Oh my God, that reminds me of Tom Sandoval. Baby, you're like lightning in a bottle, and I can't. Oh, that Sandoval. Sandibot, Uptown Alley Cat. Thank you so much. You guys, that's it. We've gotten so many members. We're doing a members only this week. What is it, Tuesday? What's a good day? Maybe Friday? Friday, I got to write a note for myself. Friday members only. And that'll be for the Patreon, the 2 tiers on Patreon, and then the 2 tiers on YouTube. Friday members only. And maybe we'll go over some more of the LaurenMatthias craziness. Do some more roasting on some of her videos behind the paywall, like she likes to do. So thank you, Uptown Alley Cat.
Because, you know, sometimes you'll take the lead on the things that you're really strong and great at. And then he jumps in with his knowledge and expertise and maybe shies away from the things that maybe you're more comfortable with and vice versa. And I love to follow your channel and to see how many times in the comments will something get covered or a breaking news point and your hidden gems and your followers will be like, I can't wait to hear what Dr. John has to say about this, you know?
That's never gonna be me.
It's such an interesting and valuable combination, and separately you're amazing, but together it's really special. And I'm not surprised that, you know, that you've grown so much, and I really look forward to what's to come for you. I'm glad that the Daybell chapter hopefully is coming to an end. It's taken up a lot, you know, a lot of our, and by choice, I chose to follow that case. It had special interest for me, but I'm like, yeah, moving on. Right. And with so much, you know, love and support for the victims and their families. And you never want to lose sight of that in these types of cases that you follow. But yeah, I look forward to what's to come for you as a team and with your channel. And
thank you.
We'll continue to support you.
Thank you. So in other words, yeah, John was right when he said, don't move to Milwaukee. You know, it seemed,
John.
Yeah, my John. Yeah, not you. Yeah.
The
Dr.
real
John
Dr.
was right. So yeah.
Real Dr. John.
Beautiful. And the only other last thing I'll say is that like people tell me, man, John, you work hard all the time. I guarantee you work harder than me. You work really
You
hard.
are one of the hardest working people I have ever witnessed.
Absolutely.
You know, seeing you up in Idaho at those trials and
I don't understand why people have to put themselves down to bring her up. Okay? She is not harder working than you two. Let me just tell you, she is not. All right? No way, Jose. No. No way. Okay? And here you guys go. I just purchased 5 memberships to my own channel to be gifted to you guys. So hopefully some of you got a membership and we'll do members only on Friday, okay? So it looks like Steph sells Stuff by the Seashore got one. Tanya, you got one. Pippa, Kay Taylor, and Kimberly Porter. You got some memberships. All right. I want you guys to be able to join. I know. It's like stuff sucks right now. We need some laughs.
And you were so gracious to allow me to stay with your friend, and just like seeing you behind the scenes, I'm like dying to lay on the couch and and I'm not taking notes and preparing things. I'm just, you're a hard worker, Lauren, but take care of yourself too. And
heck yeah.
And, it seems like you know yourself and you know your balance, but
no, thank you. Yeah, I'm still working on work-life balance. Growing a business is hard.
Make sure you guys have it selected in your YouTube profiles that you can receive gifted memberships, because YouTube just selects them randomly. So if you have that on, even I think when you're not in the chat, you can be gifted a membership. So make sure you have that selected. All right. Congrats to everybody. And I got to update the emojis. I did. Did you know I can't? You can only give away 5 to 10 memberships a month if you're not a, I forget it. Certain channels can, but if you're someone who can, I forget what the thing is, but like advertise, like I can do like work with brands. So if you're a channel who can work with brands on YouTube, you can't give memberships. I don't know why. I didn't make the rules, but I would love it if they just would give me memberships to gift, because they give other channels who don't do like the brand stuff, they give them like 5 or 10 a month that they can just give away. They make me buy my own memberships. I don't know why they do that. It's just a dumb rule, but whatever.
But I hope that I can get to a place where things can balance out. But yeah, right now it's a growing business and it's very busy and exhausting. So hopefully that'll be the next step, is figuring out how to maybe slow down a little bit more and be in that present moment, be with my.
Slow down with the C and D's. Slow down with these nuts. Okay. Slow down with the Sue and the victims' families.
Son and John. And
so remind people how they can follow and support you guys one last time.
You can find us on YouTube at Hidden True Crime, or subscribe. Subscribing is always the biggest help. If you could
subscribe, because people are leaving. Allegedly, people are leaving. I think they're staying strong at 313, but they started at 321 when Grayson was talking shit, going, Lori Hellis doesn't have as many subscribers. And then Lori Hellis jumped up and they jumped down. Let's see. Hidden True Crime. Let's see what their subs are at. Still 313. That's weird. Like, it hasn't moved at all. Up or down? I don't know.
Subscribe. It's free to do.
Asking questions here.
Or on our podcast platform, you can subscribe. It's also free to do.
Spotify, Apple Podcasts.
Spotify, Apple, anywhere you listen to your podcast. And leave us a review too, an Apple review, a 5-star Apple review. That's a huge help. Patreon.com/Hidden True Crime. That is a monthly membership to support us, but you get bonus episodes every week, behind the scenes episodes of John and I just discussing what's going on. And then, Buy
your book.
You can get my book.
Show one last time.
If interested.
Tell them the name.
Escaping Emotional Abuse, Healing Journey. Yeah.
God, I kind of want to do a book club on this, but I don't know. No. No. Because you can't read it, because that's taking her work, and I wouldn't do that. Jay Brad, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the membership. Kristen, welcome to the membership. I got to that before 8 hours later, like the Venmo. Vintage AF, welcome to the membership. We'll do our members only Friday. I wrote it down with lots of stars around it. Friday members only. We'll have some fun. We'll have some laughs. We'll laugh off the Thanksgiving foods.
This is the first time I've ever promoted it.
Am I having a memory of Dr. John wanting to write a book? Or is that your Dr. John wants to? I'm remembering that your Dr. John was working on a book at one point, right?
Yes, I think he's still working on the book. Yeah.
What do you mean, the Princeton guy couldn't write a book? Shouldn't be that hard, right? Shouldn't be that hard. Thank you, Cindylicious, for becoming a member. And did she strike Turtle Boy yet? It's interesting, Lauren, that we haven't struck the turtle. Listen, turtle. It's almost as if you are fearful of the turtle. Crazy. So someone on your level of subs, someone who can fight back with Betero, his attorney, who is a great BT Dubs. You're not gonna strike him. It's interesting.
Works to an agent. Yeah.
Nice.
Right now.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So things are good. And we'll see. Like I said, everything changes. We'll see where the future takes us. So, yeah.
Well, thanks, LaurenMatthias, for coming on Mormon Stories and telling us your epic Mormon story.
You're welcome. Well, yeah,
It was
it's not
well worth
over.
the wait. Yeah.
It's not over.
It was well worth the wait. Yeah.
It's
So,
not
and Mindy Caldwell,
over.
thanks for coming back.
You're welcome. Always a
Mindy.
pleasure to be here. And yeah, I'm always surprised by how quickly the time goes, even though I know we've been here for hours. But
Mindy, you're so nice because that took forever. You had to have fallen asleep a little bit during that, right? Maybe, yeah.
I've been waiting for your Mormon story for a long time. You know, I've seen people question after and after, what does Lauren believe? What is her, you know, and so this has been enlightening and really educational and makes me feel like I know you a lot better. And I appreciate that. And so thank you for being here and for sharing your story.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for listening for so long. You know what prepared us for this was we were children that went to 3-hour church.
That's a flex.
How about 8 to 10 hours?
You should do comedy, Lauren. Thank you, Side Gig, for becoming a member of the Lane team.
It's a general conference.
And that too.
In a weekend.
Always.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us today.
I love the end of things awkward. Like, okay. All right. Well, thanks. Thanks. Bye.
Mormon Stories Podcast. Huge thanks to Brooklyn and
Bye,
Julia.
Dr. John. Bye, Dr. John. Okay. Before we wrap up, we have to look at Mindy's thing. Okay. So you guys are saying it's on the Reddit. Now we get to finally find out what Mindy said. Mindy, what did you say? What did you say, Mindy? Let me check the Reddit. Do. It's not over. Okay. Let's see. Do you guys know when she posted it? When did Mindy make her post on Reddit? Is it the only place that Mindy has put her? Cindy, you are appreciated no matter what you do. So thank you so much. You don't have to promise anything. You don't got to do anything. Life is hard. Times are hard. All right. Okay. When did Mindy post, you guys? Does anyone know? We went 5 hours. Oh, yeah, we did. We just hit 5 hours. Does anyone know on the Reddit where Mindy posted? Was it yesterday? Get it on Utterance. Okay, did they do it? Excited Utterance? Was it in their live or did they post it on their community tab? Let's see, Excited Utterance. Okay, let me stop sharing so it'll let me search. Okay. Excited Utterance. Also, go sub to Excited Utterance. Go sub to Everyday with Jay. I believe I have links in the description, but I'll make sure they're there. Okay. Okay, it's posted. Post. All right. This is a big deal. Oh, this is 3 days ago. I missed it 3 days ago. Damn. Thank goodness for Hella and Excited Utterance. Hella, okay. Okay, so Hella says, this is a big deal. Mindy Caldwell is very respected as a contributor to the Mormon Stories podcast channel, hosted by Dr. John Dehlin. Suck it in, like John Dehlin. Okay. She regularly appeared on this channel alongside LaurenMatthias, even as recently as 4 months ago in the episode titled The Making of Lauren. Matthias. Mindy has written this very considerate post on Reddit revealing her feelings about the situation with Lauren's behavior of late, especially considering the copyright strike against Under Pressure, aka at Difficult Research. Go sub to Difficult Research as well. Read for yourself. People are working this out. All right. So here is the screenshot. Okay. Hi, everyone. Mindy Caldwell here. I have appeared several times on Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin, LaurenMatthias, Megan Connor, and Dr. John remotely. He doesn't like to leave his house. I'll start by saying that I deeply value my friendship with John Dehlin and would never speak for him. Apologies, I kind of asked you to speak for him. Sorry, Mindy. So you never speak for him. On this issue or any other. John is a sincere guy with a big heart. And Margie Dehlin is one of the warmest, most genuine souls I've ever known. I adore them both. I assume that's his wife. Shout out to Margie. I've spent many hours in the Mormon Story studio with John, Lauren, and Megan. I care about all of them. We have worked hard in our collaborations, and I'm proud of the episodes we have released. A little backstory on my relationship with Lauren and HTC. I told my friend, John Delin, years ago that I'd been doing a deep dive on the Daybell case. So he asked if I'd like to join him with the Matthiases on Mormon Stories to talk about it. I came prepared to those interviews with a binder full of detailed notes. See, you work much harder than Lauren. And the others nickname me Binder Mindy. I have always relied on my trusty notes and deep research as a way to contribute to the conversations. I have been effusive about HTC in the past and have found value in much of their content. Let me see if I can I see more of this? I think you have to click on this link or something. Oh, wait, no, there's a next. Okay. I have praised Lauren for her work ethic. We heard that. When I accepted John Delin's invitation a few months ago to join as a co-host for Lauren's personal story, I was unaware at that time of any of the drama behind the scenes. In retrospect, the timing of the interview raises concerns. Oh, damn.
Boom. Roasted.
Yes, it does. But I will confirm that John was or has wanted to interview Lauren for a long time, and I was happy to participate. I sent a message to Lauren and Grayson, shout out to Pound Puppy Grayson, shortly after the 9-hour live to extend my support. There were moments during the long live where things weren't quite adding up in my mind. We saw it on your face, Mindy, but you hit it pretty well. But now we knew in retrospect. But my message of support was mostly in response to the evident distress of the situation. Since then, I've spent many hours consuming content and sifting through information, including frequent visits to the subreddit. I appreciate what has been shared. My Mormon faith deconstruction has taught me that there is freedom and great value in learning to think critically. Yes, critical thinkers unite. I spent the first 40 years of my life following the church path with gusto, and the past 11 years meticulously attempting to detangle a lifetime of conditioning. You are good. You should write a book, Mindy. This is way better than LaurenMatthias. No offense, all offense. I have learned the importance of challenging confirmation biases. Oh, can you teach Dr. John about confirmation biases? Because his whole argument was just using confirmation bias to prove his point. And examining evidence, despite devotion or loyalty to the subject of examination, despite his loyalty to his wife. I recognize that I only have a hangnail's worth of skin in this game. I don't produce my own content, and I keep pretty low profile in general. I am not a keeper of any damning information. You're not a keeper of the secrets. You're not going to burn their kingdom down, put the head on the platter, and don't know most of the people in this drama. Down the rabbit hole. Oh, we cut it off. Started out as a confusion and sadness. Several high hopes for the We Respond video as a way to bring. Why is this not formatted properly? Poopy. All right, I'm gonna have to grab the rest of this on. Let me grab the rest of this on the Reddits. Let's see. So maybe I did something wrong. Did I do something wrong? Let me reload it. Because now it's all out of sorts. Okay. I hate how when you post stuff on the community tab, it'll do this. See, it's all fine and dandy randy until you get to that third page. Damning information, blah, blah, blah. Rabbit hole started out as a confusion and sadness. You had high hopes for the We Respond video as a way to bring maybe light to the situation, but instead I was catapulted into an obsessive. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at this. This is 3 days ago. Okay, under pressure. Do. Okay, I'm just looking. Does anyone know what the Reddit post is called? Or what her Reddit handle is? This is 2 days ago. I'm just scrolling through. Okay. Oh, Jay. Okay. So every day with Jay, it says mysterious rests, mystery rests timeline mentioned in Jay's video. Okay, so every day with Jay. I gotta watch that video. They have a video. Okay. I got so much to watch. My God. My hyper focus is going crazy. All right. Also, Christina's back on the TikTok. She's back. The at objection, your honor, if you want to follow her at objection, your honor. She's posting again. All right, I think I'm getting close. Am I close? It's Mysterious Rest. Okay, is that her name? Mysterious Rest. 3 days, Mysterious Rest. Or no, that's mysterious. I'm confusing myself. What the heck? Identity. Smash that like if you haven't already, you guys. Sorry about this. I just want to be able to read the whole thing. Is it a post or is it in the comments? Oh, found it. Okay. Let me go from where we left off. All right. So she's not going to speak for John DeLynn. She adores Margie and John. Spent many hours on Mormon story, a little backstory, relationship with Lauren. She told John DeLynn years ago that he should do a deep dive, or she'd been doing a deep dive on the Daybell stuff. So he asked if I'd join him when they did the Matthiases. She thought the timeline that she wanted to do this interview was a little sus looking back, knowing what she knows now, because they knew nothing of the drama and the ridiculous stalker allegations. All right. I saw Lauren's hustle and tenacity behind the scenes and was impressed with her. Okay. So she says, the first time I met Lauren in person was at a trial in Boise. She and her friend Sarah generously allowed me to stay with them. I don't think Sarah's her friend anymore, for which I'm grateful. I saw Lauren's hustle and tenacity behind the scenes, and I was impressed by her. Outside of our collabs discussing the Daybell case, Visions of Glory, and Frankie Hillebrand, I have followed HTC's content less in recent years, mostly because of life getting busy and also feeling drained from true crime in general. Yeah, I can imagine. When I accepted John DeLynn's invitation a few months ago to join as a co-host for Lauren's personal story, I was unaware at the time of any drama behind the scenes. In retrospect, the timing of the interview raises concerns, but I will confirm that John has wanted to interview Lauren for a long time, and I was happy to participate. I sent a message to Lauren and Grayson shortly after the 9-hour live to extend my support. There were moments during the long live where things weren't quite adding up in my mind, but the message of support was mostly in response to the evident distress of the situation. Since then, I have spent many hours consuming content and sifting through information, including frequent visits to the subreddit. I appreciate what has been shared. My Mormon faith deconstruction has taught me that there is freedom and great value in learning to think critically. I spent the first 40 years of my life following the church path with gusto, and the past 11 meticulously attempting to detangle a lifetime of conditioning. That's a beautiful sentence, by the way. I have learned the importance of challenging confirmation biases and examining evidence despite devotion or loyalty to the subject of examination. I recognize that I only have a hangnail's worth of skin in the game. I don't produce my own content, and I keep a pretty low profile in general. I am not a keeper of any damning information and don't know most of the people involved in this drama. The HTC rabbit hole started out as confusion and sadness several weeks ago. I had high hopes for the We Respond video as a way to bring clarity to the situation, but instead, I was catapulted into an obsessive quest for more information. My metaphorical binder is bursting at the seams. Even considering the mounting pile of incredulous moments of discovery these past weeks, the copyright suit against Kresha, under Kresha, and attempts to silence people talking about it is a line in the sand. and led me to finally say something publicly. What the hell, you guys? Very poor form and so incredibly disappointing. Well done, Mindy. Mindy's like, not today, Nick. Not today, ankles. Not today, Satan. Well done. Put your hearts and applause emojis in the chat for Mindy Caldwell calling out the BS. Oh, that was worth it. That was good. That was good. That was good. Now we just need to get Bobby on the subreddit. Bobby Joe Olsen, the major homicide crime unit, whatever. All right. Yes. Thank you, Mindy, for speaking out. That's not easy, especially when you're in the same, you have mutual friends, you've collabed together. It might be easier to just like turn a blind eye and go, oh, didn't even see that. Sorry. But instead, you looked into it, you did your research, and you gave us your honest opinion. So, yeah. In the Valley of Kings said you could feel that at various moments during the interview, she felt something was not freaking adding up. Yep. Better you write a book instead, right, Mindy? Should. At least that would be interesting. Well, you guys, what an afternoon we spent together. This has been quite the journey we've been on. Shout out to everyone in the live chat and all of my super chatters and new members. Reminder, we will be doing a members only on Friday. I'll try to set that up by tomorrow, Thursday at the latest, so you know what time it's at. Okay, but I'll be live tomorrow as well. Not members, just open like this. So thank you guys so much. You all are beautiful pumpkin spice babies. And don't forget to smash that like. Let's see where we're at for subscribers. I don't remember. I think we started with like 49,690 some. And now we're at 49,776. We're just a little over 200 subscribers away from hitting the goal of 50K. That's amazing. I appreciate you guys so much. That's so cool. So cool. All right, you guys, take care of yourself wherever you are in the world. Like I always say, enjoy yourself because it's later than you think. Please comment after the video posts as well so I can hear from you. Okay, bye.
If you like what you see.